Walk with me, Michael demanded, storming off towards the stairs, not waiting for Alex. Down on the first floor, he started pacing. Alex leaned back against the banister at the foot of the stairwell, the calm against Michael's storm. You know what she's been through. I told you she's not in a good place. She came back here for a fresh start, not to get her heart broken. She doesn't need this. What makes you think I'm going to break her heart? Because that's what you do. I've watched how you operate for the last 5 years. How I operate? With women. You suck them in, have your fun, then decide you don't want the commitment. That's not how this is. Alex didn't bother to point out the irony that it was Michael who had been pushing his female friends on him for the past couple of years, trying to convince him that he just needed to meet the right one. Michael stopped pacing momentarily and stared at Alex, his eyes sober. So what? You telling me you're in love with her? We're still getting to know each other. Alex answered the question as honestly as he could. Hell, he had only known Nell for a couple of weeks. It was far too soon to be throwing words like love around. I care about her, he eventually conceded. I care about her a lot. This is more than just sex. He was grateful both of Michael's laborers had made themselves scarce when they heard both of them come downstairs. The last thing he wanted was an audience. Does she know about Portland? Have you told her? Not yet. Are you going to tell her? She deserves to know that you won't ever commit to her, just as you wouldn't commit to Mia or Charlotte or Allison. Alex felt the edges of his temper bristle. He was under no obligation to tell anyone anything about his past. It was his personal business. If he told Nell, it would be on his terms. I'll tell her when I'm ready. His tone was harder than he had intended, and he deliberately softened it. And don't write her off as another Mia or Charlotte or Allison. She means more to me than that. I know she's your sister and you're looking out for her. But I promise you, I wouldn't have slept with her if I didn't think there was a chance it might become more serious further down the line. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I'm in love with her. It's too soon. She's just out of a bad relationship. I'm figuring out how to do this again. We need a little time, okay? Just give us some space and let us work this out together, please. His words seemed to placate Michael some. He still didn't appear thrilled with the idea, but he no longer looked like he wanted to punch Alex in the face, which was a start. You break her heart, I'll break your face. Really, you're throwing movie lines at me? Alex couldn't help but break out in a grin, recognizing the quote from one of Michael's favorite films, Some Kind of Wonderful. When Michael glowered at him, not quite back at the joking around stage yet, he added sagely, I won't break her heart, I promise. Have you two kissed and made up yet? They both looked up to see Nell peering over the banister on the second floor. Alex wondered how much she had heard. She gave nothing away as she came down the stairs, giving her brother the evil eye. Not yet, Michael said gruffly, but we'll get there. Give me a little time to get used to the idea, like Alex wants me to give the pair of you. I'm still pissed off that you both kept it a secret from me. Well, maybe if you didn't act like such an overprotective dad all the time, it might have been easier to tell you the truth. Michael's nostrils flared at that. I do not act like an overprotective dad. A concerned big brother, yes, and you should be grateful I have your back. When Nell pouted, looked ready to retort, Alex caught hold of her hand. Instead of blaming each other, why don't we sit down and talk like adults? Michael scowled at the idea. I have to get on with the plastering. It's getting late. Muttering to himself under his breath, he skulked off up the stairs. Alex watched him go. Michael was supposed to be his best friend, and he had lied to him. While he knew he would come around, that he just needed a little time, it still made him feel shitty. He'll be okay. Just let him brood for a bit, eat some ice cream, and quote a few more movie lines. Nell's comment had Alex smiling, though he almost immediately sobered, curious as to how much of their conversation she had overheard. "How long were you listening?" "A while," she admitted. "I heard enough." "So you heard Michael mention about Portland?" "I did." His expression had obviously turned wary because she squeezed his hand. "But don't worry, I'm not going to ask." "Nell, She raised a finger to his lips, cut him off. "I said I'm not going to ask. You'll tell me when you're ready." "Okay." She gave a wistful smile that was tinged with sadness, regret even. "We both have our secrets, Alex. How about we carry on figuring things out for now? We can talk about the past when the time feels right." Caleb had been forced to return to Chicago, much to his chagrin. His mother was throwing a charity benefit on Friday night, at which he was the guest speaker. Despite his best attempts to get out of the evening, Bitsy Sweeney Brooks was not a woman to be trifled with, and she flattened every one of his excuses before telling him in no uncertain terms that he would find a way to be there or suffer the consequences. Caleb may have been a 38-year-old successful businessman in his own right, and almost twice the size of his diminutive mother. But she was the only woman who could make him quake in his boots. She had never liked Nell, had thought her too common for her son, too much of a free spirit. The pair of them had locked horns a couple of times early on in the relationship, back in the days when Nell had thought it was acceptable to question his mother. Bitsy had told him that he would never be able to control a woman like her, that eventually she would betray him. Of course, he hadn't listened, had tried his damnedest to tame Nell, to correct her when she erred, determined to prove his mother wrong. And for a long while he had believed he had her under control. Ultimately, though, his mother was right, and Nell had betrayed him. Bitsy didn't yet know that her future daughter-in-law had left. Caleb hadn't told her, unable to face the gloating and the lectures. Nell would be expected at the benefit tonight, though, and he would have to conjure up an excuse to avoid his mother learning the truth. With much reluctance, he had made his way back to the mainland early Friday morning and flew home. While it was an inconvenience, he guessed it could be for the best. He had spent a good portion of the week drinking himself stupid from the minibar in his room, ordering in food and generally feeling sorry for himself as he tried to formulate a plan. On the occasions he had ventured out, wanting to keep tabs on Nell, he had found her with either the police chief or her brother. So far there had been no opportunity to catch her alone, and to be honest, at this stage, he wasn't quite sure what he would do if he did. He had initially come to the island planning on dragging her back home to Chicago. But after seeing her with Cutler on Saturday night, he had experienced such a level of rage, grief, and betrayal. He had wanted her dead. He was still figuring out if he wanted her back or wanted her gone for good, veering between both, depending on his mood and the amount of booze in his glass. The only thing he was completely sure of was that he wanted retribution. And when the time was right, he was going to get it in spades. 25. As they drove away from the shooting range, Nell wasn't quite sure if she had won or lost the battle to own a firearm. They had purchased a gun, a Glock 9mm, that she had selected after trying the grip of a few, but Alex had insisted on both paying for it and registering the gun in his name. The deal he proposed was that once she had learned to shoot it, he would transfer the papers to her name and hand over the weapon. It had seemed like a good deal until they arrived at the shooting range, and Nell had missed every shot badly. She wanted to be mad at him, but he had been patient with her, had tried to help her, and it was likely she would have lost her temper a whole lot sooner if he hadn't been there with her, saying the right things when she started to get annoyed with herself, making her laugh when the anger threatened to spill over into tears of frustration. When they had left the shooting range, he had refused to hand over the weapon, and although she protested, she couldn't actually blame him. He also promised that they would return in a couple of days for another practice. Deep down, she knew it was her fault she had blown it, but still she couldn't help but feeling like she had been hoodwinked. She shouldn't have let him pay for the damn gun. As they approached the turnoff for East Haven, heading for the ferry port, Nell recalled their first encounter. At the time, she had thought he was a pompous ass and was seething with him for causing her to miss the ferry. How quickly things had changed. "I was so mad at you that first time we met," she told him, recalling the incident. Alex shot her a sidelong glance. "You weren't flying high on my radar either." "I missed my ferry because of you." "I know, but you got a later one." "By which time the bank was shut. I had no money and had no food. I was starving all night and wishing all kinds of bad stuff on you." Nell grumbled, remembering the hellish night. Her lips curved as she recalled their next encounter. "I figured you owned the bar. I nearly choked on my coffee when you walked into the diner the next day." Alex chuckled. "The bar's owned by a friend of mine. And yeah, your expression was priceless when I saw you in the diner. To be fair, I had you pegged as a stuck-up tourist, and it knocked me for 6 when Michael introduced you as his sister. You weren't what I was expecting." "No?" He turned briefly to look at her, a sly, wide grin on his face. "Nope, not at all." He slipped one hand off the wheel onto her thigh and left it there as he returned his attention to the road. Their first encounter on the mainland had happened over 2 weeks ago, but it felt much longer, and it was crazy how quickly things had escalated. Part of Nell wanted to put on the brakes, slow things down. She wasn't used to jumping in with both feet, and feared the spark between them that had flared so quickly could just as easily die out. She had heard Michael's words that Alex didn't commit, told herself it didn't matter, as they were both consenting adults, and she would enjoy the ride, not let herself get sucked in too deeply. But she had also heard Alex tell her brother it was more than just sex, and, much as it annoyed her, she found herself wanting to believe that. Things felt right with him, comfortable. If they ended suddenly, would she be okay with that? One day at a time, O'Connor. Just take it one day at a time. She placed her hand on top of his, ordering herself to relax. One day at a time. Jenna Milbourne was in the liquor store on a supply run for Curtis when the chief walked in with Nell O'Connor. She heard them laughing, glanced up, a bottle of wild turkey in her hand. Her heart sinking, hoping she could pay and get out of the store before they spotted her. Curtis had run out of whiskey late last night, and Jenna wore the marks of his frustration in a line of ugly bruises around her neck. He had choked her so hard that for a moment she had thought he might kill her. And for a second she had hoped he might, thinking it might be for the best, an easy way to escape her problems. And it was no less than she deserved. She had always known that one day she would have to pay for her sins. Fear had overtaken guilt, though, and when he had eventually released her, she had crawled into the spare bedroom, locked the door, and sobbed herself to sleep. She had tried to cover the bruising with a scarf, but it kept slipping down, and she didn't want the chief to see, knowing he would likely start ragging on her to press charges, would probably arrest Curtis, and then she would face a fresh new hell. Nell O'Connor knew, too. She had seen it in her eyes that night at Maloney's. She sure as hell wanted nothing to do with Nell, and wished the damn woman had never moved to the stupid island. Nell was trouble, and the fact that she was cozy with the chief only unnerved Jenna further. She quickly filled her basket with the bottles of liquor, frustrated to see 2 other people in the line at the checkout. As she waited her turn, she played nervously with the scarf, using the overhead mirror to try to pull it higher to disguise the bruising. Panic clawed at her gut as she saw the chief and Nell had joined the line behind her. They hadn't spotted her, or if they had, they didn't let on, seeming too caught up in each other. Jenna ducked her head and fussed around digging in her purse. "I was thinking we should go out tonight." "Out?" They were talking quietly, but she was close enough to pick up on their conversation. "Yeah, out. Your brother knows about us now, so we don't have to keep sneaking around." "You want to go on a date?" "Yeah, I do. Let me take you out to dinner." So they were involved with each other? Jenna didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could this situation get any worse? "Jenna!" Hearing Nell say her name, feeling the touch of a hand on her jacket, sickness crept up from her stomach. Slowly, Jenna turned, wishing she could leave the store, but knowing Curtis would go nuts if she arrived home empty-handed. "Sorry," Nell was apologizing. "I didn't realize it was you standing in front of us." "It's fine." She noticed the chief's eyes narrow on her neck and fought to resist the urge to fiddle with the scarf as Nell insisted on making small talk, wishing the damn line would hurry up and move and the stupid woman would shut up, realizing from Jenna's monosyllabic replies that she didn't want to have a conversation with her. The chief let Nell do the talking. Jenna could sense he was annoyed and hoped to hell he would stay quiet and not question her about the bruising. Thankfully, he didn't say anything. She just hoped he wouldn't decide to pay a visit to Curtis. Eventually, the line moved, and she quickly paid for the alcohol, not replying to Nell's goodbye or bothering to look back, desperate to get out of the liquor store. In her car, she leaned her head against the steering wheel, tears pricking at the back of her eyes. When one fell, she brushed it away furiously. Why was this happening? After all of these years, why now? Damn Nell O'Connor. Pull yourself together, Jenna. Maybe it will be okay? Except she knew it wouldn't. Everything was starting to unravel, and she needed support. Instead of driving home, she headed out on the Lower Coast Road, turning into a quiet street of middle-class suburban houses. Spotting the car in the driveway, she pulled up alongside the curb and drew in a shaky breath. He wasn't going to be happy with her visit. She knew she was about to break the vow they had made to never talk about the incident. But damn it, that was before Nell came home and everything went to hell. He had to be sharing the same concerns and have the same fears. She rang the bell, stomach knotting as she waited for him to answer. He lived alone and the house was too big for one person, but she figured he could afford it. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. She heard the lock turn, and then the door opened. Tommy stood before her. He was wearing his police uniform, and she guessed he was getting ready to head into work. Concern knitted his brow, but she could also see the wariness in his eyes. "Jenna? We have to talk." "This isn't about Curtis, is it?" he asked, sounding resigned, already knowing it wasn't. "I know we said we would never mention it again, but I'm scared, Tommy. I'm really scared. Everything is falling apart." "It'll be okay." Even though he spoke the words, she could tell he didn't believe them himself. "No, it won't. It's all going wrong." Fresh tears filled her eyes. "What the hell are we going to do about Nell O'Connor?" 26. 2005. Tommy Dolan's 16th birthday was when he first started to shine. The nightmares about Lizzie's murder had pretty much stopped. He got his driving license, and his parents bought him his first car. He made it onto the high school football team, and finally girls were starting to notice him. He had gone from being a cute, freckle-faced 10-year-old boy to a gangly, slightly awkward teen. But now his shoulders were starting to fill out. his features softening and becoming more handsome, and he had lost the brace he had been stuck with since his 13th birthday. The one girl he lusted after, though, was unfortunately out of his reach. Jenna Campbell was a junior, same as him, and so pretty with her copper hair and her cornflower eyes. She smiled at Tommy, always said hello if they passed in the hallway. But he knew she was totally besotted with her boyfriend, Luke Traynor, who was a senior. Tommy was a little jealous of Luke, but also envied and admired him. Luke was so laid back, so cool, and he always had loads of kids flocking around him. He hadn't lived on the island long, had moved here with his brother, and the day he started at the high school, he had everyone eating out of the palm of his hand. He and Jenna had started dating within weeks, and Tommy, who had secretly had a crush on her since he was a freshman, had watched his hopes of ever getting to kiss her go up in smoke. Eventually he moved on, dating various girls in his year, gradually bailing on his old friends, his confidence soaring as his popularity grew. He was a few weeks shy of his 17th birthday and feeling invincible the summer Sarah Treadwell arrived on the island. Sarah was voluptuous and pretty, with hair the color of champagne. She was older. Tommy had heard someone say she was in her early 20s, and apparently married, though separated from her cheating husband, and she was looking for work. Bella Golding took her on, giving her a temporary job at the guest house, and Tommy, along with most other red-blooded males on the island, fell in love. He had grown up with Clark Golding, though seldom hung around with him these days, as Clark was just too odd. But he was a ticket to Sarah, so Tommy started stopping by the guest house on a more frequent basis, quick to offer assistance if Sarah looked like she needed a hand. She was always nice to him, and Bella seemed happy that he was back on the scene and looking out for her son. He tried to help out with odd jobs around the property where he could, wanting to be seen as pulling his weight and someone who could be relied on. Everything about the summer of 2005 was perfect, until Luke Traynor started sniffing around. Sarah was a tactile person, and it was easy to read too much into the way she touched Tommy's arm when she spoke to him, always giving him her full attention when he talked, and how she laughed whenever he told her a joke. Although she was 6 years older, he had managed to convince himself they had a connection. But then one day he had seen her in town buying groceries, and the bag she carried to Bella's car split with cans and vegetables spilling onto the ground. Tommy had gone to help, but Luke had appeared from nowhere, beating him to it, and then he was there fixing Sarah with his toothpaste smile as he played the knight in shining armor, and she was touching Luke's arm, giving him her undivided attention and laughing at his jokes. Tommy had been furious with Luke for thinking he had the right to flirt with Sarah when he already had Jenna, with Sarah for flirting back, and with himself for being so gullible and believing she actually liked him in the first place. He was also furious because he knew that he couldn't compete with Luke, who was a year and a half older and had just graduated high school, whose body had already matured into that of a man's, and who only, it seemed, had to look at girls with those intense blue eyes to have them falling at his feet. Although he continued to hang around the guest house, Tommy cooled a little toward Sarah, his teenage mind twisting things to believe she had led him on. Luke continued to date Jenna, acting as if nothing had happened, but Tommy saw him and Sarah together a number of times towards the end of the summer. They were never doing anything they shouldn't, but he could tell from their body language and the way they looked at each other when they spoke that they were flirting, and he didn't doubt for 1 second that there was more going on that he hadn't seen. He didn't believe Jenna realized what was going on, felt sorry for her as he knew she adored Luke, and didn't deserve to be treated this way. He certainly knew if he was lucky enough to have a girlfriend like Jenna Campbell, he would worship the ground she walked on, and never take her for granted. Jenna was already reeling, knowing that come September Luke would be heading off to college, and she would only get to see him in the holidays. If she found out he was cheating on her, it would break her heart. It crossed his mind that perhaps Sarah didn't know about Luke and Jenna, that maybe Luke was pretending he was single, though it was a stretch. Everyone on the island knew about Luke and Jenna. Still, he brought it up in conversation one Saturday afternoon after helping Sarah as she unloaded sacks of groceries from the car. "I guess you're going to miss Luke Traynor when he heads off to college next month." He kept his tone casual as he took the heavier of the paper sacks. Sarah didn't answer for a moment, and he glanced at her, saw the wariness on her face. "What makes you say that?" "I thought you two were close." "We're not. I barely know him. I mean, yes, I know him to say hello to, but that's it." She seemed flustered, wouldn't look at him. "Liar," Tommy thought. "My mistake, then," he told her sarcastically, hating the fact she couldn't even be honest with him and disliking her for it. He had thought Sarah Treadwell was better than that. "I'm sure his girlfriend, Jenna, will miss him, though." Sarah gave a tight smile. "I'm sure she will." Tommy knew he should have let it drop. Luke would be out of everyone's hair in another few weeks, and with him gone from the picture, things could easily change. Sarah would likely soon forget him, and the separation could even take its toll on Jenna, who still had another year of high school and shared many of the same classes as him. It was that last thought that was playing on his mind when he saw her leaving the grocery store a few days later, head down, busy texting. "Tommy, I'm sorry. I didn't see you," she apologized as he sidestepped out of her path. She had her sunglasses on so he couldn't see those lovely pale blue eyes that always made his belly flip. But she was beautiful all the same, her legs tanned and toned in the little black miniskirt she wore, her copper hair plaited. "It's okay, I should watch where I'm going," he lied, having intentionally placed himself in her path. She smiled at him and his world wobbled. Damn, she was pretty. "Can I give you a hand with your groceries?" "Sure, I'm over here." Jenna handed him a couple of sacks, fished for her car keys with her free hand, and clicked at her teal-colored Beetle. "How have you been, Tommy?" she asked as they crossed the parking lot. "I feel like I haven't seen you in ages. You haven't been down the beach much this summer." "I've been okay. I've been over at the guest house, helping Bella a bit." "That's nice of you. I can't believe we're about to start senior year." "The summer has gone quick." "Too quick," she agreed, the smile dropping off her face. "I can't believe Luke will be gone in a few weeks." Jenna pulled open the passenger door, deposited her sack on the seat, while Tommy shuffled uncomfortably on his feet, thinking he should keep his mouth shut, but knowing it wasn't going to happen. Maybe that's for the best. She turned to face him, her expression hard to read behind the sunglasses. "Why would you say that?" Tommy shuffled some more. He had planned this conversation out in his head a dozen times, but the next line, the one where he told Jenna plainly that Luke was cheating on her, didn't come. "Tell me what you know, Tommy." "I shouldn't have said anything." "But you did, and you obviously had a reason for saying it, so what is it?" "You know Sarah Treadwell, who works at—" Tommy trailed off as Jenna's bottom lip wobbled. "That bastard! I knew I was right to suspect." "You know?" "I've had my suspicions. I didn't want to believe them." A tear rolled down Jenna's cheek from below the sunglasses. "Oh, Tommy." "He doesn't deserve you, Jenna. You're too good for him." Tommy fumbled awkwardly in his pocket for a handkerchief, taken by surprise when Jenna flung herself against him. He tentatively put his arms around her as she sobbed against his chest, loving how she fitted against him and the sweet scent of her perfume assailing his nostrils. I shouldn't have told you." She looked up at him, her sunglasses now pushed back on her head, and her eyes still full of tears, shining a stunning azure blue. "No, don't say that, Tommy. You were right to tell me. I deserve to know. You're the only good friend I have." Her words warmed his heart, and he squeezed his arms tightly around her, feeling fiercely protective. "I'd do anything for you, Jenna." His words brought a watery smile. "I know you would, Tommy, I know." She called in on that favor 2 nights later, waking him after midnight with a text. Tommy fumbled for his phone, his heart skipping a beat when Jenna's name flashed up. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the message. "When you said you would do anything for me, did you mean it?" Tommy hesitated briefly before replying. "Yes. Everything okay?" "I saw them together tonight." "I'm sorry, Jenna. I am. What can I do to help?" There was a long pause before Jenna's next text flashed up. "Help me get the bitch. Will you do that for me, Tommy?" Tommy's fingers hovered over the keys. He wasn't quite sure what Jenna had in mind, but he knew she was hurting, that this was his one shot to impress her. He fired off the reply and pressed send. "I will." 27. Sam Kent hit his blinker, slowing as he approached the turn-off to his house. A quick glance in the rearview mirror showed him that the Buick 3 cars behind was also signaling, which, although was what he had expected, still had him scowling in irritation. He had first noticed the tail 2 days ago, though suspected he may have been followed for longer. He recognized Dwight Halloran, one of the deputies in the Purity Police Department. There was nothing unusual about that. Halloran had been in plain clothes. To any unassuming bystander, he was off duty, and it was a small island, so it was inevitable that Sam would run into him on occasion. Except Halloran appeared a few times too often to make it seem like coincidence. Initially, Sam had told himself he was being paranoid, but paranoia had made him alert, and he had started looking out for the deputy, quickly realizing that he was definitely being followed. When Halloran disappeared, obviously off shift, he kept his eyes peeled, eventually recognizing Kyle Mathis had taken over. Mathis was smarter, blended into the crowd more easily. Had he been the only tail, Sam may not have noticed him at all, and that unnerved him, had him thinking back over his movements from the past few days. Chief Cutler didn't trust him, had figured he had something to hide, and Sam guessed he couldn't blame him. He was cussing himself for shooting off his big mouth the night the chief had shown up on his doorstep. He hadn't been able to help himself, though, his emotions still running high with Nell O'Connor's return. He should have kept control, played it cool about Nell without revealing how he truly felt about her. But then, that had always been his problem. He couldn't ever quite control the rage that burned inside of him. The psychologist his parents had sent him to see over on the mainland had recognized that, and knew that the bitter feelings over the injustice of Lizzie's death had scarred him deep. Sam tried his best to keep the pain hidden, but Nell's return had tipped him over the edge. He had barely been able to sleep, continually playing out fantasies where it was Nell, not Lizzie, who had died that fateful night 18 years ago. Still, it infuriated him that he was being followed. The chief had no proof that he had done anything wrong, but although the temptation was there to storm into the police department, file a grievance about the way he was being treated, he was smart enough to realize that by figuring out he was being tailed, he could play the cops at their own game. He parked up, went inside, and spent an hour cooking dinner, showering and changing his clothes, periodically glancing out of the window to ensure Dwight was still in place. When he left the house, It was under the cover of dusk. The TV was still playing in the living room, the table lamp on and the blind drawn. Enough to convince anyone snooping that he was home and having a lazy night in front of the television. Leaving his car parked in the driveway, he headed out of the back gate, making his way down the alley that joined the main road down to where he moored his boat. Less than 5 minutes later, he was heading out of the harbor, feeling a small sense of satisfaction at being able to shake his tail so easily. Cutler thought he had him figured so easily. He had no idea. The walls and ceilings had been plastered, the rooms repainted. Over the past few days, Nell, Michael, and his team had been working hard on the guest house, and their efforts were starting to show. With the bedrooms now all in good decorative order, Nell and Newt had been into town, shopping for bedding, furniture, and accessories. And while the superfluous stuff didn't interest Michael, he had to admit the finished rooms looked the business. The plastering now complete, he was keen to turn his attention to the pool, and planned to start on pulling up the concrete floor of the conservatory first thing in the morning, which was why he was en route to the storage unit he rented to fetch his jackhammer. As he drove, thoughts inevitably turned to his sister. The whole Alex situation still grated on him, and although he had worked himself down from furious to irritated, he was still giving Alex a wide berth, and couldn't help but be a little sulky around Nell. The past few days they had mostly kept out of each other's way as they worked, sniping at each other if their paths did cross. And on the occasions Alex had stopped by, Michael had been quick to duck out of the way, not ready yet to accept there was anything going on between his sister and his best friend. He tried to convince himself it was because he was looking out for Nell. But truth was, it was as much because he was pissed off at being kept in the dark. Annoyed with himself, he cranked up the stereo, letting the sound of Springsteen fill the truck as he pulled into the site where his storage unit was. There were 12 units in total, and Michael rented the one furthest back in the lot. As it was gone 8:30 and already dark, he wasn't surprised to find the site empty, knowing the few businesses that also used the units daily would have long packed up and gone home. He drove to the back of the site, pulled up alongside the unit he rented, and killed the engine. As he climbed from the truck, still humming Hungry Heart, his mind flitted back to his sister. He assumed she was with Alex, as she had been pretty much every night since he had found out about the two of them. He knew this because he had detoured past the guest house most evenings and seen Alex's Jeep outside. While that still vexed him, it also gave him comfort, knowing that at least he didn't have to worry about Nell being up at the house all alone. He promised himself he wouldn't drive past there tonight on his way home, but knew it was a promise he'd likely break. He might be pissed at her, but she was still his sister, and it mattered to him that she was safe. Finding the key on his keychain, he turned his attention to the door, immediately noticing it was slightly ajar. He had locked it, right? Unease washed over him like a wave. Of course he had locked it. He was anal about stuff like this, especially knowing how expensive some of the building equipment was. That left one alternative. Someone had broken in. He pushed open the door, flipped the light, expecting to find the place empty. Relief washing over him when he spotted everything as he had left it. A rustling noise to the back of the unit had his hackles rising. "Who's there?" Michael's question was met with silence. Gingerly, he stepped forward into the unit, selecting a hammer from the toolbox sat on the table. "I can hear you back there, so you'd better come out." He waited, hammer clenched tightly in his hand, temper rising, annoyed someone had broken in and had been planning to do what? Steal or vandalize his stuff? It was probably one of the Osborne twins. They were only 13 but had a history of causing trouble, and Alex had hauled them in for questioning on countless occasions. This kind of shit had their name all over it. He pulled the door to the unit closed, wanting to cut off their escape. I'm going to count to 3. You can come out, and we'll discuss what you're doing in here rationally, or I can come back there after you. If I do, I'm going to lose my temper. Michael paused for a second, giving a moment for them to consider his offer. He imagined the pair of them hiding at the back of the unit, smirking at each other, and his temper rose another notch. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Not prepared to wait any longer and ready to give the little shits a scare, he stormed to the back of the unit, hammer swinging, to where he expected to find the twins hiding behind one of the large stacks of bricks. No one was there. Michael huffed, made his way along the back row. God help those kids once he got his hands on them. A noise behind had him turning, but he wasn't quick enough to see his attacker or stop the blow as the metal bar smacked against his head. He staggered, falling to the floor, his chin hitting the concrete, screaming out as another blow landed across his shoulders, and then a third cracked into the center of his back. He attempted to push himself up, his vision swimming, head thumping and blood pouring down his face, focused on a dark shoe that looked too big to belong to a 13-year-old. As he tried to look up, needing to know who had attacked him, the bar smashed down into his face, and the world turned black. 28. Nell jolted awake at the ringing phone and took a second to register it was Alex's, not hers. He was already alert, his weight shifting on the mattress as he reached across to answer it. Cutler. It was still dark out, and she glanced at the alarm clock as the caller spoke, noted it was nearly 1:30, so assumed it was probably Tommy or one of the other deputies. Newt, slow down, you're not making sense. Start from the beginning. The mention of her brother's boyfriend's name had Nell bolting up. Why would Newt be calling at this time of night? Neither he nor Michael would call unless it was an emergency, and the fact it wasn't Michael calling had her heart leaping into her mouth. What's going on? She demanded, grabbing Alex by the shoulder, annoyed when he shook her off. What's happened? He didn't answer her, instead getting out of bed and reaching for his clothes. Okay, wait for the ambulance. I'm on my way, he instructed Newt, shrugging into his jeans. Ambulance? What the hell had happened? Nell clambered from the bed, grabbed her robe, belting it as she stalked Alex round the bedroom. He didn't turn to face her until he ended the call. Dread coiled in her belly as she took in his grave expression. What's happened to my brother? Her voice sounded calmer than she expected, given her insides were like jelly and she wanted to throw up. Tell me, what's happened? Someone attacked him over at the storage unit he works out of. Is he okay? Ambulance is on its way. Nell sucked in a deep breath and held it. He had to be okay. He just had to. The thought of anything happening to Michael was unbearable. She shuddered, not prepared to even let her mind go there. I need to go meet Newt. I want you to stay here and keep the doors locked. What? No, I'm coming with you. Nell, it's a crime scene. I don't give a shit. He's my brother. I'm coming with you. When Alex clenched his jaw and looked ready to argue the point, Nell gave him a steely look. If you leave here without me, I'll get in my car and follow. You can't stop me. She crossed her arms defiantly. He narrowed his eyes, looking annoyed as he considered her ultimatum. Okay, he relented. Hurry up and get dressed. They drove out to the site in silence, the only noise coming from the radio. Alex seemed distracted, caught up in his own thoughts, and Nell was conscious of him drawing into himself, shutting her out. Although it bothered her, Michael was her only priority right now, and she pushed the uneasiness aside, focusing on her brother, desperately needing him to be okay. When they arrived at the site 15 minutes later, Newt was with the paramedics. Nell was out of the Jeep before Alex had fully pulled to a halt. She grabbed hold of him. "What the hell happened?" "Someone attacked him, Nell." Newt's face was pale, his eyes tear-stained. "He went to get his jackhammer, and when he didn't come home, didn't answer his phone, I knew something was wrong." "Where is he?" As she asked the question, more paramedics stepped out of the storage unit, carrying Michael on a gurney. "Michael!" One of the paramedics caught hold of her arm. "We need to get him to the hospital." "Is he going to be okay? He's not moving." "We're doing everything we can." Nell glanced back at Alex. "I need to be with him." He nodded, but said nothing, his expression grim and distant. She waited a beat, wanting him to say something, tell her it was going to be okay. But there was only silence. Frustrated by his sudden coldness, dread coiling in her belly for Michael, she made her way to the ambulance. Alex spoke briefly with Newt and the paramedics before watching the ambulance drive away. Nell had shot him a look before the doors shut, as she sat in the back of the vehicle, holding onto her brother's hand. Alex hadn't reacted, knowing she was safe, and he needed time to himself to process everything that had happened. 2 of his deputies were waiting inside, having already sealed off the crime scene, and he got them to talk him through what they had so far, pushing all thoughts of Nell from his mind. His best friend had been attacked tonight, and the call from Newt had stirred up unwelcome memories of the last time he had received bad news about someone he cared about. He tried to push them away, focus on the job at hand, but the past kept gnawing at him as he worked, grinding on the edges of his temper. It was almost dawn when he finally left the storage unit, and, as he made his way home, the sun rose in a sky of orange and yellow hues. Normally, Alex would have appreciated the view, but this morning it only managed to darken his mood. He walked and fed the dogs, mind working overtime as he tried to piece the previous night's events together. Michael had headed over to the storage unit wanting to load up his truck, which suggested he had disturbed whoever had attacked him. They would need to do an inventory of the place, but it was looking like the motive had been robbery, and Michael had been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Alex grabbed a shower and a change of clothes before heading into work, stopping to pick up coffee before skulking into his office and calling the hospital. The update did nothing to lighten his mood. Michael had sustained a fractured skull and had swelling on the brain. He was about to go into surgery, and the doctor promised he would be in touch as soon as he had any news. He felt guilty not being at the hospital, but it was a waste of his time to be sitting around waiting for Michael to come out of surgery. Better to be working on catching the son of a bitch who did this. There had been no prints at the scene, suggesting the attacker had been prepared enough to wear gloves. But that was at odds with the amateurish way the lock had been smashed on the door. If it was robbery, the stolen goods would be hot property, and word would quickly spread around the island. Nothing about any of this added up. Needing to focus on something else for a moment to give his addled brain a break, he glanced at the jotter pad where he had scribbled the name Sarah Treadwell. He had intended to check her out, if only to put Nell's mind at rest, but things had been too busy. Tommy's reaction had bothered him, though. He ran the search, expecting it to offer answers, but instead found himself frowning at the screen. Sarah Treadwell had worked for Bella Golding in the summer of 2005, but after she left the island, it was as though she ceased to exist. There were no further employment records, no new addresses. She was a ghost. Alex turned his thoughts to Nell. Generally, when people disappeared, it was because they were running from something or someone. Had Sarah been fleeing someone on the island? His cell phone started to ring. Alex recognized the caller as one of his deputies, Josh Hudson, who had been working with the Coast Guard. Sarah Treadwell would have to wait. This was more important. He clicked off the screen and answered the call.
"Josh, what have you got?"
The deputy's voice came over the line, sounding excited. "I think we may have the rest of Penelope Marr."
"You found her?"
"We've found more than her. There's another woman's body. Well, parts of one at least." Josh paused, catching his breath. "Jesus, Chief, I think we might be dealing with something big here." "You should have called me sooner." Nell glanced up at the voice as Luke rushed into the waiting room, where she and Newt had spent several uncomfortable hours. As Newt rose, crumpling into fresh tears, Luke hugged him fiercely. "It was the middle of the night. No point in us all being up worrying," Nell answered him, getting to her feet and stretching every muscle in her body, aching from both the tension of the situation and the hardness of the chair. Her tone was dull, her mood black, worry about her brother taking precedence, but annoyance and worry gnawing away that Alex hadn't been in touch for hours. She understood he was the chief of police and had to work the crime scene, but the complete lack of contact bothered her. She had felt a wall going up as they drove over to the storage unit, and it pissed her off, not so much because Michael had warned this would happen, but because she had told herself it wouldn't matter. And it did. She didn't protest when Luke pulled her into the hug, tightening his arm around her, appreciative of his support.
"You still should have called. I would rather have been here with you guys," he told her. "Is Michael in surgery?"
Newt nodded, stepping back and sniffing. "Yeah, we're waiting on news. The doctor says he'll let us know as soon as he's out." His eyes were raw from crying, and Nell felt a twinge of guilt that she had yet to shed a tear. It wasn't that she didn't care. Hell, Michael was her only family, and she loved him to bits. The possibility of losing him terrified her. But she had never been good at expressing emotion, tended to keep her feelings bottled up. Bella had once commented it was a fear of leaving herself vulnerable and exposed. And Nell often wondered if that was why she had the panic attacks. That it was those very emotions that she tried to keep in check, fighting their way out. What the hell happened? "Someone attacked him over at the storage unit. It looks like he disturbed a robbery." "Jesus, Newt." Luke scrubbed a hand over his face. "Who would do something like that?" "Alex is trying to find out." Nell noticed Luke's face tighten at the mention of Alex's name. Although he hadn't said anything on the occasions that she had seen him, since it had become public she and Alex were involved, she couldn't help suspect he disapproved. Was it for the same reasons as Michael? Perhaps he was concerned Alex was going to hurt her farther down the line. Or had she mistaken his interest in her? She had assumed he was only interested in friendship, and had relished the opportunity to get to know him better, given their brothers were in a relationship. Had Luke wanted more? He had been in a relationship when they first met, and seemed broken-hearted that Stacy had left him. Nell was tired, she was stressed, and she was misreading the situation. Luke was friends with Alex, and his interest in her was platonic. She told herself to chill. She glanced at her watch, noted it was almost midday. She had been awake for hours, and would likely be at the hospital for a lot longer. It was time for another shot of caffeine. "I'm going to get coffee. Do you guys want one?" Returning to the waiting room 10 minutes later, balancing the 3 plastic cups between her hands, her heart leapt into her mouth as she spotted Dr. Singh talking to Newt and Luke. "Has something happened?" The doctor turned at her voice and gave Nell a warm smile. "Your brother is out of surgery. We managed to successfully reduce the swelling, and he is currently resting." "Is he going to be okay?" "We are going to need to keep him in for a while, but he's stable and we're doing all we can." "Can we see him?"
He's not awake yet, but you can sit with him for a short while."
As Newt grabbed Nell in a hug, she let out the breath she hadn't realized she was holding, relief easing in her shoulders. Michael was going to be okay. Now they needed to catch the asshole who'd done this. Hunter Stone let out a low whistle at Alex's news before dropping his own bombshell.
"We have another missing girl."
Alex's heartbeat quickened.
"From Winchester? This one is closer to home for you. It's East Haven. Caroline Henderson, 36, separated. She'd been reconciling with her husband, but they had a big fight last Sunday. He figured she had gone back to the friend's house where she'd been staying. The friend thought the pair of them were still trying to work things out, hence the delay before they realized she was missing." "And you're sure it's our guy?"
Alex had Hunter on speaker as he drove down to the harbor.
"If she was having marital problems, we've got to look at the husband."
"I already did.
He has an alibi and it checks out. After Caroline stormed out, he went over to his neighbor's, crashed the guy's barbecue and got wasted. A dozen or so witnesses can vouch for him ruining their evening. Meanwhile, we have security footage of Caroline in one of the bars in town. She went there alone, got hit on by a guy, and left shortly after. The car was found in the lot where she had left it." "She left with the guy in the bar?"
"Not this time. She left alone, but he followed shortly after."
"You get him on camera?"
"Not enough to get an ID. He knows where the cameras are, and is smart enough to avoid them. Looks like it could be the same guy who was with Penny Marr." Stone was silent for a brief moment.
"I think he's been at it for a while, Alex. He's been going undetected because we didn't have any bodies." "Well, we do now. I'm heading out to join the recovery team. We figure out who he's been killing. It'll hopefully get us one step closer to catching the son of the bitch."
"Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to pull police reports on all missing women in the area. See if we get any matches. Call me once you know what we're dealing with."
"Will do."
Alex killed the call and pulled into the marina. Relief they had uncovered the killer's maritime dumping ground was tempered with guilt. While they had been desperate for a break in the Marr case, the timing sucked, given what had happened to Michael. The bodies had been found in his jurisdiction, though, and much as he wanted to personally deal with Michael's case, this had to take precedence. Parking up, he made a couple of calls, pulling Kyle Mathis, one of the deputies currently following Sam Kent, and reassigning him to Michael's case. Then he rang the medical examiner and warned her of the workload about to come her way. As he ended the second call, a text came through from Newt. "Michael out of surgery. Went well and he's stable." Alex let out a sigh of relief, fired a quick text back, mildly irritated the news hadn't come from Nell. He spent the rest of the afternoon out on the water with the recovery team, and when they returned to shore early evening, they did so with a gruesome catch of severed body parts and weighted down skeletal remains. The next hour was spent over at the ME's office, Violet Marsden ready and waiting for them, unfazed by the task at hand, but mightily pissed off that a killer had chosen her pretty neck of the woods as his playground. "Make sure you catch this sick fuck," she told Alex, seeing him to the door, "and when you do, you throw away the key. This is a good place, and I won't have some asshole running around cutting up girls and ruining that." Alex mustered a grin for Violet's potty mouth. She had always been a straight talker, and her colorful language belied her prim appearance.
"We're a step closer to catching him. Find me some answers on our victims, and I'll do my level best to see they get justice."
He left her office, bone-tired, wanting nothing more than to drive home, walk Sasha and Teddy, and drop into bed. He could call Newt and Nell, explain about the break in the Marr case. Newt would understand. Nell probably not so much if his experience with women was anything to go by. Plus, it would make him a shitty friend. Michael had yet to fully forgive Alex for sleeping with his sister. He needed to repair his friendship, not damage it further. When he arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later, he found Dr. Singh, got a progress update on Michael, learning he was still unconscious, but his vitals were good, the swelling having gone down and his condition stable. The doctor accompanied him down the hallway to the waiting room. "Your friends should go home and get some rest," he told Alex. "Mr. O'Connor is unlikely to gain consciousness for a good few hours. I have told them there's nothing they can do here except wait." Alex stepped into the waiting room, found Newt sitting pale-faced and staring into space as he gnawed on his knuckle. On the opposite chairs were Luke and Nell. Luke awake and deep in thought, his arm draped around Nell as she slept against his shoulder. He glanced up, blue eyes meeting Alex's. "Hey, Alex." He made no attempt to move his arm, and Alex felt a flicker of irritation, quickly quashing it down. Luke was just offering comfort. He hadn't been here, so had no right to judge or be annoyed that Nell had taken it. She stirred awake at the mention of his name, blinked heavily as she took a moment to realize where she was, pulling away from Luke and sitting up, scrubbing her hands over her face. She looked exhausted, her cheeks drained of color and smudges of gray beneath her eyes. Although she didn't go to Alex, she didn't seem mad at him either. "You're back," she murmured, voice devoid of any emotion. She pulled her legs up onto the chair, hugging her knees, looking lost. Her eyes paused momentarily on his face, her expression unreadable, before her focus shifted to the wall behind him. "Have you found the person who did this?" That was from Newt, who was already on his feet. The worry of the last few hours was clearly etched on his face, like Nell's, and he looked like an extra in The Walking Dead. "Not yet," Alex told him. "We're still following leads." He had spoken with Kyle Mathis, the deputy he had reassigned, as he drove over to the hospital. With the crime scene clean, Mathis had run an inventory of the storage unit with one of Michael's laborers. Half a dozen items were missing, including the jackhammer Michael had gone over to collect, which suggested the motive had been robbery. Had his friend been so badly beaten just for a few workman tools? "I still can't believe someone did this to him." Alex squeezed Newt's shoulder. "The doc says he's stable. You should go home and get some rest." "I can't possibly sleep. Not until Michael wakes up." "Which won't be for hours. You're not doing yourself any favors sitting here. Go home, have a shower, and try to sleep." "Alex is right." Luke got to his feet. "Let me drive you home. We can come back first thing tomorrow." Newt glanced at Dr. Singh. "Listen to your friends. Try and get some rest." The doctor looked at Nell. "You too, Miss O'Connor. There's nothing you can do here. Please go home and try to rest. We will call if there is any change in your brother's condition." "You promise?" "I promise. If your brother wakes up, we will call both you and Mr. Traynor immediately." Alex held his hand out to Nell. "Come on, I'll take you home." She hesitated for a second, expression stoic, before accepting, and the four of them walked out to the parking lot together. Newt paused by Luke's car. "I'll see you tomorrow," he told Nell before embracing her in a hard hug. "He's going to be okay," he whispered, glancing over her shoulder at Alex. "And we're going to find the person who did this to him. Right, Alex?" Alex gave a grim smile. "Yeah, we are." 29. Caleb Sweeney sat in his 33rd floor office, staring out of the floor-to-ceiling window at the nighttime view of the Chicago skyline, seeing nothing but Nell's face. He had returned home nearly a week ago, endured his mother's benefit with forced smiles and gritted teeth, had to face her questions about Nell's absence, swallowing his pride and admitting their relationship was over,
Of course, this had given Bitsy something to gloat about. She had always known Nell wasn't good enough for her son, and it wouldn't last. She had warned him, and he had been too blinkered to listen, too stubborn to accept his mother was right. Caleb had reined in his temper, waiting until he returned home before venting his rage. He hadn't wanted his mother to know the truth, but there had been little choice, and he hated Nell all the more for putting him in this embarrassing position. Over the weekend, he had used the time to reflect, and now understood his initial rash trip to Purity had been a mistake, and he should have taken longer to figure out what he was going to do about the situation. Although he had checked into the Purity Oaks Hotel under his stepfather's name, Brooks, it wouldn't be difficult for any investigation to trace the reservations back to him. Plus, of course, the flights from Chicago had been booked in his actual name. There would be no getting round the fact that he had visited Purity Island shortly after Nell left him. The only thing that fell in his favor was that he had caught a flight back. If it came down to an investigation, he would have to admit he had gone after Nell, but would pretend he had approached her and she had officially ended things. Say he had accepted her decision and flown back to Chicago and out of her life. He returned to the office on Monday morning, knowing he needed to create a sense of normality. As he allowed word to filter out about his broken relationship, he sat at his desk and plotted. He had toyed with killing Nell, had wanted to storm in on her and Cutler, putting a bullet in both of their heads. Such a bold move would have backfired, though, and he would be one of the first people the police would look to. He was a smart man and knew such a scenario would end up with him facing charges of murder. While he wanted to punish Nell, he wasn't prepared to go to jail. She had ruined his life, but she wasn't going to take his freedom. By Monday afternoon, he thought he had come up with an effective plan. The rash Caleb would have acted immediately, but he held back, knowing if he was going to pull this off, he would need to exercise caution. Instead, he had slept on the plan, running through the details as he dressed for work on Tuesday morning. On his way to the office, he had stopped and purchased a disposable phone, paying in cash. Then, during lunch, he made his way to the public library, using one of their computers to run the search he needed. It took about an hour to locate an available cabin that met his requirements. In the heart of New Hampshire, well off the beaten track, no electricity or cell phone access. It was privately owned, and he made a note of the number, knowing this would have to be a cash transaction. As he walked back to the office, he made the call to the owner, giving a fake name and reserving the cabin for a 3-week period, agreeing to stop by and collect the keys and pay in full on Friday. His secretary, Mara, gave him a sympathetic look as he stepped out of the elevator, and Caleb knew word had reached her about his breakup with Nell. "I was sorry to hear about you and Miss O'Connor. Is there anything I can do for you, Mr. Sweeney?" He faked a sad smile. "I'm okay, thank you, Mara. Adjusting to things. In fact, I'm thinking I may take a break for a few days, head over to New York." The city was one of his favorite places, and he visited regularly for both business and pleasure. No one would think it odd if he was vacationing in New York City when Nell disappeared, or that he had chosen to go there to get over their breakup. "That sounds like a wonderful idea," Mara agreed, no doubt pleased at the prospect of getting him out of her hair for a few days. Caleb knew he wasn't the easiest man to work for. "Could you contact the Four Seasons and get me a reservation from this Thursday, please? Book it for 5 nights, and I'll need a flight, too. One way for now, in case I decide to stay longer." "Yes, of course, Mr. Sweeney. I'll get onto it straight away." Caleb left her to make the arrangements, took her call 15 minutes later to confirm his booking was all in place, then sat staring out of the window as he ran through his plan. He would fly out to New York on Thursday and check into the hotel. Then Friday morning he would find a cheap, inconspicuous rental car
and make the drive north to the cabin, spending Friday night there to ensure it was all prepared. That would leave a weekend window to get Nell, which was easier said than done. On his previous visit to the island, she had never been alone, always with her brother or Cutler. If he was going to get her by herself, he would have to lure her away. He mulled over possibilities of how he would do that, knowing there was an element of risk attached to each of them. He needed 5 minutes alone with her. She wouldn't come willingly, so he would need to subdue her to get her into the trunk of the car. A gun would be easiest. He couldn't take his own weapon, wouldn't be able to get it on board the flight. But he knew a guy in New York who could pick one up, no questions asked, for the right price. Getting Nell off the island was going to be the tricky part and would require sedation or restraints, possibly both, to keep her quiet on the ferry ride back. Once they were on the mainland, it should be a breeze getting her up to the cabin, and when they were there and alone, he would have the precious time he needed with her to find out if there was anything worth saving from their relationship. He didn't want her to die, still chose to believe that with a firm hand and time, she could be redeemed. But he had to prepare himself for that eventuality, and knew if she refused to see things from his point of view, he wouldn't be able to let her walk out of the cabin alive. And if it reached that conclusion, and things were really over between them, then he was going to enjoy killing her. 30. When Alex had said he was going to take her home, Nell assumed he planned to drop her off at the guest house. Although they hadn't spent a night apart since the party at Maloney's, something had shifted in the hours since Michael's attack, and she figured he wanted time alone. So she was surprised when he drove her back to his place. She didn't make comment, too exhausted to get into a discussion about how things stood between them, at least for tonight, and part of her was grateful, as much as she hated to admit it, being alone in the guest house after her encounter with the masked intruder still unnerved her. Neither of them had said much on the ride back, and after unlocking the door, Alex announced his intention to take the dogs for a walk along the beach. Nell could tell something was eating at him. Didn't doubt part of it was worry about Michael, but suspected there was also something else. Trying to push it to the back of her mind, she helped herself to a beer out of the refrigerator, popped the tab, and took a long swig, enjoying the coolness against her dry throat. Beer in hand, she headed upstairs for a shower, keen to get out of the clothes she had been sitting around in all day. As she stood under the hot spray, her thoughts inevitably went back to her brother. The doctor said he was stable, but she wouldn't be convinced he was out of the woods until he was awake. She wasn't a pessimist, but it was difficult to not measure her return to purity by a series of disturbing occurrences. From the gruesome find of the head on the beach and whoever was trying to spook her at the guest house, to Luke being shot and now Michael being attacked, it was hard not to question if they were all somehow connected. It appeared Michael had disturbed a robbery. But would someone really beat him half to death over building equipment? The question ate away at her as she stepped from the shower. Not wanting to put on the same clothes she had sat around in all day, she rummaged at Alex's closet and found a t-shirt and pair of sweatpants. Both were too big, but at least they were clean. Towel drying her hair, she grabbed her beer and headed back downstairs. The dogs were in the house, eating the food in their dishes. Teddy glanced up as she appeared before turning back to his dinner. Alex wasn't about, or so she thought until she felt the light breeze coming from the open French doors, and spied him sat out on the deck, looking out over the darkening ocean. Nell went outside, sliding into the bench seat beside him. He didn't look up, instead played with the rim of his wineglass and continued to look out to sea. "You've been distracted," Nell commented. She kept her tone light, had no energy for starting an argument. He was silent for a moment, and despite herself, she felt her hackles rise, convinced he was purposely ignoring her and wishing to hell he had taken her back to the guest house.
We had a breakthrough on the Penny Marr case today.
The head Nell had found on the beach. You did?
We found what we think is the rest of her, along with another victim.
Alex finally acknowledged Nell, turning to look at her, his green eyes dark and expression brooding in the fading light.
Penny wasn't the only one.
Nell felt her heartbeat quicken. How many are we talking about?
We're trying to figure that out.
Do you think you're dealing with a serial killer?
This isn't public knowledge. What I'm telling you is in confidence.
I won't breathe a word. Nell reached across, laid her hand over his and squeezed gently. Hurt when he pulled away.
I had to assign Michael's case to one of my deputies so I can deal with this.
I understand.
I wanted to do it myself, but this is big. He's a good cop.
I'm sure he is. It's okay. Alex shot her a look.
It's okay. You're being very reasonable now.
His tone was dripping with sarcasm.
This is your brother we're talking about. Don't you care?
He was trying to pull her into a fight she had no energy for. Look, I'm tired. I've been awake for hours and I'm worried about Michael. I am trying hard to be reasonable. But this is why you brought me here, to pick a fight? When Alex didn't answer, she changed tack. This isn't about not being able to work Michael's case or what happened today. You've been cold with me all day. What's going on, Alex? If you want me to go, I'll call a cab. But don't expect me to sit here and beg and plead with you to know what I'm supposed to have done wrong. I've been down that path before, and I won't go there again. Alex's jaw tightened, but he remained silent. Nell let out a shaky breath, furious for allowing herself to believe this was different, that he was different. Fine, I'm out of here. As she started to get to her feet, Alex reached out, caught her hand.
Wait.
Why?
Just wait, please.
Hesitantly, she sat back down and waited for him to speak.
I was married.
Nell's heart caught in her mouth. She waited for him to continue.
Back in Portland, I was married. Her name was Sophie, and we met in college. After we graduated, I joined the force, and she trained to become a veterinary technician. We were together for 6 years before we got married, just after I made detective with the Portland Police Bureau.
Alex angled Nell a look, as though expecting her to come at him with questions. She had plenty, but stayed silent, sensing this wasn't easy for him, and waited for him to continue on his own terms.
We were married 4 months when Sophie fell pregnant. Neither of us had planned on becoming parents so soon. We were only 27, but it didn't matter. We figured we would make it work. I started taking overtime and extra shifts, knew we would need the money, and I guess that's when we began fighting. I was tired, probably unreasonable. She felt neglected, like she was on her own all the time. She was 8 months pregnant when we had our last big fight. I was at work and she wanted me to stop by the store on the way home because we were out of pretzels. She'd had this crazy thing for them all the way through her pregnancy. Not long before my shift finished, a new case came in. I got off late, forgot to stop by the store. And when I arrived home, we had a huge fight over the stupid snacks. I went to bed and let her go out to get them herself. I was awoken a couple of hours later by a phone call. A couple of guys had pulled a carjacking after Sophie left the store. She had tried to stop them and they shot her in the stomach. She died shortly after arriving in hospital. The doctors fought to save our baby girl, but the injuries were too severe and she died before she was out of the womb. I guess I went off the rails after that. I threw myself into work, was hell-bent on trying to track down the guys responsible. I lost my temper a few times in volatile situations. My superiors were worried but cut me some slack, given what had happened. Eventually I burned out, hit rock bottom. That was when I knew I had to get out of the city, have a fresh start. I came here figuring small, sleepy island, easy pace of life, no drama and no commitments. He shot Nell a brief look. Despite the bleakness of his words, there was a wry humor in his eyes. Guess I got that wrong on all accounts. Nell knew Alex had a past, was aware of his reluctance to commit, but she hadn't expected his story to be so tragic. She tentatively reached over and placed her hand on his again, wanting to offer comfort, but certain any words she might offer would seem hollow, insincere. This time he didn't pull away, and she tightened her grip. She understood now the phone call about Michael must have conjured unwelcome memories. Wished she had known, and was mad at herself for doubting Alex, for making it about her, when he had needed time to deal with the reminder of what he had lost. They were silent, looking out at the black Atlantic, listening to the rising swell of the waves as they crashed against the shore. I never had that, she said eventually, what you had with Sophie. When I met Caleb, I was 27, but still ridiculously naive. He was this big-shot Chicago art dealer, and I was flattered he was showing any interest in me. He told me he liked my paintings, and also that he liked me. I'm ashamed to say I fell for his bullshit. For the first few months, he was a gentleman. He wined and dined me, took me to places I never imagined even existed. I was completely in awe and so eager to please. He began to exhibit my paintings, moved me into his home. He sent me flowers, bought me gifts, swooned over me to his friends. My life was freaking Disney perfect, and I was so pathetically grateful. I completely missed the cracks. It started so subtly. We were out with friends in a bar, and he got in a sulk, accused me of not paying him enough attention. Of course I laughed at him, told him he was being both ridiculous and pathetic. By the time we left the bar, he had worked himself up into a rage and somehow managed to convince me he was the victim and I had wronged him. I actually ended up apologizing to him. Things were okay for a couple of weeks. Then we were supposed to meet with Michael to celebrate my birthday. Caleb didn't want to go. He'd been dragging his heels. That was the first time he hit me. He punched me so hard I could barely see for 3 days. Again, though, it was my fault. He had been trying to make my birthday special, and I had ruined all his plans. My eye healed slowly, and he wouldn't let me leave the house, fearful someone would see. At first I was furious, couldn't believe he had hit me, but he was so contrite afterwards, mortified he had let me push him so far. I wanted to leave, but he begged me to stay. It was an accident, he would never do it again, and he was so sorry. For the next 2 weeks he was on his best behavior, a different person. He bought me flowers and gifts I was shallow enough to be dazzled by, and I was stupid enough to believe it had been a one-off, that maybe I had been to blame for antagonizing him. So we carried on, but more cracks started to appear. He wouldn't let me see my brother, disapproved of my friends. Gradually, he began to cut me off from everyone. It was so subtle I never even noticed until I had no one else left to turn to. That was when things started to get really bad, when he knew he was in control of my life. A lot of it was psychological. I was clumsy, I was lazy, I was ungrateful, and I wasn't good enough for him.
I know it sounds contrived, but when you're constantly being told those things, you actually start to believe them. He criticized the way I dressed, the way I ate my food. He even found fault with my work. Meanwhile, he was my poor, long-suffering boyfriend, and he never missed an opportunity to remind me he paid for everything, that without him I was nothing. I learned to walk on eggshells around him. I knew he could lose his temper over the tiniest thing, so I tried desperately to please. Of course, I look back now and realize there was nothing I could have done. At the time, I thought it was my actions that led to him hitting me, tripping me up, or pushing me down the stairs. But even if I did everything right, when he was in one of those moods, he would find a reason to hurt me. It reached a point where I was too scared to leave him. I actually accepted this was my life. He proposed to me and I accepted. Not because I loved him, but because I was frightened of him. It took me 5 years to come to my senses, to understand how fucked up my life was. Bella and Clark died, and the bastard wouldn't even let me go to their funerals. That was the catalyst. Something snapped, and I realized how pathetic I had become. That was when I knew I had to leave him, to get away somehow. And that's how I ended up back here. I've given up everything to get away from him, including my career. I know I can't ever try to sell my work again, because he will be able to find me. But you know what? It's a small price to pay for my freedom. As she had done with him, Alex remained silent, no words necessary. He released her hand, slipped his arm around her, and Nell let her head rest on his shoulder. They remained like that for a while, staring out to sea, both caught up in their own thoughts, while a few miles away a killer sat in his lair, plotting his next move. 31. Newt had barely slept, and Luke picked him up from the beach house, noting his brother looked like death warmed over. His plan had been to drop him off at the hospital, then head into work, and he had shown up wearing one of the expensive Italian suits he favored for the office, before quickly realizing Newt was going to require emotional support. Luke put a call into his secretary and told her he was going to need another day off. He figured he could deal with some of his workload on his laptop. As they headed down the hospital corridors to find Dr. Singh, his suit caught a few admiring glances from the nurses, stoking his ego. Michael was still unconscious, but Newt insisted on sitting with him. So Luke took himself off to the waiting room, shed his jacket and loosened his tie before setting up his laptop, figuring he might as well try and get a little work done. He was busy replying to emails when Nell and Alex arrived half an hour later. Alex was wearing his police blazer, and Nell was looking fresher than Newt, though there were still dark circles of worry around her eyes. So far, she had shown little emotion over what had happened. While Newt had been a blubbering mess, Nell had remained dry-eyed and stony-faced as they waited for news on her brother. Luke knew she was hurting as much as Newt, but found it fascinating how she seemed scared to show her true feelings, and was curious to know what had happened to make her build her walls so high. In part, she reminded him of his cousin, Jane. She had seldom shown emotion. Of course, Nell wasn't a hard-faced bitch like Jane, and she didn't look down on him either. Jane hadn't been capable of showing emotion. It wasn't fair to compare Nell to her. Any news? Luke set his laptop to one side and looked up at Alex. Not yet, but he's stable. Is Newt with him? Yeah, he wants to be there when Michael wakes up. I figured I'd stay out of everyone's hair and wait back here. I should go see him before I go, Alex said to Nell. Luke noted that as he spoke, he ran a hand down her back. Call me if there's any news. Nell kissed him goodbye, watching as Alex disappeared down the corridor. Luke had sensed tension between the pair of them the previous day, but whatever had caused it was gone. He was still struggling with them being together. Nell's involvement with Alex pulled her further from his reach, and he didn't like seeing another man's hands on her.
"You managed to get some rest?"
he asked, patting the empty seat beside him.
"Yeah, I didn't think my mind was going to switch off, but I was so tired I guess sleep was inevitable."
She sat down and turned to face him.
"How's Newt? Did he get any sleep?"
"Not really. I don't think he'll rest until Michael is awake."
"Hopefully that'll happen today."
Nell reached out, squeezed his hand, and leaned in close.
"You're a good brother, Luke. Newt's lucky to have you."
Luke swallowed hard and held onto the contact, aware he was growing hard. This close, he could smell the scent of her shampoo, feel her warm breath on his face, and it was driving him crazy. She was such a pleasing mix of contradictions, so fragile yet tough, at times guarded and refusing to show emotion, yet in moments like now reaching out to offer comfort. He had been a lucky man, able to use his looks and charm to get the women he wanted, but Nell was off limits. It was almost unbearable knowing he couldn't have her. Something must have changed in his expression because she was suddenly pulling back, dropping his hand, the look on her face slightly wary, as if she knew what he was thinking.
"Are you okay?"
"Yeah, sure, I'm fine." Nell glanced towards the door of the waiting room.
"I guess I should go check on Newt and Michael. I can bring back coffee. You want one?"
"Thanks." She gave him a prim smile, the openness of the moment gone, her walls back in place. Luke watched her leave the room, long legs in worn jeans, her blonde hair spilling over her shoulders in wild curls. He had felt the moment and knew she had too. He wanted her so badly, and he wasn't quite sure what the hell he was going to do about that. Jenna found Tommy coming out of the sizzling griddle, a cup of coffee in his hand as he headed into work. Impatiently, she parked by the curb, getting out of her car and hurrying across, casting a quick, worried glance around before she approached him, not wanting to raise any suspicion.
"We need to talk."
His expression was wary, and, like Jenna, he looked around the high street, checking no one was watching them.
"I'm on duty, Jenna. Can't this wait until later?"
"No, it can't. We need to talk right now." Tommy hesitated, his reluctance clear. He glanced around before roughly grabbing hold of her arm and pulling her into the alley that ran down the side of the diner. "What's up?"
"I heard about Michael O'Connor. He almost died."
Jenna punched her fist hard against the wall of Tommy's chest, frustration bubbling over.
"Is that how you deal with things?"
"What are you talking about?"
"Don't play all innocent, Tommy. I know you did it."
"No, I didn't." When Jenna continued to pummel at his chest with her fists, furious he was trying to deny it, he caught hold of her wrists and forced them down by her sides.
"I didn't do anything to Michael O'Connor, I swear."
"You said you were going to take care of things, get us out of this mess."
"I know I did, and I still plan to, but I promise you I didn't attack Michael. That wasn't me."
Jenna was silent. She had been so mad when she had found out about the attack, blaming Tommy for getting them further tangled up in this mess. He had assured her he would take care of the situation, and it had been easy to conclude he was the one responsible for Michael's attack. Fresh tears filled her eyes, and she swiped them away furiously.
"So if you didn't put Michael in the hospital, then who the hell did?"
Curtis Milbourne was riding his truck down the high street when he saw his wife emerge from the alleyway with Tommy Dolan a few feet behind her. Both of them had a shifty look about them, gave cursory glances up and down the road before heading off in separate directions. Rage burned inside him, fueled by the flames of wild turkey he drank a few minutes ago. Dolan had been the bane of his life for more years than Curtis could remember, and just looking at his face conjured unpleasant memories. Was Jenna cheating on him? The thought played on his mind, making him angry and mean.
They were going to have a little chat about that.
Michael awoke mid-morning on Wednesday. Nell was in the room with him, grateful to be away from Luke, and Newt had gone to fetch coffee and stretch his legs. Nell was holding his hand at the time, a whirlwind of thoughts circulating in her head as she replayed her conversation with Alex from the previous night, mulled over her brother's attack, and now wondered what the hell she was going to do about Luke. She had dismissed her suspicions, but the look he had given her as they had sat in the waiting room that morning had been unmistakable. He wanted her, and that left Nell feeling uncomfortable and guilty, worrying if she was in some way responsible for leading him on, and also disappointed as she had believed the pair of them could have been good friends. Still could be good friends, she corrected herself, though she knew it was difficult once attraction was involved. She was going to have to talk to him, tell him she didn't feel the same way, though he should know that, damn it. She was sleeping with one of his friends. More than sleeping with. Last night, her relationship with Alex had progressed to something deeper. Neither of them had defined it, but Nell had felt it. Knew he did, too, and when they had finally gone to bed, it had been about more than sex. Her thoughts were still on the predicament when she felt Michael's fingers move gently against her hand. "Oh my God! Michael, can you hear me? Are you awake?" She grasped at his hand with both of hers, willed him to move. When he did, he squeezed her hand, his eyes fluttering open. "No." His voice was croaky, weak. "Water. I need water." Nell glanced around at the pitcher, unsure if he was allowed to have any until the doctors had checked him. "Let me find a nurse." She let go of his hand, rushed from the room, colliding with Newt and Dr. Singh, who were deep in conversation in the hallway. "Michael's awake!" Newt's eyes widened, and he pushed past Nell, the doctor close behind him. Nell followed them back into the room and stood by the door as Dr. Singh performed a few routine checks. "Water," Michael repeated. "Can he have some?" Nell asked. "Just a few small sips to start off with. His throat will be dry." Nell poured half a glass as Newt sat by the bed and tightly gripped Michael's hand. As she helped her brother take a sip, Luke appeared in the doorway, a smile on his face. "I thought I heard a commotion. Welcome back, buddy." "Do you remember anything about what happened?" Newt asked. "Fucker hit me," Michael managed. He sipped more water. "That's why I'm here, right?" Nell grinned, relieved her brother hadn't lost any of his sense of humor. "You gave us one hell of a scare. I was worried we were going to lose you." He managed to smile for her. It was still weak, but the light was back in his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere." Alex headed straight over to the hospital as soon as he got the call from Nell, leaving Violet Marsden and her assistant working on the remains that had been pulled from the ocean. He had spoken with Stone first thing that morning, and was expecting him on the midday ferry, so was aware his visit to the hospital would have to be briefer than he would have liked. The most important thing was knowing Michael was okay. For now, it was more about checking in on him as his friend than it was about asking questions as the chief of police. He would send Kyle Mathis over to the hospital later in the day to take a statement, and only hoped Michael would be able to remember vital details that would help them catch his attacker. Newt, Luke, and Nell were all around his bedside when he walked in, and he was relieved to see his old friend propped up in bed, eyes alert and some color back in his cheeks. Michael shot him a contrite half-grin and looked a little uncomfortable. "Can you guys give us a moment alone?" Alex asked, thinking it best the pair of them try and clear the air without an audience. "Sure thing." Newt got up from the seat he'd been occupying beside Michael's bed, pushing Luke towards the door. Nell brushed past Alex and gave his hand a discreet, reassuring squeeze, before following the others down the corridor to the waiting room. Alex closed the door after them before taking the seat Newt had vacated.
"How are you feeling?" "Like someone smashed me in the head with an iron bar," Michael quipped. "Oh, wait, they did."
He managed a grin and was awkwardly silent for a moment, staring intently at his hands.
"Listen, Alex, I'm sorry I ragged on you about Nell." "It's okay. We should have told you instead of keeping it a secret."
"Yeah, you should have, but I understand why you were reluctant to do so." "I was a bit of an asshole about it."
"Yes, you were,"
Alex agreed, his tone dry. "But we'll move past it."
"So are you gonna catch the fucker who did this to me?"
"I'm gonna try. I'm guessing you didn't see who it was."
"I thought it was kids at first.
The door was unlocked, and I could hear someone hiding at the back of the unit. I was convinced it was those little Osborne assholes." "And you're sure it wasn't?" Michael looked affronted. "Are you suggesting two 13-year-olds could kick the shit out of me?" "I'm just asking the question." "I only saw the foot of the person who hit me. Black boot. Adult-sized. I have no idea who it was. I just know they wanted me to stay down." "Permanently going by your injuries," Alex agreed. "You're a lucky man, Michael O'Connor, that whoever attacked you couldn't crack through that thick skull of yours." Michael shot him a look. Smart-ass. "Kyle Mathis will stop by later, get a full statement from you. That okay?" "Sure. I want to get this son of a bitch." Michael looked contemplative for a moment. "So, have you figured out if you're in love with my sister yet?" Alex thought back to the previous night and how Nell had opened up to him. He could tell she hated the part of her that had been weak enough to stay with Caleb, that she had been shallow enough to fall for his lies and the materialistic life he had initially promised. She was embarrassed by her past, but she had no need to be because it had taken courage to leave him. She was far stronger than she gave herself credit for. "I'm getting there," he admitted, not yet ready to use the L word, but aware she was the only woman he had shared his own past with, knew the attraction between them was already something stronger than lust. "Good." Michael nodded, seeming satisfied with his answer. "Because the doctor tells me I'm going to be stuck in this bed for a while longer. So I'm going to need you to look out for her. She's your responsibility now." Alex didn't bother to point out he had been looking out for Nell all along. "You've got it," he agreed, "because it still worries me, knowing someone was out there taking shots at her. I won't let anything happen to her, I promise." "Good." Michael smiled. "I'm counting on it." 32. It's going to be near to impossible to get an ID on most of the body parts, as they're just bones, and pretty chewed-up bones at that, Violet Marsden told Alex and Hunter without preamble. "Unless you can bring me a list of names of potential victims we can try to run the DNA against. But I'm not hopeful. Once bodies have been in the water for more than a few weeks." "I'm in the process of compiling a report of missing persons from within a 500-mile radius," Hunter told her. "Let me cross-check and eliminate, then I'll get you a list." Violet shot a look at Alex, her lips twisting. "He's efficient, this friend of yours." Her comment brought a chuckle from Hunter, who seemed quite taken with the island's ME. "So what are you able to tell us at this stage?" he asked. "Well, you're looking at body parts from multiple victims, most probably. But getting any IDs is going to be near on impossible. Penelope Ma's limbs have ligature marks, suggesting she was restrained. Her body was cleanly cut, most likely with a cleaver or similar, and after death. But you see these slices here?" Violet lifted an arm, indicating a series of cuts. These were inflicted while she was still alive.
Are you able to tell cause of death?
Violet shook her head. I'm still working on that, Chief. These cuts wouldn't have killed. They were meant to torture. Sick bastard made sure he had his fun before he killed her. He seems to like his knives, yet there are no fatal stab wounds on her torso. So my guess would be he slit her throat, though I can't be sure at this stage.
How old are the oldest ones we're talking about?
Hunter asked. It's hard to say with bones in the ocean. It's not an exact science. Probably none of them are going to be much older than 5 years before the shrimps and the crabs and whatever else has them down to nothing. Looking at some of the slice marks on some of the fresher bones, though, I'd say we have the same guy working his vicious magic. He's obviously weighed them down and dropped them off in the same little dumping ground. And if our divers had found this many, just think how many more could be floating around undiscovered. He seems prolific, too, looking at the variety of different corpses we have here. Who knows? Hunter leaned back against the counter, jingling change in his pocket. He glanced at Alex. So we're quite possibly talking at least 2 or 3 kills a year. We have to catch this guy, and fast. They left Violet with her work. Hunter took half an hour to check into his hotel room, having decided it would be easier to stay overnight, before they reconvened in Alex's office early afternoon, to go over the Caroline Henderson file and the copies of the security footage Hunter had brought with him, showing the last known movements of both Caroline and Penny Marr. Alex studied the footage closely, agreeing with Hunter it was the same man in both videos. The staff weren't as much help in the bar where Caroline was last seen drinking. They didn't even remember her, let alone the guy who'd been talking to her. Our first bartender, the one who served Penny Marr, had been the most help. He remembered the guy, had been listening in, amused by their conversation. Said Penny was a little drunk and hitting on our guy. That he had seemed hesitant about leaving the bar with her. Hunter opened his briefcase. We got him to work with a sketch artist. The result isn't great, but it gives us something to go on. Alex studied the sketch, noting the man had a distinctive look, with light-colored shoulder-length hair, dark eyes, a mustache and goatee. Bartender put him at average height and build, said the hair looked bleached, had him pegged as a beach bum type.
And the staff in the bar Caroline was in, have they been shown this picture?
They have. As I say, they didn't remember him. The bar was far busier. I've been working with Buddy Hamilton, who pulled the Henderson case. He has copies of the sketch for distribution.
So we know he picks his victims up in bars. Alex mused. There's nothing to suggest they have been pre-targeted. And Penny left with him, which intimates he tries to get the women to go willingly. Of course, Caroline doesn't fit in with that unless she agreed to meet him outside. If not, why did he change his pattern?
There also could be an escalation between kills. Judging from the remains we've recovered, this might have been going on for years, but Penny and Caroline disappeared 2 weeks apart. If the killings had always been that close in the past, we'd have surely noticed all these women going missing.
That suggests he's unraveling, which makes him even more dangerous.
And unpredictable, Hunter agreed.
We need to figure out where he's taking them. His hunting ground covers a couple of 100 miles. So where is the killing carried out?
Has to be somewhere mobile. Hunter furrowed his brow, studying the sketch. Ms. Marsden said he likes to torture his victims before killing them. That requires seclusion and suggests he uses the same place, somewhere where he knows he has privacy and can take his time. Somewhere he can also dismember the bodies without fear of being caught. Maybe a truck or a van. He goes hunting for a victim, lures her away from the bar. They drive out somewhere nice and quiet in his van, then gets her in the back, overpowers her,
ties her up and has his wicked way with her. If he picks an isolated spot, no one is likely to disturb him, and he can take as long as he needs. Once she's dead, he dismembers the body, cleans himself up, then heads back to the marina and takes the remains of his victim out to sea. And once on the water, he heads to his same favorite spot to throw the remains overboard. Alex considered the theory. It made sense and would certainly explain why the killer was able to cover a wide area. That he chose a spot between East Haven and Purity as the dumping ground suggested he was local to the area. It would mean, as well as a van or a truck, the killer had access to a boat. Hardly a stretch, though, as most residents in the area owned a vessel. Purity was predominantly a fishing island, and both East Haven and Winchester were coastal towns with marinas. That's when it hit him. The killer used somewhere that gave him complete privacy. He looked at Hunter and gave a twisted smile. Maybe it's not a van or a truck he uses. Maybe he kills them on a boat. After spending an hour with her brother, satisfied he was on the road to recovery, Nell excused herself from the hospital to run some errands. As she left the bank, she walked along the high street back to where she had left her car, enjoying the cool but sunny day, when she spotted Jenna Milbourne coming out of the nail salon where she worked. She seemed distracted, checking her phone, then lighting a cigarette. As she paced along the sidewalk in front of the salon, Nell saw Curtis striding across the street towards her and watched as he roughly grabbed hold of her arm, his face red and angry as he swore at her. Jenna flinched, dropping her cigarette, protesting and trying to pull away as he clipped her around the head before dragging her into the alleyway beside the salon. "Hey!" Nell didn't even allow herself time to think, sprinting after them, her heart in her mouth. She recognized this scene, and although she had been a victim of it herself, she couldn't stand by and watch it happen to someone else. As she turned into the alleyway, Jenna had her head ducked and hands raised, trying to shield herself as Curtis screamed into her face. "You're a fucking liar, Jenna. I saw you with my own 2 eyes. "It was nothing, please. Nothing happened." "Do you think I'm not good enough for you?" His fist shot out from nowhere, punching Jenna hard in the gut. She gasped, trying to catch her breath, eyes filling with tears as she sunk to the floor. "Stop it! You're hurting her!" Curtis whirled on Nell, his face twisting in disgust as he recognized her. "Mind your own fucking business, O'Connor. This is between my wife and me." As though making a point, he reached down, grabbed Jenna by the throat, and yanked her to her feet. Nell took a cautious step forward, aware Curtis was irrational, angry, and, most likely, judging from the fumes coming off his breath, mean drunk. He squeezed the hand he had clamped round Jenna's throat, lifting her off her feet and causing her to gasp for air. "Stop it, Curtis, you'll kill her!" Nell reached for his arm and didn't have time to react when he suddenly backhanded her across the face. Dazed and tasting blood in her mouth, she staggered backwards out of the alley and onto the high street as Curtis advanced on her. "I told you to stop sticking your nose in private business," he sneered, his face close to hers, the stale smell of whiskey on his breath making her feel sick. "You're a pain in the ass. Someone needs to teach you a lesson." He poked her hard in the chest. On instinct, Nell grabbed hold of his finger and bent it back hard. Curtis squealed, his free hand swinging at her. This time she was quick enough to duck, but lost her balance in the process, landing uncomfortably on her butt. She was aware of yelling coming from down the street, of people running towards her as Curtis leaned down, grabbed her by the collar of her sweater, and prepared to swing his fist. Nell went for the nearest target, reaching her hand up between his legs, tightly squeezing him by the balls. He yowled in pain as she twisted hard,
releasing his grip on her sweater and stumbling back. Adrenaline searing through her veins, she clambered to her feet, barely aware of her cut lip or grazed hands. A small crowd had gathered. She was aware of someone's arm slide round her shoulders and turned to see Antonia. A couple of the women who worked with Jenna had rushed into the alleyway and were helping her to her feet, while two older gentlemen were trying to restrain Curtis, who was still crying with pain, his face red and contorted as he cupped his balls and swore at Nell. "You fucking bitch, O'Connor! I'm gonna knock your head off!"
"What the hell's going on?"
Nell turned at Alex's voice. He was with Tommy and a guy she didn't recognize. He was sleekly dressed and had chiseled features. The Winchester detective, she presumed.
"I want to press charges,"
Curtis spluttered, staggering forward.
"Fucking bitch busted my balls."
"You hit her first," Antonia pointed out, "and there are half a dozen witnesses who saw you do it." Alex glanced at Nell, his expression darkening as he took in her cut lip.
"Bitch had it coming, poking her nose in my business."
He didn't get to finish his sentence. The breath whooshing out of him as in one fluid move, Alex had him pinned against the wall of the nail salon, his face mashed into the brickwork. As he yanked Curtis's hands behind his back, cuffing him and reading him his rights, Curtis began to protest.
"Wait, she assaulted me. You gonna arrest her too? Jenna will tell you what happened. Jenna?"
Nell glanced over at Jenna Milbourne, who was still flanked by her colleagues. Her eyes were tear-stained, and she looked apprehensively at her husband. For a moment, Nell thought she was going to rush to defend him, but mercifully she remained silent. Alex handed the still protesting Curtis over to Tommy.
"Put him in a cell. I'll be back in a bit."
"Sure thing, Chief." As Tommy escorted Curtis Milbourne away and the small crowd started to disperse, Alex turned to Nell and ran the pad of his thumb over her cut lip.
"You want to tell me what happened?"
She was still pumped up, the old familiar fear she had of being attacked, usurped by the fact she had fought back, giving as good as she had gotten, and although she was shaking, it occurred to her for the first time that the panic hadn't taken over. Her anger had been stronger. It felt like a victory. "I saw him beating up his wife, so I intervened." When Alex raised a brow, questioning the wisdom of her decision, she managed a weak smile. "Don't judge me by my split lip. It looks worse than it is. I did more damage to him than he did to me, I promise."
"It certainly looked that way as he hobbled off just now,"
Alex's detective friend interjected, agreeing with her, humor in his coffee-colored eyes. Alex relaxed slightly, though still kept a wary eye on her.
"Nell, meet Hunter Stone. He's the detective who's been working with us on the Penny Marr case. Hunter, this is Nell O'Connor. I'm not sure if you've just seen her at her worst or finest moment,"
he joked, sidestepping when Nell swiped at him.
"Hey, I'm staying on your good side. I've just seen what you do to men who piss you off."
"Good to meet you, Nell," Hunter told her, shaking her hand. "It's nice to meet you, too, and I'm sorry for what you just witnessed. I don't make a habit of brawling in the street."
Looked like he had it coming.
He smiled at Nell, even white teeth contrasting against his dark skin, kind eyes full of humor, and she warmed to him immediately.
"Hunter's staying on the island tonight. I thought we could take him out to dinner."
"Sure, that sounds nice. I guess I had better get my lip cleaned up." "We've a first aid box in the diner," Antonia offered. She had been hovering on the periphery, eyes all over Hunter Stone. "Coffee's on the house." "She makes great coffee," Nell told Hunter, who looked as though he was wavering.
"Well, then, I guess we can't say no."
Alex caught Nell by the hand and led the way to where Antonia directed them through to the kitchen at the back of the diner. He closed the door, giving them some privacy before pulling the first aid box down from the shelf.
"You're sure you're okay?"
He ran his hands up and down her arms.
"You're shaking."
My lip stings, and yes, I'm shaking. But other than that, I'm fine. He didn't get the better of me, Alex. I stood up for myself, and I didn't have a panic attack. Do you know how good that feels? Alex smiled as he cupped Nell's chin with one hand, inspecting the cut.
"It's not deep enough for stitches. You'll just look a little ugly for a while."
You're such a charmer. She was still spiked on adrenaline, but working her way down, and she appreciated the humor as it helped take her mind off the ugly situation with Curtis. She resisted wriggling as Alex cleaned the wound.
"I can't believe you took on Curtis Milbourne,"
he commented as he applied antiseptic cream, looking up to meet her eyes as he capped the tube. He was attacking his wife. I couldn't walk by and ignore it.
"I'm not sure your brother will agree. Can you stay away from the hospital until your lip is healed? My neck is going to be on the line for this."
He was teasing again, lightening the moment. I think he will be more concerned I had my hand on Curtis Milbourne's balls, Nell commented dryly, provoking a laugh from Alex. He settled his hands on her hips, pulled her up against him, brushing his lips against hers.
"As your boyfriend, I should have more of a problem with that,"
he told her lightly.
"The thing is, I've wanted to catch Curtis in the act for a while.
Jenna has always refused to press charges, but this time, I've got him. As you helped, I'll let the whole ball-touching thing slide." Whoa! Back up. Did you just use the B word?
"Balls?"
Alex asked innocently. No, you know what B word I meant. The lines around his eyes crinkled, his cheeks dimpling against that wide, cheeky grin Nell had fallen for.
"Ah, boyfriend. Yeah, I did. You have a problem with that, O'Connor?"
Nell slipped her arms around his neck. No problem. She ran her hands up into his hair, pulled him towards her for another kiss, this one longer, lingering, a little scared by the intensity of her feelings for him. It had never felt this way with Caleb. Alex broke the kiss first, leaning his forehead against hers.
"We should get back to Hunter. Did you see the look Antonio was giving him? I think she's planning on offering herself up for dessert."
Nell stifled a giggle. Better go rescue him. 33. Alex took great satisfaction in formally going through the arrest procedure. Although Curtis had spent the night in the cells on more than one occasion, it had previously been to cool off, and as Jenna always refused to take things further, they had never taken his prints or a DNA sample.
"I want to press charges against your girlfriend,"
Curtis protested as he was locked back in the cell after putting in a call to his lawyer.
"She was the one who assaulted me." "You have any witnesses for that?"
Alex asked mildly.
"My wife will be my witness." "You beat the crap out of your wife. She's hardly reliable." "You have no proof of that." "But I do have proof that you assaulted Nell and a dozen witnesses who saw you do it. Jenna may not press charges, but Nell will."
"Nell O'Connor is a troublemaking bitch. Everyone has noticed how people keep dying or getting hurt when she's around. It should have been her in the Dolan house that night." Tommy picked that moment to walk in the room, visibly flinching at the reminder.
"You agree, don't you, Tommy? Nell is the reason why Lizzie Kent is dead. I wish it had been her in your house that night."
"I have something you're going to want to see, Chief." Alex scowled at Curtis, glad they were separated by bars. He didn't want anything going wrong with this arrest. Ignoring the man, he followed Tommy out of the cells.
"What have you got?"
Tommy held out the plastic bag containing Curtis's possessions. Recognize anything? Alex spotted the matchbook right away. It was the same brand as the one they had found outside the guest house after Luke had been shot. Let's get his prints in the system and see if we get a match. It would have been sweet justice to find out that Curtis was the shooter at the guest house, so Alex was bitterly disappointed when they didn't get a match. He brooded in his office for a while, annoyed because he knew the assault charge for hitting Nell was unlikely to bring more than a slap on the wrist. It also meant that whoever was harassing her was still at large, and that pissed him off. She had been through enough. He forced his mind back to the serial killer case, and, knowing he didn't have any more time to waste on Curtis, he spoke with Hunter and Buddy Hamilton, the detective working the Caroline Henderson disappearance. Between them, they were compiling a list of registered boats in their jurisdictions. He cross-referenced the list for purity, eliminating several of the smaller vessels and any that didn't have cabins, knowing their perp would need room and privacy to kill and dismember his victims. As he worked, his mind kept going back to Curtis and the level of vitriol he had shown toward Nell following his arrest. The throwaway comment he had made about Lizzie Kent's murder ate at him. Curtis had said it should have been Nell in the house. Nothing odd there, as everyone knew Nell was supposed to babysit. But it was the way he had said that he wished it had been Nell. Although there was nothing incriminating in the words, it was the manner in which he had said them. As though he had been there. It was stupid. Alex knew he was clutching at straws, that his personal involvement with Nell was clouding his judgment when it came to Curtis. He forced himself to focus, but the comment continued to eat away at him. Curtis would have been about 19 when Lizzie was killed. He had always been a man who seemed to believe the world owed him a favor, and, in the few years Alex had known him, he had been involved in numerous shady deals. Was it that big a stretch to believe he would have wanted in on a home robbery? There was no evidence linking him to the crime. Just a crazy, biased hunch, and Alex had other priorities, but it didn't stop him taking time out to check Curtis's prints against the partial one that had been found on the knife that stabbed Lizzie. He didn't expect a match and was surprised that there was one, though the print on the knife hadn't been clear, so it wasn't conclusive. It was still enough to pull Curtis into the interrogation room. If he wanted to get a confession, Alex knew he was going to have to call Curtis's bluff. The man sat at the table looking cocky as hell, as though he held all the cards. His slimy lawyer, Winston Shakeshaft, had arrived and was by his side. "You were sloppy, Curtis." "How's that?" "Well, if you didn't keep beating up on women, you wouldn't have ended up in jail with your prints on file." Shakeshaft was quick to interject, pointing out that his client hadn't yet been found guilty of beating up anyone. Alex ignored him, aware he had Curtis's attention. "Now we have your prints, we can run them against other crimes." "I don't know what you're talking about." "You know there was a print found on the knife that was used to stab Lizzie Kent." Curtis glanced at his lawyer and swallowed hard. "What has that got to do with me?" "You can quit playing games, Curtis. The print is a match. We know it was you in the house with Roy Dolan that night. Your print is on the knife. You killed Lizzie." "Don't say a word," Shakeshaft advised. Curtis ignored him. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything." But he visibly paled, and Alex knew in that moment he might just be guilty. "Roy came up with a plan to rob his brother. You were in on it, and the pair of you broke into the house." "I didn't even know Roy." "Don't bullshit me. We have a witness who saw the pair of you together." Alex was clutching at straws now, but needed to get the confession. "Who?" "Don't answer, Curtis," Shakeshaft demanded. "You don't need to." "You broke into the house thinking it was going to be empty, but Lizzie, Tommy, and Emily were home.
Lizzie saw you, and you knew you had to silence her. I'm guessing you killed Roy, too, wanting all of the money to yourself. But Tommy saw you, and you had to run empty-handed. I didn't kill Roy! You got greedy, didn't you, Curtis? Was 50% not enough? Did you go there on the night planning to kill Roy? I didn't kill Roy! Curtis pushed back his chair and clambered to his feet. Lizzie was the one who killed Roy. Shakeshaft gaped, while Alex sat back in his chair, regarding Curtis with a gloating smile. Got you now, you fucker. And how would you know that, unless you were there? Realizing the magnitude of the situation, Curtis wavered before dropping back down into his own chair. His bottom lip was shaking. It was an accident. The house was supposed to be empty. Lizzie had the knife and I was trying to get it off her. I didn't mean to kill her. He began to blub. Alex had no pity for him. Accident or not, he had killed a teenage girl and made so many others suffer as a consequence of his actions. He doubted the confession would ease the burden on those who had loved Lizzie Kent, but hoped it would at least bring them closure. Nell had gone back to Alex's place to walk and feed Teddy and Sasha, before heading up to the guest house to change for dinner. Although she tried to disguise her bloody lip as best as possible, it was still obvious she had been smacked in the face. Alex arrived at 7, and she could tell from his expression the second she opened the door that something was up. Panic bubbled in her throat. Is it Michael? Has something happened to him? Let's go sit down, okay? Damn it, Alex, is it Michael? Your brother's fine, but there's something else we need to talk about. What? Tell me. He took her arm and guided her through to the living room. Nell could feel her heartbeat racing, sickness knotting her belly. If it wasn't Michael, then what the hell was it? Her legs were trembling, so she didn't protest when Alex eased her onto the couch, sat down beside her, and took her hands. Curtis confessed to killing Lizzie this afternoon. Nell wasn't quite sure she had heard him right. What? Curtis killed Lizzie. He's going to jail, Nell. We've got him. The words wouldn't come, her head pounding as she tried to process the news. She tightened her grip on Alex's hands, needing to anchor herself to something real, unsure how she was supposed to react. The words came eventually. What happened? Alex explained about the print on the knife and the interview with Curtis and his lawyer, and Nell listened numbly as a surge of emotions rose inside her. Relief, guilt, sadness, and anger. I can't believe you got him, Nell whispered. Thank you. Do her folks know? I just stopped by their place on the way here. How did they take it? They were sad but relieved. It was a lot for them to take in. Nell was quiet for a moment. I can't believe it's finally over. She pulled her hand away, swiping angrily at the tears pricking her eyes. I didn't want to tell you over the phone. I appreciate that. You want me to cancel the restaurant? Hunter will understand. No. Lizzie's killer had been caught. Knowing it was Curtis Milbourne was a lot to take in. But this was good news. Lizzie would finally have justice. Dinner offered normality, and she needed normality right now. I'm ready to go. It's just dinner. Nell forced a smile. I'll be fine. The three of them went to a fish restaurant along the seafront to eat. And although they talked briefly about Curtis Milbourne, Nell was aware that Alex and Hunter were doing their best to keep her mind off the subject. Initially, she was subdued, unable to get Curtis or Lizzie out of her thoughts. But as Hunter began recounting tales from past cases, including those he had worked with Alex,
when they had both been detectives with the Portland Police Bureau. She found herself being drawn into the conversation. Nell liked him a lot, found his stories fascinating, his delivery witty, and she liked learning snippets about Alex's past. Hunter was smooth and laid back, with an easygoing nature and a dry sense of humor that was similar to Alex's. She understood why the two of them were friends, and was glad he was the detective assigned to the Penelope Marr case, giving them a chance to work together again. She was surprised to find out he was married, had been for several years, to his childhood sweetheart. He struck her as a ladies' man, flirtatious, charming the pants off the waitress who was serving them. She had soon learned, though, he was like that with everyone, and he had even played along with Antonia's little crush back at the diner, turning up the smile and having her giggling like a teenager. Conversation inevitably turned to the case they were working. Nell knew they were limited in what they could discuss in front of her, and she had been respectful not to push Alex for information she knew he couldn't share. But they did open up about some of the details, and she listened with interest as she picked at her lobster, a little unnerved by their theory the killer lived close to home, and also that another woman had gone missing, that whoever was responsible for the murders appeared to be escalating their activities. She couldn't help but think back to the last night she had been alone at the guest house and the masked man who had scared the hell out of her before Alex had shown up, though she told herself there was no way the two things could be connected. Whoever had spooked her that night had to be the person who had shot Luke, and the person who had broken into the guest house and left the picture of Lizzie for her to find. It crossed her mind. Could it have been Curtis? "Are you thinking about your friend again?" Hunter asked, filling up her wine glass. He had ordered a good bottle of white to go with the fish platter that he and Nell were sharing, while Alex, who had volunteered to drive, nursed a beer. Nell sipped her wine, contemplative. Yeah, it's a lot to process. And now with everything that's been happening at the guest house, I keep wondering if... She trailed off. Alex caught her hand. "It's not Curtis. I wish it was, but he's not the one who has been harassing you." "He killed Lizzie, though, and her picture was left for me to find." "His prints didn't match the matchbox now. Besides, I checked it out, and he has a solid alibi. He was drinking in the bar with lots of witnesses. He even picked a fight with one of them. Curtis killed Lizzie, but he's not responsible for what has been happening to you. I will find whoever is, though, I promise." "Maybe it's not personally about you, but the house." Hunter speared a piece of asparagus with his fork, popping it in his mouth as he looked up. They had briefly discussed the incidents up at the guest house while they had been waiting for their food. "If you ask me, I'd be questioning if someone is trying to drive you out of the house, and why." Alex narrowed his eyes, considering. The picture was personal. Whoever left it there for Nell to find was trying to spook her about Lizzie. But were they? Everyone knows about Lizzie Kent's murder, right? And they know Nell was supposed to babysit. What if it was a means to an end to scare her? I mean, has anything else happened to you that connects to Lizzie? Her brother Sam has made it clear he's not happy to see me. He's pretty pissed, Alex added. He certainly didn't hold back when I spoke to him. Pissed, yes, Hunter pushed. He's mad you've come back, and he has anger issues over what happened to his sister. Think about it, though. Why would he go to lengths to break into your house and scare you if he's going to shoot his mouth off to everyone about how much he hates you anyway? Nell hadn't looked at it that way, and guessed Hunter had a point. So if it's not about Lizzie, then what is the issue? Alex's question was as much to himself as it was to Nell and Hunter. What reason would someone have to want to drive her off the island? Or just out of the house? You said your brother is in hospital? Yes, he disturbed a robbery where he works.
And he has been helping you renovate the house, right?
He has.
What if the attack on him is also connected to the house? You're living there. He's working there. Someone doesn't want either of you in that place.
Nell glanced at Alex, curious to know what he was thinking. Hunter had come in with an outside perspective and managed to set her train of thought on a whole new track.
It's something I hadn't considered, he admitted. The picture, the shooting, the masked intruder. I figured it was all about Nell.
And you would.
Hunter took a sip of his wine. Because you're blinkered. I get that.
She's a pretty lady. He treated Nell to his killer smile, and she flushed, still uncomfortable with receiving compliments. She had never had any from Caleb, who preferred to run her down, and they felt a little alien to her. They stayed in the restaurant until late, Hunter ordering a second bottle of wine that he proceeded to drink most of, though Nell still felt a little lightheaded as they got up to leave their table. They said goodnight to him, watching him walk in a surprisingly straight line across the street to his hotel, before making their way to where they were parked. "Do you think he could be right about the guest house?" Nell asked, slipping on her seatbelt.
Hunter's a smart guy,
Alex mused, backing the Jeep out of the parking spot and heading out towards the coastal road that led up into the hills.
It's something I hadn't considered. But what he said does make sense. It could be whoever attacked Michael is the same person who shot Luke and tried to scare you.
But why, though? Why would someone want the house empty?
Could it have anything to do with your cousin? He went a little off the rails after your aunt died.
"I should have come back then," Nell murmured, hating herself for staying away. "He should never have been alone in the house after Bella died."
There's no point blaming yourself. What happened to Clark was an accident.
He was right, but it didn't stop the guilt.
I forgot to tell you, I checked out Sarah Treadwell.
You did?
There's no trace of her after she left the guest house.
What do you mean there's no trace? Alex briefly took his eyes off the road to glance at Nell.
I mean there are no addresses, no further employment records, and no transactions on her credit cards. She just disappeared.
You think something happened to her?
Either that or she was running from something and wanted to disappear.
Nell was silent, her mind churning. Finally she spoke. Do you think Clark had something to do with that?
It's impossible to say, but when I get some free time, I promise I'll look into it further.
Alex reached across and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze.
Your cousin was a good guy. I'm sure it's nothing sinister.
They were staying at the guest house tonight, and Nell found she was now dreading returning. Much as she was tempted to tell Alex to turn the Jeep around and go back to his place, she held her ground and reminded herself the house held happy memories. It looked ominously black as they pulled into the driveway, though, and she wished she had left a light on downstairs to make their return more welcoming. As soon as she had unlocked the door and reset the alarm, she reached for the table lamp on the reception desk, keen to add some warmth to the place. Alex tossed his keys on the counter and slipped his arms around her.
You okay? What Hunter said back there didn't spook you, right?
A little, she admitted. Though I know it's stupid. I should be relieved if it's the house and not me, I guess.
Try not to overthink it, okay? We'll figure it out, I promise.
He kissed her on the nose, swatting her gently on the butt.
How's your mouth?
Sore. And ugly, apparently, Nell pouted, winking at him as she backed away towards the staircase. I'm going to go upstairs and take my makeup off. Flicking on the stairwell lights, she made her way up to the second floor. The hallway looked completely different since it had been redecorated, the walls fresher with cream paint, the scent of it still lingering in the air. She pushed open the door to her bedroom, surprised to find it shut, convinced she had left it ajar, and flicked on the light switch. Written on the wall above her bed, ruining the soft gray paint, were crude red letters. Get out. For a second she was rooted to the spot, unable to take her eyes off the words. Then she slowly looked around her, half afraid in case whoever was responsible was still in the house. Her eyes went to the bathroom. The door was ajar and the room dark. Was someone hiding in there? Slowly she backed out of the room. Alex? He didn't answer immediately, so she called again, louder, hating the edge of panic in her tone. Alex! This time she heard him on the stairs below. He joined her on the landing. Nell, what's wrong? She couldn't find the words, simply pointed to the bedroom. He strode ahead of her and stepped inside. What the fuck? Looks like blood. Nell stayed on the landing, her insides knotted with a mixture of fear and anger. She wanted to join Alex, but found she was rooted to the spot, too afraid to follow alongside him, and terrified of what might be waiting for them. 34. 2005. A week had passed since Jenna's text to Tommy. In the cold light of day, when she was thinking more rationally, the plan to get revenge on Sarah seemed a little ridiculous. She didn't like the woman, hated that she was flirting with her boyfriend. But in another couple of weeks, Luke would be gone, the temptation removed, and Sarah's summer job would be coming to an end. Jenna hated Sarah for what she had done, but it was easier to live with things knowing she would be gone soon. Or so she thought. She had finished cheerleading practice one Thursday afternoon when she received a text from Luke saying he was busy packing for college and couldn't pick her up. Jenna offered to stop by and help him, annoyed when he turned her down. She caught a ride with her friend Katie, and they stopped off for ice cream on the way home. As they sat outside on the deck at the ice cream parlor 20 minutes later, eating sundaes, Paige Whitaker started poking her nose in, asking awkward questions. How come Luke didn't pick you up today? She wanted to know. He's busy packing. Jenna tried to keep her tone nonchalant. He has a lot to do before he goes to college. Paige was blonde and pouty and the only girl on the squad Jenna didn't like. It always felt like she was trying to get one up on Jenna or make her look stupid. Is that so? I thought you two lovebirds would have been spending every moment you could together before he leaves. I'm seeing him later, Jenna said tightly. It was a lie. They had no plans. But there was no need for Paige to know that. She continued to eat her sundae, though the ice cream had lost its appeal. And while she faked a smile for her friends, trying to put on a brave face, she was distracted, the worry about her relationship with Luke weighing heavily on her mind. 10 minutes later, her world hit rock bottom when she spotted his sports car drive by, Sarah Treadwell sitting in the passenger seat. Jenna dropped her spoon in the almost empty glass, sickness rising into her throat, and for a moment she struggled to breathe. Pull yourself together. You don't want the others to know. But it was too late, she realized, as Paige turned to her with a gloating smile. I guess Luke got done early with his packing, she smirked. Jenna held herself together during the ride home, then threw herself on her bed and sobbed. Barely an hour passed when she received a text message from Tommy. I heard about Luke and Sarah. Do you want me to come over? XX. She swiped at her tears. Mortified word had already spread, no doubt thanks to that bitch, Paige Whitaker. Furiously, she fired a text back. I want to be alone. Her screen immediately lit up with a reply. No worries. Let me know if you need anything. XX. She heard from Luke later that night when he showed up on her doorstep. He looked contrite, and Jenna realized he knew he had been seen. He didn't try to deny it, but he did spend a few minutes trying to convince her that nothing had happened. I had to run to the grocery store, he told her. Sarah was there when I came out and she was having car trouble. I just gave her a ride back to the guest house."
"That was chivalrous of you."
Well, I could hardly leave her stranded.
"So her car is still there now?"
"We called a tow truck before we left."
"How convenient."
Luke let out a sigh. "You're being unreasonable, Jenna."
"Am I?"
"Yes, you are. What would you have had me do? I don't know why you're being like this. I try to help someone out, and now I'm being made out to be a bad guy." He was being frustratingly smooth with an answer for everything, and now twisting things around, presenting himself as the victim.
"Maybe I'm being like this because I hate being played for a fool. I know you like her. Are you going to deny it?"
"She's a pretty lady," Luke admitted, "but you are overreacting." He picked at an invisible fleck of dust on the comforter and seemed to be looking for the right words for what he wanted to say next. "I'm off to college in 10 days.
"I'm aware of that."
And we're going to be over 500 miles apart."
"Your point is?"
Jenna asked tartly, ignoring the sliver of dread snaking its way into her belly. "I don't see how things are going to work between us, especially when you're already paranoid."
"I'm being paranoid with good reason."
"No, you're not. And when I'm at Penn, you're going to be worrying about all the girls I am with there."
"I won't."
"We both know that's a lie." Luke looked at her with those vivid blue eyes she loved so much. "I deserve to have some freedom while I'm at college, Jenna, just as you deserve to have freedom back here. We can't hold each other back."
"Are you breaking up with me?"
"I think it's best if we have a break from each other for a while." And in that moment, Jenna's world, as she knew it, ended. She spent 20 minutes begging him to change his mind, even saying she would overlook the whole Sarah thing. When Luke refused to reconsider, told her his mind was firmly made up, her tears turned to anger and she kicked him out of the house. Over the next 2 hours, she went from shock and sadness to self-pity and mortification. How was she going to face her friends? They all knew Luke had cheated on her, and now he'd dumped her. The self-pity and mortification soon manifested into bitterness and rage. She needed a target for her anger and focused on Sarah Treadwell, convinced if she hadn't shown up in purity, her relationship wouldn't have fallen apart. Sarah would pay for what she had done. Jenna spent the next 2 days in her PJs, refusing to leave the house, not ready to face anyone, and desperate to plot her revenge against Sarah. She considered and discounted a dozen possibilities. Knew she wanted to cause the woman pain and humiliation, but not actually hurt her. The idea of using the pills came to her when she was looking in the medicine cabinet for painkillers, needing to numb the blinding headache she had from her continual crying. She looked at the bottle of laxatives, her mind working overtime, considering how she would be able to get Sarah to digest them. If they were crushed up small, they could probably be disguised in food. But how would she make this work? She could hardly show up at the guest house bearing food gifts. She had never spoken to Sarah before, and the woman probably knew she was Luke's girlfriend, so would automatically be suspicious. After giving it more thought, she picked up her cell phone and texted Tommy. "Are you still up for helping me? XX." It took only seconds for him to reply. "Sure, what's up? XX. Can you come over? XX." 15 minutes later, she opened the door to him, forcing a bright smile. She told him her idea as they drank from bottles of soda in the backyard. "I can't do it without your help, Tommy." He was immediately attentive. "What do you need me to do?" "If I make the brownies, can you get them to Sarah?" "I can try." "She likes chocolate, right?" "Yeah, I guess she does." "So, if I make a batch, crush in the pills and give them to you, you can take them over to the guest house. Make sure she eats one." "Are you sure this is safe?
We don't want to put her in the hospital or anything.
It's perfectly safe. My mom sometimes takes them, and she's a nurse. I don't want to hurt her, just give her an upset belly. Maybe make her a little sick.
Jenna thought of Luke and wished there was a way she could do the same to him, make him suffer for hurting her. But he would never accept brownies from her. He hadn't been in touch at all in the last couple of days, ignoring all of her texts and calls, and she suspected she wouldn't see or hear from him before he left for college. She would have to focus her revenge plans on Sarah. She made the brownies on Sunday afternoon while her mom was on shift. The directions on the bottle said to take 1 pill, but she wanted to make sure they were effective and also that Sarah suffered a little. So she crushed 4 into the dough mix, sprinkling plenty of cocoa powder in and adding extra chocolate to try and disguise any taste. When they were in the oven baking, she texted Tommy and told him to come over.
"Something smells good,"
he told her by way of greeting when she answered the door.
"That's the idea, but I wouldn't recommend you eat them."
"You're sure you want to do this?" he asked as she scooped the brownies up from the oven tray and laid them neatly in a Tupperware dish.
"Absolutely,"
Jenna told him, sealing the lid.
"Why, are you having second thoughts?"
"No." Tommy looked annoyed she was doubting him. "I already said I would help you. I just wanted to check you were definitely cool with it before there's no turning back." Jenna leaned back against the counter and gave him her most beseeching smile. He was growing into his looks, and she didn't doubt he would break hearts one day. But he was no Luke. She knew he adored her, though, and for that she was grateful. She was willing to throw him a carrot now and again.
"I am definitely cool with it. If not, I wouldn't have spent the morning baking."
"I want you to know that I appreciate your help with this, Tommy." She reached up to caress his cheek and turned up her smile.
"You're such a good friend, and I don't know what I would do without you."
She reached up on tiptoe, brushed her lips against his cheek, and felt him inhale sharply. Yes, he was worth keeping around. Tommy had been staying over at the guest house, and Jenna got his message a little after 5. As she got in her car, she felt both giddy and nervous, the idea of finally meeting Sarah face to face, making her palms clammy. She rang the front doorbell and waited as the seconds ticked by, listening to the sound of the waves crashing on the rocks below, relieved and disappointed when it was Tommy who opened the door. He must have sensed she was nervous and gave her a reassuring smile.
"It's all good," he whispered. "I showed her the brownies. Told her to help herself. She said they smelled great." "Where is she?" "In the kitchen. Why don't we go upstairs? It will seem less suspicious if we're not hovering around."
Jenna peered down the hallway in the direction of the kitchen, keen to see if the brownies had yet been touched. She guessed Tommy was right, though, and she followed him up the stairs to the 2nd floor, a little dubious when he opened the door to his bedroom. She didn't want him getting the wrong idea. Fortunately, Clark heard them and came bumbling down the hallway. "What you doing?" Tommy looked annoyed, but Jenna was relieved to see him. She never thought she would say that about Clark Golding. The guy was odd and hard work to be around. But she figured safety in numbers. At least with Clark present, Tommy wouldn't try anything.
"We're just hanging out,"
she told him, forcing a bright smile.
"You want to come join us?"
Tommy's expression darkened, but Clark seemed delighted. "We can play video games?"
"Sure, why not?"
Jenna agreed, the idea of spending her evening in a geek pad about as appealing as visiting the dentist. It beat the alternative of trying to fend off Tommy if he tried to hit on her, though. She wanted that like she wanted a hole in the head, but needed to keep him on her side. If he tried to kiss her and she rejected him, he could turn spiteful and tell Sarah about the brownies. She didn't need that. Clark fetched his Xbox and set it up to the television in Tommy's room. Jenna tried her best to feign interest in the racing game on the screen, but her mind kept wandering back to Sarah,
and whether the woman had yet sampled her brownies. "We should go check," she urged Tommy, as Clark ejected the game and was preparing to insert another disc.
"I guess we could go get a drink."
They left Clark to set up the new game, made their way down the hallway towards the stairs. Before they reached them, a gut-wrenching scream pierced through the old house.
"Sarah?"
Jenna paled. She wanted to see the woman vomiting, or at least stuck on the toilet. But the scream didn't sound good. It was pure agony. Tommy's eyes widened.
"What's happened? You said this was safe."
"It was! I swear it wasn't supposed to hurt her." He raced down the stairs and Jenna followed, her legs shaking. What if Sarah was badly injured or dead? She had baked the brownies, laced them with laxatives. Would she go to jail? The scream had come from the basement where Bella Golding housed the laundry facilities. The door was already ajar and Tommy reached it first, peering down the steps. Jenna noticed his face drain of color, and his chin started to wobble. "What is it?" When he didn't reply, she tried again. "What the hell is it, Tommy?" He had no words, and as Jenna joined him in the doorway, neither did she. Lying at the foot of the stairs, her neck twisted at an unusual angle, was Sarah. She wasn't moving, her eyes staring towards the ceiling, blood pouring from a wound in the back of her head. "Shit, Jenna," Tommy whispered, trying to take in the scene. "What have we done?" 35. After Nell had calmed down from the initial shock, anger had taken over that someone had broken into the house, had violated the place where she slept. They had moved rooms for the night, and Alex took a sample of the blood from the wall with him when he left the following morning. He was annoyed about the security system, keen to know how someone had managed to bypass it. Before going to bed, he had checked all of the doors and windows, finally concluding the intruder had entered through the unlocked conservatory window on the ground floor. Nell had promised him she hadn't left it open, and could only think that maybe one of Michael's laborers had. Both men showed for work 10 minutes after Alex had left. Nell had wondered if they would appear, given that Michael was in the hospital, but they seemed to know what they were supposed to be doing, so she left them to it. Shortly after they arrived, there was a loud knock at the door. Nell glanced back at Carlos, who was painting the hallway, hesitant to open it after the previous night's scare, then told herself to pull it together. Pete Morehouse, one of her brother's old friends, stood on the front step. Behind them, 2 men sat perched on the hood of a truck, having a smoke while they waited.
"Miss O'Connor."
Pete raised his cap, shuffling from foot to foot. "Hi, Pete. How are you?"
Good, thanks. I was sorry to hear about what happened to Michael."
"Thank you."
"Anyway, thing is, we've been to visit with him, the boys and I."
He hooked a thumb in the direction of the 2 men waiting behind him, who both waved a hand in greeting.
"We want to try and help. We're between jobs at the moment, so I told Michael we would come over and put in a few days' work on the guest house for you. Try to keep things ticking over while he can't be here."
Nell's jaw gaped before she found a smile, surprised and touched by the offer. "Thank you. That's so kind of you. I don't know what to say."
"No thanks necessary, Miss O'Connor. Your brother is a good man, and I know he would do the same for any of us. We're all mad as hell about what happened to him, and we want to do our bit to help."
"It's Nell, please, and thank you so much." She wouldn't have the first clue to tell them what to do, but fortunately, Michael had been clear in his directions when he spoke with Pete at the hospital, and his guys brought in the jackhammer, ready to tackle the concrete floor in the conservatory where the pool was going to be. Feeling redundant, Nell made coffees for everyone, then took herself upstairs with a tin of paint to sort out the damage to her bedroom. Alex had already cleaned the blood off the wall as best he could, but the words were still visible and Nell wanted them gone, though even with the wall freshly painted, her bedroom still felt violated. Someone had been in here, possibly going through her stuff, kneeling on the bed where she slept. It left her feeling uncomfortable, and the sooner the attic was converted and she could move upstairs, the better. Figuring she should visit Michael, she changed out of the old paint-splattered cargo pants she had been using to work in, assessed her reflection in the bathroom mirror, scowling at the bruising around her cut lip. She spent a few minutes attempting to disguise it with powder, knowing her brother would go nuts when he learned about her fight with Curtis Milbourne. He was still recovering, and she didn't want to do anything to risk raising his blood pressure. Her efforts were wasted, as her face was the first thing Michael zoned in on when she walked into the hospital room. He had been mid-conversation with Newt, who was sitting loyally by his bedside, and they both glanced up, hearing Nell's footsteps. "Did you walk into a door?" Michael asked sharply. "It's a long story and perhaps better saved for another day." Newt shot her a knowing glance, and she guessed he already knew some of what had happened. Word had spread quickly, probably thanks to Antonia. Her old high school friend had a heart of gold, but did love to gossip. She wasn't sure if he yet knew about Curtis being charged with Lizzie's murder. Michael held up his hands and glanced down at the bed. "I have time." Nell pulled up a chair and explained as casually as she could about confronting Curtis. She played down the swing he had taken at her, instead focusing on the part of the story where she had left him writhing in agony. She could see Michael's face reddening, a vein throbbing in his forehead. "Did you know about this?" he fumed at Newt. "No, of course not." "Well, I might have heard a rumor." "Great, just great, so you're all keeping me in the dark again. And you both wonder why I worry." "He killed Lizzie, Michael." "He what?" "Alex arrested him and ran his prints against the knife used to stab Lizzie. He did it. He's guilty. He confessed." She could see Michael needed a moment to process the news. Newt looked shocked, too. "Curtis killed Lizzie?" he questioned. "Curtis Milbourne?" "He did. It's crazy, isn't it?" "So you didn't just confront a wife-beater. He's a murderer, too." "Look, I know you're mad at me for getting involved between Curtis and Jenna. But if I hadn't, Alex wouldn't have been able to link Curtis to Lizzie. He's going to go to jail, Michael, and the Kents finally have some closure." She could see her brother was torn, and although he was still mad about her intervening, he also understood how big a deal it was to her, knowing that Lizzie's killer had been caught after all this time. Nell kept her visit brief, aware that just looking at her bruised face was annoying him. Thankfully, she hadn't told him about the break-in at the guest house last night. He didn't need any other surprises to raise his blood pressure. She would feel safer being alone if she had a gun for protection. But Alex wouldn't hand over the weapon he had bought her, and she couldn't blame him, given her terrible aim. He had promised to take her back to the range for another practice, but he was so busy with work that Nell didn't like to push the issue. She supposed there was nothing to stop her going by herself. She wasn't much use at the guest house at the moment, and had time to spare. On a whim, she turned the car around, heading down to the ferry port. She found the range okay, feeling nervous when she first walked in, but the guy on the front desk was friendly, renting her a gun and ammo, asking her if she had been before, and talking her through everything. She thanked him and waited until he was gone before firing the gun, not wanting him to see her embarrassing aim. Safety glasses on, ear protectors in place, she positioned herself as Alex had taught her, lined the gun up with the bullseye and squeezed the trigger, cursing in frustration when she completely missed the target. How could this be so difficult? She finished the round, missing every shot, frustration bubbling up into anger. Part of her wanted to have a petulant fit and walk away, except she couldn't do this. "You won't ever do it if you give up now. Don't be a quitter." Nell drew in a deep breath, trying to ease the knot of tension between her shoulder blades. She wasn't a quitter. 40 minutes later, she hit just inside the target and fist-pumped the air, doing a little dance of satisfaction. She left the range knowing she wasn't quite there yet, but her aim was improving. Unfortunately, her bank balance had taken a hit as she had recklessly plowed her way through ammo. But it didn't wipe the smile off her face as she followed the country road that wound through forest land back up to the main highway. She was singing along to the radio, a couple of miles from the shooting range, her mood brighter than it had been all day, when her tire blew and she gripped both hands tightly on the wheel as she lost control of the car, veering sharply from one side of the road to the other, wrestling for control and swearing loudly as she edged closer to the trees at the side of the road. There was nothing she could do to avoid the collision, and she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for impact, jolting forward hard against her seatbelt as she crashed. Everything went still, the awful sound of scraping metal followed by an eerie silence. She cracked open an eye, found herself face to face with a large oak tree, the hood of the car crumpled up, almost beyond recognition. Letting out a shaky breath, she glanced down at her body, wiggled her toes, barely believing she was okay and had no apparent injuries, especially given the messed-up state of the car. As she reached for her purse, figuring she had better call for a tow truck, her car groaned loudly, and something inside the engine began to hiss. Maybe she would call for a tow truck from the side of the road. Neither the driver nor passenger door would open, so Nell wound down her window, clambering out. As she landed on her knees with an ungraceful thud, she heard the sound of an engine in the distance and looked up to see a dark car on the road approaching from the direction of the shooting range. She started to get to her feet, hoping to wave the driver down, but he hadn't spotted her and took a turn off the road before she could alert him. Her legs were shaking as she brushed her palms down her jeans, and her head was starting to throb, so she sat down on the side of the road. With trembling fingers, she pulled her cell phone from her purse, deciding she would call Alex instead, needing to hear a familiar voice. He sounded in a good mood when he answered the phone, though that changed when Nell told him about the accident. "Where are you?" Her location brought an exasperated sigh, but he didn't make comment, seeming more concerned she was okay. "I bashed my head on the steering wheel, but I'm okay. Nothing is broken and no body parts have fallen off." "It's not funny, Nell. I'm calling an ambulance. What happened to the airbag?" "I guess it didn't go off. I'm fine, honestly, just a little shaken up." "Have you reported it to the local police?" "Not yet. I called you first." "Okay, let me make a couple of calls. I'll call you back." "Alex, there's no need to—" He had already hung up, and Nell threw the phone back into her purse, frustrated. She glanced at her watch, wondering how long she would have to wait, hungry, thirsty, and needing to pee. 15 minutes passed. Her phone buzzed with a text alert. She fished it out of her purse, expecting it to be Alex. The number showed as unknown, and she frowned, opening the message. "I'm watching you." A trickle of fear ran down Nell's spine, and she warily glanced around at the empty road and woods. The afternoon sun cut through the trees, the sky a vivid blue, the only noise coming from the birds chirping overhead. She had managed to crash in a beautiful spot. It should have felt peaceful, but instead it now felt plain creepy. Hesitantly, she made her way to the trunk of the car, her heart thumping hard in her chest. She popped the lock and reached into the dark space for the lug wrench, the only potential weapon at hand. As she closed the trunk and started to turn away, another text arrived on her phone from the same number. "Look behind you." Nell swung around, eyes scouring the forest. At first she saw nothing, only the trees. Then a glisten caught her eye, and her focus was drawn to the steely, sharp blade and the figure holding it. He stood about 30 feet away, partly hidden by the trees, and was dressed in black, wearing a white mask. The same mask she had seen pressed against the kitchen door. Realizing he had her attention, he took a step forward, raised a gloved finger to his lips. Nell froze, the lug wrench tightly gripped in one hand, her cell phone in the other, panic clawing its way into her throat. Her heartbeat quickened as the familiar dread squeezed against her chest.
Not now. You can beat this, O'Connor.
She forced herself to focus, Alex's voice in her head urging her to control her breathing. The man stayed where he was, made no further attempt to move towards her, and she weighed up her options, keeping her eyes on him, fearful for the slightest movement. Her legs were leaden, but still she could attempt to get back in the car and wind up the window. Doing so would make her a sitting duck, though, and he could easily smash the glass if he wanted to get at her. The only other option was to run back to the shooting range. It was about a mile away, but if the panic really took hold, she would never outrun him. As though her body wanted to taunt her, a wave of nausea swept over her, and her breathing threatened to spin out of control.
Focus. Damn it, Nell.
As she continued to watch the masked man, wanting to make a move, but terrified that if she did, he would too, the familiar sound of an engine cut through the silence. Nell took her eyes off the man long enough to see a vehicle heading towards her. Finding her feet, she ran down the middle of the road, waving frantically for the car to stop, collapsing to the ground in relief as it slowed to a halt and an older woman got out, concern etched on her face.
Are you okay?
Nell nodded, struggling for breath.
I had an accident, and there was...
She glanced toward the trees, to where the masked man had stood, but he was no longer there. She met the woman's kindly eyes.
Can you help me, please?
36. It was after 7 when Nell finally arrived back on the island. Alex had collected her from the East Haven Police Department, where he had talked with the police chief, Rick Winslow, and a deputy had been dispatched to the scene of her accident. When they learned of the man with the knife in the woods, 2 further units had been sent, though, as Nell suspected, they found nothing. Despite her protestations, Alex insisted on taking her to the local ER to get checked over, and she headed home with a diagnosis of concussion and a course of painkillers.
I don't need these. I feel fine,
she grumbled on the ferry ride back to the island. He cut her a look.
You might have a different view about that tomorrow.
She was tired, hungry, and cranky, the adrenaline that had kicked in straight after the accident having ebbed away, and she could tell Alex was annoyed with her for coming over to the shooting range alone and without telling anyone, though he hadn't said anything as of yet.
Or I might feel fine,
she pouted, trying to bait him, annoyed when he didn't respond. Deciding to get the fight out of the way sooner rather than later, she added,
Look, I know you're pissed at me. Okay, so you might as well go ahead and say what it is you've got to say.
Alex's jaw tightened.
I already told you I would take you back to the shooting range.
You were busy with work and I was at a loose end. I wouldn't have gone if I'd known I was putting myself in danger. Nell tried to keep her tone calm.
There was a guy in a mask following you who had a knife.
He wasn't following me. He was in the woods. If my tire hadn't blown, I wouldn't have even seen him.
You think it was a coincidence he happened to be there? That he happened to have your cell number?
Nell was silent for a moment, feeling stupid for not seeing the obvious. You think he caused my accident? She asked quietly.
Rick is going to check the tires of your car, see if they were tampered with.
Do you think he followed me across on the ferry?
I think it's likely, yeah.
So he was waiting for me to come out of the shooting range? Nell's stomach dropped, the idea terrifying her.
You're sure there were no cars following you when you left?
I don't remember seeing any.
Focus, Nell. Think back. The woman who stopped for you, hers was the only other vehicle you saw on the road?
Nell tried to recount her journey. She had been ecstatic when she had left the shooting range, so pleased with herself for hitting the target. She remembered turning onto the country road, listening to the radio. It was their Throwback Thursday segment, and she had been singing her heart out to My Sharona when the tire blew. She couldn't remember seeing any other cars on the road at all. No, it was definitely just me. She paused, recalling the dark-colored car she had seen in the distance as she was climbing out of her busted-up Ford. Wait, there was one car. I saw it after I had crashed. It was on the road behind me, quite some distance away, though it turned off before it reached me. I was going to try and flag it down.
Alex gave a tight smile. Perhaps it's best you didn't.
You think it was the guy?
It's possible.
A shiver of fear trickled down Nell's back.
Oh. Did you see what kind of car it was or get the license plate?
No, it was too far away. I couldn't even be certain what color it was. I'd just crashed the car and my mind was all over the place.
It's okay.
Alex brushed his fingers through her hair.
It seems like whoever he was playing some kind of game. I don't think he actually wanted to hurt you, just scare you.
He messed with my tires. I'd say that was trying to hurt me.
Yeah, it was a dangerous game, but he had ample opportunity to get you if he wanted. Think about it. Deserted road, you had just crashed. He could easily have pulled up alongside your car and attacked you with the knife. But he didn't.
That's a comforting thought. Thanks for that. Nell turned towards the railings, looking out across the water to home. Hunter Stone had suggested whoever was trying to scare her had been doing so because of the guest house. But this felt personal. The idea she had been followed all the way to the shooting range, that her tires might have purposely been tampered with, was a lot to take on board. Alex slipped his arms around her waist.
You get now why I don't like you sneaking off? I know you don't want a babysitter. But until we figure out who the hell is harassing you, I don't like the idea of you being alone. I need to know you're safe, Nell. I won't lose you.
And suddenly she got it, understood things from his point of view. He had lost so much already. This was his second chance, one he had thought he wasn't going to get. The weight of that slammed hard in her chest, and in that moment she understood the depth of her own feelings, realized she had fallen head over heels in love with him. She turned in his arms, hugging him tightly. You won't lose me. No more running off, I promise. They picked up Teddy and Sasha on the way back to the guest house. It had been Nell's idea they come along, saying she wanted the canine company. Alex wasn't sure Michael would be happy having them running amok in the place he was renovating, but he agreed anyway, liking that Nell wanted to include his dogs. With both of them sat in the back of the Jeep, seeming delighted to be along for the ride, Teddy's big shaggy head poking out of the window, they stopped off to collect pizza, both hungry and neither wanting to cook. As Alex pulled into the driveway of the guest house, he was surprised to see Pete Morehouse's truck still there.
He works harder than your brother does,
he quipped, killing the ignition. I'll tell Michael you said that, Nell warned, stifling a smirk. Another engine sounded on the road behind them, headlights beaming brightly as the car turned into the drive and pulled to a halt behind the Jeep. Luke climbed out, concern etched on his face. I heard about what happened. He wore one of his expensive suits and looked as though he had come from the office. News travels quickly, Nell commented dryly, lifting the pizza box out of Teddy's reach as he made a lunge for it. Michael, I'm guessing. Alex had updated both Michael and Newt from East Haven, figuring word would quickly spread and it was better for Michael to hear what had happened from him first. As expected, Michael had blown a gasket. Alex didn't blame him, as he had been pretty mad at Nell himself. "I got a text from Newt. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, honestly, but thank you for asking." "How come you're out this way? You didn't drive all the way up here just to check on me, did you?" "I was over at Bob Pilgrim's place when I got Newt's message, so I thought I'd stop by, see if there was anything I could do." "I'm all good, but thank you." "You want to come in for a coffee or beer?" Alex offered. "Actually, I'm beat," Nell interrupted. "I just want to soak in the tub, some pizza and a glass of wine." She slipped her free arm around Alex's waist and looked at Luke. "I hope you don't mind." Luke hesitated. The smile he gave was a little tight around the edges, which had Alex narrowing his eyes, wondering what he had missed. "No, of course I don't. You've had a shock." He lingered for a moment, seeming reluctant to leave. "I see you already have company anyway." Nell glanced at the work truck. "Did Newt not tell you Pete Morehouse is helping us out while Michael is in the hospital?" "No, he didn't. I assumed work would be postponed until Michael had recovered." "Pete insisted on helping. I can't believe how sweet he is giving up his time like this." "Yeah, it's nice of him. He's a good guy." Luke hesitated. "Well, if you're certain there's nothing I can do." "There's nothing. We're fine, honest." He was offered a reprieve when the front door opened and Pete Morehouse stepped out, his expression troubled. "You okay, Pete?" "Chief Cutler, you need to come inside. There's something you should see." Alex exchanged a look with Nell. When she shrugged, he turned and followed Pete into the house. He heard footsteps and paws following. "What is it, Pete?" Morehouse led them down the hallway, walking quickly as though worried whatever he needed to show them might disappear. "We've been working on pulling up the conservatory floor. It's where Michael wants to put the pool. We got the concrete up and figured we may as well get a start on the digging. Well, What is it?" Alex repeated, keeping his tone patient. The man was spooked. "I think it's probably best if we show you." He took them through into the conservatory, where his two men had downed tools and were waiting. Alex recognized Jeff Hooper and Kevin McKinnon, noted both wore similarly shocked expressions. "It's down there." Pete pointed to a mound of freshly dug earth. "Jeff thought it was stones at first." Teddy eased his nose into Alex's hand, whining, and Alex gently pushed him away, grateful when Nell caught hold of his collar, keeping him back. He climbed down into the wide hole the men had created. "What is it?" Nell asked. There was a note of apprehension in her voice. Alex didn't answer straight away, recognizing the skull lying part buried in the soil as human. He got down onto his haunches, brushed dirt away to reveal more bones. "Alex, what is it?" This time it was Luke asking. He glanced up at Pete, ignoring the question. "You say you just uncovered this?" "Yeah, not even 5 minutes ago." Brushing his palms on his jeans, Alex stood up, looked at Nell, and gave a tight smile. "We're gonna have to put a hold on that pizza." Nell had turned white when she had seen the skeleton. Alex had tried to stop her looking, but she had pushed past him, needing to see for herself. Luke guessed it was a lot for her to take in, learning a body was buried under the floor of the house she was living in. Alex had acted quickly, clearing the scene and calling for backup, before ushering the group into the kitchen, asking them to wait in there. Nell made coffee for everyone, though left hers untouched, and she refused to sit despite Luke's best efforts to get her to slow down. "It's a lot to take in, and you're probably already in shock from everything that happened earlier," he told her gently, rubbing his hand on her arm, irritated when she pulled away. "I'm fine," she snapped, before softening her tone slightly. I would rather keep busy." He watched her find a bowl, filling it with water for the dogs, and told himself the slight was nothing personal. She had been through a lot the last couple of days, learning that Curtis had killed Lizzie. Now the car accident and this. Still, he found it frustrating that she wouldn't settle down or let him touch her. Jeff sat quietly, his pallor gray, though he was trying to put a brave face on the situation, while Kevin whined continually about needing to get home as his girlfriend was coming over. Luke listened to his grumbling while clenching and unclenching his fist, wishing he could punch it into Kevin's nose and shut him up. From the look on Pete's face, he was having similar thoughts. "Text her," he had suggested sharply. "I'm sure she will understand." Luke could tell Kevin didn't like Pete's idea, probably because then he wouldn't have anything to whine about. He shut up momentarily before locking his eyes on the pizza box sat on the counter. "Is anyone going to eat that?" Nell didn't even bother looking at him, fetching a plate and shoving it in his direction. "Help yourself." Kevin glanced around the group, looking sheepish. "Anyone else?" When no one replied, he pulled the box towards him and started tucking in. Teddy moved to sit beside him, staring up longingly and growing frustrated when he was ignored. It was too crowded in the damn kitchen, Sasha slurping water from the bowl, Teddy whimpering over the pizza, Jeff clearing his throat every few minutes, trying his best to be discreet, but becoming more irritating every time he did it, and Kevin cramming pizza into his mouth, sounding more disgusting than a pig. Luke actually preferred it when he had been whining. And then there was Nell, wired and pacing. He needed her to be still, needed some calm and quiet in the room so he could take everything in. After a busy day working and now this, was it too much to want some downtime? To be alone with his thoughts? Tommy Dolan and Dwight Halloran had both arrived within 15 minutes of Alex's call, accompanied by Violet Marsden. Tommy hadn't missed the opportunity to scowl in Luke's direction as they made eye contact. And then he was gone, locked away in the conservatory with Alex, Dwight, and Violet, leaving the others to wait. It was 40 minutes later when Alex eventually came through to the kitchen. He wore a scowl, peeling off latex gloves and tossing them in the trash before accepting the coffee Nell poured for him. "I want you to take Sasha and Teddy and go back to my place," he told her quietly. "I can wait here with you." "I'm going to be a while. Luke will give you a lift home." Alex shot a look at Luke. "That okay?" "Yeah, of course it is. No problem." Nell looked like she was going to argue the point. "This place is a crime scene, and I'd rather know you are safe out of the way. Go pour that glass of wine. Try and get some rest. I'll be home as soon as I can." She had pouted a little at Alex, but reluctantly agreed, disappearing upstairs to throw a few things into an overnight bag. "Is she okay?" Alex shot Luke a look. "She was in a car crash, terrorized by a guy with a knife, and now she's come home to find a dead body in the house. Would you be okay?" Luke must have looked visibly shocked, because Alex immediately softened his tone. "I'm sorry, that was unnecessary," he apologized, raking his hand back into his hair. He looked tired. "It's been a hell of a day. She's holding up, but I don't think she can take too much more. Thanks for agreeing to give her and the dogs a ride." "It's not a problem. Anything I can do to help." Luke was aware his words were a little stiff, but he was still bristling, despite Alex's apology. "I expect she's going to be feeling sore in the morning," he added, trying to push past it. Seeing Nell with Alex should be getting easier, but it wasn't. And that probably wasn't helped by Nell's coolness towards him, which he suspected had nothing to do with the day's events. "Yeah, she will." "You think this guy with the knife was personally harassing her? Or was it a case of wrong place, wrong time?" Alex cut him another look, ignored the question. "I'm just glad another car showed up when it did and got her out of there." He was just being cagey because it was an active investigation. Luke tried to ignore the slight. Yes, I bet Nell was relieved when the woman stopped. Can't imagine how scary it must have been for her. You know, I can stay with her tonight. I don't mind keeping her company. Something passed over Alex's face. Suspicion, annoyance, realization. And he narrowed his eyes. Luke's heartbeat quickened. He knows how I feel about Nell. It was stupid. He was tired and reading too much into the reaction. It was an innocent offer, and there was no way Alex would pick up from it that Luke wanted his girlfriend. That's not necessary. Nell's voice had both men looking up to where she stood halfway up the stairs, a canvas bag in her hand. She smiled stiffly. I just want some time to myself. It's been a long day. Of course, Luke agreed lightly. I can just drop you off and make sure you're safe, if that's what you want. Actually, on second thoughts, I think I'm going to head home for a quick shower and a change of clothes. I'll take Nell myself. Alex's tone gave nothing away. There's no need for you to wait about. You might as well go home, too. Are you sure? I don't mind. I'm sure. Luke glanced from Nell, who looked relieved, and back to Alex. His expression unreadable, and a queasy feeling rose in his belly. He had always been so good at covering his true feelings, at painting on a mask, having learned from a young age it was the only way he would survive life with his grandmother. But somehow the mask had slipped, and Alex had figured out how he truly felt about Nell. They had been friends for the last 5 years. How would this affect things between them going forward? Would Alex tell Michael and Newt? He had driven home, his head pounding as he replayed the scene in his head. Nell knew, and now Alex had figured it out too. How was he going to fix this? When he arrived home, he went straight to the cupboard where he kept the Jim Beam, poured himself a large measure, and downed the drink in one. The alcohol burned his throat, put welcome fire in his belly, and he refilled the glass, still reeling from the shock of the past 2 hours. He couldn't stop thinking about the body that had been uncovered at the guest house. How cool Nell had been towards him, and the look Alex had given him before he had left. And yet Nell still consumed his thoughts, and he wanted to know how she tasted, how her flesh would feel beneath his fingertips, how she would react to the things he longed to do to her. The fact she had cooled towards him made him want her even more. And he cursed himself, aware that he could have very well just lost Alex's friendship. He had drained his second glass when his phone rang, jarring him to his senses. Hello? Luke didn't recognize the number and figured it could be a work call. Is this Luke Traynor? Speaking. He scrubbed a hand over his face, trying to shake off where the alcohol was already blurring the edges. How may I help you? My name is Dr. Karen Lockwood. I was wondering if Stacy Monroe is with you. Luke squeezed the bridge of his nose between his thumb and forefinger, the reminder of Stacy conjuring unpleasant memories. I'm afraid she isn't. You said doctor, right? That's correct. I'm sorry to be calling you so late, but I'm worried about Stacy. Why? What has she done? Luke asked dubiously. She hasn't shown up to her last 3 appointments. Okay. Luke was silent for a moment. I didn't realize she was seeing a doctor. Is everything all right? Forgive me, Mr. Traynor. Your number was down as her emergency contact. I didn't realize, though, that she hadn't spoken to you about our sessions. Perhaps you could ask her to call me. Sessions? Why had Stacy been seeing a doctor for sessions? We broke up, he said abruptly. She moved out. There was a pause. Oh, I'm sorry. What kind of doctor are you? Why is she seeing you? I'm sorry, Mr. Traynor. I can't discuss Miss Monroe's case with you. Doctor and client confidentiality. Karen Lockwood was quick to end the call, thanking him for his time and apologizing for disturbing him. Luke immediately Googled her name, curious to know what kind of doctor Stacy was seeing. He found her straight away, an attractive older blonde who might have been his type, if she had been 20 years younger. He read a couple of articles on her, curious to know why Stacy had been seeing a psychiatrist. He noted Dr. Lockwood specialized in anger management. Stacy had been prone to unreasonable fits of rage and jealousy. It was what had driven them apart. Had she been seeking help for it? He poured a third glass of the Jim Beam and then a fourth before he stumbled through to the bedroom, pulling off his shirt and pants, dumping them on the easy chair in the corner of the room, and crawling into bed. The alcohol was meant to numb, but there was so much raging in his head right now. The currently inaccessible Nell. Not being able to have her was driving him crazy. Then there was the discovery of the body at the guest house, something he couldn't manage to shake from his mind. And now Stacy and her doctor. Why had Stacy been seeing a doctor, and why the hell, when he was trying his best to get past her, did he keep being reminded she was gone? Luke had worked so hard to build this life for himself, and he felt like it was slowly being taken away from him, despite his best efforts to make things work out for the best. He knew he probably shouldn't have had the alcohol, that it would have been wise to keep a clear head. But for now he needed numbness to quieten the thoughts in his head. He would figure things out in the morning. He had barely drifted off to sleep when he felt a dip in the mattress behind him, and for a moment in his dreams, he believed it could be Nell. He felt fingers run up the back of his neck into his hair, and he rolled over, startled as someone climbed on top of him, pinning him to the bed. Luke sucked in a breath, pain searing through the shoulder where he had been shot. As he struggled to fully focus, long hair trailed across his face. Surprise! Luke sucked in a breath, recognizing Stacy's voice. She had gone. She had left him. What the hell was she doing back here? Stacy, what are you doing? I missed you. You missed me? He felt his heartbeat quicken, recalling his conversation with her doctor. Stacy hadn't been attending her sessions, she had said. A week ago, he might have been relieved to have her back. He had missed her so much and had nothing but regret for the way things had ended. But time had passed, and he had reflected, come to terms with the fact she was gone forever, had moved his attentions on to Nell. This wasn't good. Stacy, you can't be here. You need to go. Why? Is there another woman warming your bed? There it was, the jealous streak that had driven a rift between them. Why were you seeing a doctor? He blurted, needing to know. That is none of your business. She's a psychiatrist. What were your sessions about? I told you it's none of your business, Stacy repeated more heatedly. If you cared, you would have paid more attention when I was here. You're here now. That's to torment you. She linked hands with him, pinning his arms above his head and leaning down to kiss him, trying to slide her tongue into his mouth. Luke tried to resist, eventually yielding, and to his annoyance felt himself grow hard. He kissed her back deeply, her perfume clouding his senses and lust taking over from the anger he felt. For a moment it was perfect. Then Stacy bit his tongue hard, and he yelped, pulling back, pushing her off him as he tasted blood. What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with me? She laughed incredulously. Sweetheart, look closer to home. You're the one who broke us. You made me this way. So why the hell are you back? Just go. Leave me alone. Leave you alone? Stacy shook her head, her eyes dark and her smile malicious. Oh, Luke, you don't get to have it that easy. I'm not going anywhere.
37. Caleb arrived in New York late Thursday afternoon, checking into his suite at the Four Seasons before going out to dinner with friends. It was supposed to be a vacation, after all, to get over his breakup, and he needed to be seen in public. He took his group to one of his favorite restaurants, ordering several bottles of champagne and tipping generously before heading on to a club. Caleb made sure his friends had a good time, that they were seen by lots of people, buying drinks for everyone he talked to throughout the night, though he was careful to make sure he himself stayed sober, was aware he needed to be up early the following morning, and that he had a lot to do. He sloped back to the hotel around 2:30 with 2 call girls, a voluptuous redhead and a skinny Asian chick who had arrived at the club courtesy of an old friend. After indulging in a threesome, he left them to snort coke and watch TV, and retired to the master bedroom, where he had a fitful night's sleep. They were both out of it and sprawled on the couch when he left the following morning, discreetly heading out of the hotel wearing a baseball cap, jeans, and a lumberjack shirt, different and low-key to his usual sharp suits. He met his friend Jimmy Rubenstein, who had supplied the 2 call girls, over coffee in a downtown diner. Jimmy was a fixer, and the pair of them went way back. Caleb knew he could count on his friend to be discreet and ask no questions, and he gladly handed over an envelope of cash in exchange for the sports bag he knew would contain the unmarked revolver and the other items he had asked for, plus the set of car keys. "Dark blue Volvo, parked in the bay across the street," Jimmy told him. "The girls will stay put. They won't leave the hotel?" Caleb checked, wanting reassurance. They were going to be his alibi, and he needed to be sure they didn't fuck this up. "They know the score. The suite is theirs, and they can order as much room service as they like on your tab. But they mustn't leave. Mustn't let on to anyone that you're not there." Satisfied everything was in order, Caleb downed the rest of his coffee, thanked Jimmy, and got up to leave. "Good luck, my friend. Give me a call if you need anything else." Jimmy didn't know Caleb's plans and was smart enough not to involve himself in his client's business. He was just the yes man, getting people what they needed at the right price. The Volvo wouldn't be Caleb's preferred mode of transport, but he had to admit it was perfect for the job. It was subtle, easily blending in and not obviously recognizable, and it had a generous-sized trunk. As he made his way across the state line from Massachusetts into New Hampshire, he felt confident everything was going to plan. It was a little after 3 when he stopped at the Meredith residence, needing to pay for the cabin and collect the keys, and he spent a moment in the car donning sunglasses and pulling his cap low, careful to conceal his identity. He needn't have worried. Dolores Meredith, who owned the cabin, was in her late 70s at least, possibly older, and from what he could tell, the thick-rimmed bottleneck glasses she wore did little to help her sight. He paid cash, took the key and set of directions she gave him, aware she seemed thrilled he had rented the cabin. He got the impression she didn't have many people interested in it, and wondered what kind of hellhole he was about to walk into. With a pit stop at a local convenience store to pick up basic supplies, he drove the rest of the way out to the cabin, turning off the main road and following dirt track lanes for a good 20 minutes before he laid eyes on the place. It was perfect, standing alone in the woods and miles from anywhere. Tired from driving, Caleb heaved his overnight bag and the sports bag from the trunk of the car, unlocked the door to the cabin, and stepped inside. The place was basic, with no heating, a sparse and antiquated kitchen, and only one cold water tap. But it would serve its purpose, and there was something homely and rustic about the wooden beams and the various animal heads adorning the walls. He assumed Dolores and her husband had been hunters in their day, and the cabin had mostly been for their personal use. There were 3 rooms, the open-plan kitchen come diner come living room, forming one large area downstairs, while upstairs was one generous-sized bedroom with a bathroom that had seen better days.
Caleb dumped the bags on the bed before heading downstairs to fetch the groceries from the car. He made coffee using the kerosene stove, then sat out on the porch, watching as the sun started to set, and drank 2 cups before returning upstairs and emptying the contents of the sports bag on the bed. Jimmy had come through for him, as he always did, and everything he had asked for was there, including the unmarked gun and box of ammo. He put them to one side, starting a pile of items he would need to take with him in the morning. A little bottle sat in the middle of a coil of rope. It was filled with clear liquid, and he picked it up, uncapping the lid and sniffing. The contents were odorless, the bottle unmarked, and Caleb wasn't sure what it was, but Jimmy had assured him it would do the trick, had told him 1 syringe full would knock a grown man out in 2 to 3 minutes and keep him under for at least an hour. He rummaged through the items on the bed, found the syringe, and added both to the pile. An hour should be enough time to get Nell off the island, but he couldn't risk her waking up on the ferry. Knowing he would have to suitably restrain her, he added a couple of pairs of cuffs and duct tape to the growing pile. Once he was certain he had everything he needed for his trip, he put the items back in the sports bag, zipped it up, and set it at the foot of the bed, ready to grab the following morning, scooping the remaining items up and sitting them on an old wooden dresser. He peered out of the bedroom window, the sight of never-ending trees pleasing him. Out here, far from civilization, he would have the precious time alone he needed with Nell to see if their relationship could be saved, and with no other distractions, she would have little choice but to hear him out. She would have to understand that she had betrayed him terribly, and she would have to be punished, but he was a fair man, and once he had taught her a lesson, he was prepared to give her a final chance. He hoped and prayed she would eventually see sense and realize they were supposed to be together. Understand that he couldn't live without her. Confident he was prepared both mentally and physically for the task ahead, he made another cup of coffee, settled down to eat the sandwich he had earlier purchased, then hit the sack, wanting to get another good night's sleep ahead of his reunion with Nell. This time tomorrow night, she would be here with him, back where she belonged. 38. 2005. Sarah Treadwell made the decision to move to Purity Island the day her divorce papers came through. Knowing she needed to have a fresh start, she had studied her map, considered a number of places, throwing up arguments against each one, before finally settling on Purity, where she remembered visiting as a kid on a family vacation. The place held fond memories, and even though the vacation had only lasted a week, she clearly recalled the bright boats bobbing on the water, the vast expanse of sand where she had built castles with her father, and strolling along the marina eating double-scoop ice cream cones. While she wasn't fool enough to believe the place was as good as her memories allowed her to believe, she desperately needed to get away, and she knew Purity Island would offer her the chance of a fresh start. The place was smaller than she remembered, but she guessed everything seemed bigger when you were looking at it through a child's eyes. It seemed comfortingly familiar, though, even if it was years since she had been there. She took time reacquainting herself, checking into a cheap hotel, walking along the marina, paddling in the surf, enjoying her first weekend, knowing that by Monday she would need to find both a job and somewhere to live. The two came to her as a package. Sarah had exhausted the main street and marina, asking in the bars and restaurants if anyone was hiring before approaching store owners. Most places had already hired for the summer, and she was worried she had left it too late, that perhaps she wouldn't find anything when she entered the little bookstore at the end of the main road. She inquired politely, her smile that had started the day so bright and earnest now wilting, expecting a no before the woman behind the counter had spoken. She was already learning from the way people looked at her as she asked that they were readying themselves to deliver bad news. The no came, and confidence ebbing, Sarah thanked her before turning to leave the store. "Wait a moment. Bella, didn't you say your help had fallen through?" Sarah glanced up, spotting the middle-aged blonde woman who looked over at the counter clerk. "You mean Daphne? She quit on me last week. This lady here is looking for work." Bella gave Sarah an appraising look. "Have you ever worked in a hotel before?" "No," Sarah admitted, "but I'm a fast learner. It would involve mucking in. We're a small guest house, so it's all hands on deck." "I'd be happy with that." "It's sometimes long hours, hard work. One day you might be cooking and serving guests in the restaurant. The next you might be cleaning windows and scrubbing out toilets." "I'm not shy of hard work or getting my hands dirty." "Where have you worked previously?" "I just left my job in Richmond. I was a legal secretary." At Bella's raised brow, she quickly added, "But I worked in a bar all through college, and I've waitressed before. You're new to the island?" "I arrived a couple of days ago." "Why here? What brought you to Purity?" Bella was direct, blunt almost, but Sarah didn't mind, preferring to know where she stood with people. "I've just got divorced, and I need to make a fresh start. This seems like a good place to do it." Bella studied her. "What's your name?" "Sarah. Sarah Treadwell." "I can give you a room at the guest house and meals, 25% off your salary. I will need details of your former employer for reference purposes, and I'll warn you now, I can only offer summer work. We don't get many guests once the tourists have gone, so you would need to find something else come end of September." "Okay, that's fair enough." "You drive a stick?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good, and it's Bella." "Okay, Bella. Why don't you come on up to the guest house tomorrow and I'll show you around. We can both be sure you're the right fit." She gave Sarah the address and directions. "So, did he cheat on you?" Sarah's mouth gaped at the directness of the question. "Yes," she said, finally finding her words. "With my best friend." "Asshole. Men, trust me, you're better off without them." Sarah had fallen in love with the place the first time she saw it, set back from the cliff top, nestled amidst pine trees and approached by a steep driveway that overlooked a more rugged part of the coastline. It was perfect. Within 2 months of living there, she felt like part of the family. Bella had a 16-year-old son, Clark, and Sarah bonded with him quickly, soon learning he was a gentle giant, incredibly intelligent but socially awkward. He had kind eyes and a big heart, and after some initial wariness, he welcomed her into his home, as did his mother. Bella was a straight talker, but one of the least judgmental people Sarah had ever met. She proved to be a fair boss and gradually became a friend. Sarah was true to her word, putting in long hours and working her butt off to help keep things running smoothly. And for the first few weeks, she was the happiest she had been in a long time. It was while she was food shopping that she first ran into Luke Traynor. She had just left the store and was making her way back to the car when the bag split, and her groceries spilt everywhere. Flustered, she had quickly bent to retrieve the lost items, and he had suddenly been there, helping her scoop everything up and fixing her with a wide grin, his striking blue eyes intent on hers. "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's Sarah, right?" "It is," she confirmed. Amused, everyone seemed to know who she was. "Beauty of living on a small island," she guessed. "I'm Luke." He offered his hand and held on a second longer than necessary. "It's nice to meet you, Sarah." He insisted on helping her carry the groceries to Bella's car, winked at her as she pulled away, making her grin like a loon on the drive back to the guest house. She had received a fair amount of male attention since arriving on Purity Island. Guessed maybe the fact she was getting her confidence back may be behind it. Luke Traynor was the first man to flirt with her, though, who she wanted to reciprocate with. Therefore, it embarrassed her when she learned from Bella later on that evening that he was only 18, having just graduated high school. He had looked older, and though 18 wasn't breaking any laws, flirting with a kid who wasn't even in college felt wrong. The age gap didn't appear to bother Luke, and it seemed from that moment on he was everywhere she was, trying to get her attention, flirting outrageously with her, and trying to charm her into a date. Sarah had laid her cards on the table with him, told him she was uncomfortable with the age difference, that the flirting was going nowhere. He had smiled and agreed, made a joke about how he would keep pushing his luck, and he would get a kiss out of her before he left for college. She played along. It was all harmless fun, and she had no intention of letting him get his way, especially when she learned he had a girlfriend. It had never occurred to her he might be involved with someone, and it sat uncomfortably with her, especially after she had been cheated on herself. She made a point of cooling her friendship with Luke after that point, avoiding places she knew he might be, even changing the time she did the grocery trip. Even though nothing had happened between them, never would happen, she would not be responsible for hurting his girlfriend. Her plan seemed to work, and the rest of the summer passed without incident. As September arrived and the guests dwindled, Sarah began hunting for a new job. Bella offered her a brief reprieve when the hospital appointments she had been waiting for came through. As the timing clashed with the scheduled building of the new conservatory, she asked Sarah to stay on while she was away, to keep an eye on things and look after Clark. It was a couple of days after Bella had gone into hospital that Sarah left the grocery store to find the car wouldn't start. She had been fishing in her purse for her phone to find a number for the local garage when Luke had appeared, coming to her rescue. Although she had been avoiding him, she had to admit she was grateful when he looked at the engine for her. "I'll give you a ride home," he told her when he couldn't get it started. "You don't have to do that. I can wait for the mechanic." "The mechanic could be hours. Haven't you got stuff that needs to be refrigerated?" He had a point. She couldn't risk the food she had bought spoiling. Well, I guess okay then. Luke had grinned like a Cheshire cat, and warily she had transferred her groceries to his car and climbed into the passenger seat. She told herself to stop being stupid. He was helping her out, and she would have been in a muddle if he hadn't shown up. He was giving her a ride, and it was in no way a betrayal of his girlfriend. And she was right. It had been an innocent ride home. He had joked with her, making her laugh, and talked about his plans for college. As they pulled up in the driveway of the guest house, Sarah had relaxed and was annoyed she had overreacted. But then he had leaned over, catching her off guard as she turned to thank him and to say goodbye, and he had kissed her, snaking his hand into her hair and holding on tight when she tried to break away. Eventually he released her, and Sarah pulled away, shocked. "What the hell are you doing?" "Kissing you." He grinned. "I told you I would before I left for college." "You have a girlfriend." "Jenna?" He looked a little surprised. It was a problem. "I'm about to break up with her. We've been coasting along for far too long, and now I'm off to college." He trailed off, seeming distracted for a moment. "I should have ended it a while back. But you know how it is. These things are never easy to do." Sarah stared at him for a moment, still reeling that he had kissed her, and feeling sorry for Jenna, that she had such a shit of a boyfriend, that he would disrespect her like that. "I have to go. I'll help you with the groceries." "Don't bother. I've got them." Luke started to get out of the car anyway, but then the front door opened and Clark ambled out. "Hey, Sarah, you're back." "Hey, Luke, how are you?" "Fine." Luke scowled at Clark and slammed his door shut. He waited, and Sarah was aware of him watching her as Clark helped her with the groceries. Without glancing back at him, she kicked the door shut. She kept herself busy in the house that evening, and the following day, not wanting to venture out for fear of running into Luke. He would be gone to college soon, and at least the problem would have removed itself. Tommy showed up later that afternoon. He had been staying at the guest house as company for Clark. "How are you?" he asked, finding her in the kitchen where she was busy scrubbing the floor. "You seemed a little sad when I saw you this morning." Sarah glanced up, surprised a teenage boy would have picked up on her emotions. "I'm okay. Nothing for you to worry about." She wondered if Clark had said anything to him about seeing her with Luke. "Well, I brought you these. My friend baked them earlier." Sarah glanced at the box of brownies. "That's sweet, but they're yours." "I've already had about 6. I can't eat any more. Please help me out." When she hesitated, he smiled. "Tell you what, I'll leave them on the counter, and you can help yourself if you change your mind." "Okay, thank you." She indulged in a couple of brownies with a cup of coffee that afternoon while taking a break from housework. It wasn't until about an hour later she started to get belly cramps, but she didn't connect it to the brownies, assuming maybe she was getting her period early. The cramps grew in intensity, and another hour passed before she decided to give up on cleaning. She had one more load of washing to collect from the machine. Then she would go and lie down. Tommy and Clark had a friend over. She had heard them answer the door a while ago and knew they were upstairs, no doubt playing video games. She would take a break while they were busy before starting dinner. Not that she thought she would be able to eat anything, as the pains in her stomach seemed to be getting worse. Maybe it wasn't period cramps, and she was coming down with a bug. She hit the light to the basement laundry room, descended the stairs and switched off the machine, keen to stop the annoying beep. As she opened the door and started to pile damp clothes into the basket, she heard a click behind her, then the sound of footsteps. Sarah started to turn, felt someone grab her from behind. Startled, she screamed, but the sound was muffled as a hand clamped over her mouth. "Hush!" The voice brushed against her ear as a gleam of silver flashed in front of her, and something sharp pressed against her throat. "We don't want to disturb the kids." 39. "Was everything okay with Luke tonight?" Alex asked, his tone deceptively casual as he started the engine. Nell thought back to the time they had spent waiting in the kitchen. She knew Luke wanted her, was aware at some point she would have to broach the subject with him, tell him she didn't feel the same way, but tonight hadn't been the right time. And it wasn't anything she needed to involve Alex in. She knew Luke was his friend and didn't want to cause a rift between them. Luke might have feelings for her, but he hadn't acted on them. Although she felt uncomfortable around him and knew they needed to clear the air, he was still a nice guy and she didn't want to hurt him. "Yes, of course," she lied. "Why?" "You seemed uncomfortable around him, and you pretty much balked at the idea when I asked him to give you a ride home." Had she been that obvious? It would explain what had happened between them while she had been upstairs, because Alex had abruptly changed his mind about Luke giving her a ride home, leaving the crime scene to take her himself. He had been cagey with her about it, though, and she had known there was more than he was letting on. "I'm fine. Luke is fine. I'm just tired and jumpy, and I didn't want to leave you." "Did you guys talk about what happened on the mainland today at all?" "No. I think we were both too shell-shocked by tonight." Alex had seemed satisfied with that, dropping her off at his place, checking all of the locks were secure and she had her cell phone close by, before heading back to the guest house. Although Nell understood why he was being overcautious, it did nothing to soothe her already frazzled nerves. She drew all of the blinds before pouring a large glass of wine and curling up on the couch, jumping at every little sound, knowing it was going to be a long night. Tommy didn't arrive home until 2 in the morning, physically exhausted, but his mind far too alert to sleep. He had lived in fear this day would come eventually, and had spent the last 12 years bitterly regretting what had happened. wishing they had called the police the night Sarah had died. He was still angry he had allowed himself to be talked into covering her death up. Sure, there would have been consequences, but nothing like the shitstorm that was about to unfold. They had been stupid kids, knew nothing about covering their tracks, and burying all of Sarah's belongings in a suitcase beside her meant she had already been identified. It would be a day, maybe 2 if they were lucky, before Alex started to connect the dots. Tommy had worked the crime scene, saying little, part of him wanting to confess, to get it over with, but the words wouldn't come. Instead, he dutifully followed instruction, feeling numb as Sarah's skeleton was removed from the grave they had made for her, helped bag the items he had long ago helped pack in the suitcase, all the time thinking about his parents and his sister, and how disappointed they were going to be when they learned the truth. Alex had cut him a glance when he had looked at Sarah's driver's license, and although he hadn't said anything, Tommy recalled pretending that he hadn't known her. He could tell that Alex knew it was a lie. As he drove home, it occurred to him that he could pack up his things and leave the island, get away before he was found out. But he was smart enough to know it would never work out. He would get caught eventually. Running away would only make things worse. He called Jenna from the car, figuring he should warn her that Sarah's body had been found. She was already in a mess and still trying to come to terms with the news that Curtis had been charged with Lizzie Kent's murder. The discovery of Sarah's body just about tipped her over the edge. "Oh my God, Tommy, what are we going to do?" "I think we should turn ourselves in." "Are you crazy? We'll go to jail." "I don't see where we have a choice. Maybe the courts will go easy on us. We were just kids at the time." Jenna started to cry. "I can't go to jail, Tommy, I can't. After everything else that has happened, I really don't need this. You have to make it go away." "We killed a girl." "It was an accident." "It was a prank and it went wrong. We buried her, Jenna. We hid her body and made it look like she took off. We have to pay for that." "I can't." "Look, I'll call you tomorrow." Tommy ended the call before she could protest, not in the mood for her whining and self-pity. He had loved Jenna once, but now he found her self-obsessed and pathetic. He had thrown his life away to help her that night, and all she could focus on was her own fate. What he would give to go back and redo things. He would have refused to go along with her stupid prank and never would have found himself in a position where he was helping to get rid of a body. He cursed Nell O'Connor, too, wished to hell she had never come back to Purity Island. If Clark had still been alive and living in the guest house, everything would have been okay. But instead, Nell had returned and started renovating the place. She was going to be the one responsible for destroying his life a second time round, and he wished to hell he had never laid eyes on her. Nell had been unable to sleep after Alex dropped her off. She was still trying to come to terms with Curtis killing Lizzie, and today had brought fresh shock. The skeleton that had been found at the guest house threw up a dozen new questions, and as she sipped her wine, the alcohol soothing her frazzled mind, easing knots in her neck and shoulders that were there partly due to her accident, partly from tension, niggling doubts ate away at her over the identity of the bones, and whether Aunt Bella had anything to do with it. She dismissed the idea almost as quickly as she thought of it, feeling terrible for even considering it, knowing her aunt had had a heart of gold and couldn't possibly be capable of such a thing. She was beginning to feel like she was a curse for this island. Lizzie had died because she had covered a babysitting shift for Nell. Now she was back and bodies seemed to be cropping up everywhere. Was it possible the skeleton under the house was connected to the serial killer case Alex was investigating? Probably not. Penelope Marr's killer was active now and favored dumping the remains of his victims at sea, while the body under the house could be years old and hadn't been dismembered. Weren't serial killers supposed to use the same method? Shivering, not sure if it was the temperature or thinking about serial killers, she finished her wine and double-checked all of the doors and windows before swapping her empty glass for a bottle of water and heading upstairs. Although she closed her eyes and attempted to sleep, her mind wouldn't shut down. Every tiny sound had her on edge. Her mind was awash with images of her car crash, the masked man standing in the woods, and then Pete Morehouse's face when he had come outside to tell them about the body under the conservatory floor. She remained on edge all night, relieved when Alex finally arrived home. "You're still awake?" he questioned when she propped herself up on one elbow as he slipped into bed beside her. "I've got too much going on in my head to sleep. I can't stop thinking about Lizzie. Then there's everything that happened today. And now there's a body buried beneath the guest house. It's too much. I keep thinking that if I hadn't come back, then none of this would have happened." "You can't think like that. If Curtis hadn't attacked you yesterday, we wouldn't have taken his prints. You played a part in catching him, Nell. I know you blame yourself for what happened to Lizzie, but it was Curtis who killed her, and it's thanks to you that her family will finally have some peace." Nell was silent for a moment. "I guess. But how could we not have known? And what about tonight? I've been living in a house with a body buried under it. Will you be able to identify who it is?" "We already have. There was a suitcase buried next to the body. It was full of clothes, a cell phone, and driving license." "It's Sarah Treadwell, isn't it?" Voicing her suspicions out loud sent a chill through her. Alex nodded. "I had my suspicions as soon as I saw the skeleton. Of course, it's unofficial. The ME will still have to formally identify the body, but it's her. Someone wanted all trace of her gone." "Do you think Bella was somehow involved in this?" "It's too early to say what happened. When she disappeared, everyone assumed she'd found a new job and moved away." "But she hadn't. She was murdered and buried under the house." Alex propped himself up to face her, the shadows of the dark room cutting across the lean planes and angles of his face. "I want you to move in here, at least until Michael is out of the hospital. Hunter was right. Someone didn't want you in that house, and now we know why." "You think whoever killed Sarah is the same person who's been harassing me?" Nell hadn't considered that possibility, and it left her feeling sick. She thought of the man in the woods, the same man who had tried to get into the house. She had assumed he was trying to scare her. But maybe he did mean to hurt her? "He shot Luke. Of course he is trying to hurt you." And Michael? Alex and Hunter had suspected he had been attacked by the same person. "Yeah, I do, and I don't want you going back there alone." He ran his hand gently down her arm. "Okay." She drew out a shaky breath. "Okay, I need to get more stuff, though. I only brought an overnight bag." "I'll get someone to drive you up to the house tomorrow." "Thank you." Nell settled back down against the pillow and was silent for a moment, considering as she stared up at the dark ceiling. Had she been watched from the moment she arrived back on the island? It was unnerving, thinking of all the time she had been alone in the house in the first couple of weeks. "Alex?" "Yeah?" "You're gonna get him, right?" He slipped his arm around her, pulling her close, and she rested her head against his shoulder, breathing in his now familiar scent, her hand resting against the hard muscles of his chest. Beneath her palm, she could feel the methodical rhythm of his heartbeat. He turned slightly, pressed his lips against her forehead.
Yeah, we're gonna get him, Nell, I promise.
Jenna paced relentlessly after hanging up from Tommy, tears streaming down her face, fingers raking through her hair. She was shaking, felt sick, and she desperately wanted someone to come and save her. She had tried to pay for what had happened to Sarah, had taken her beatings from Curtis without complaint, accepting it was her penance for what had happened. Now he was in jail, awaiting an appearance in the courthouse for Lizzie Kent's murder, and she couldn't help but relate the two things, thinking that if he were here with her now, then Sarah's body wouldn't have been discovered. She couldn't go to jail. She just couldn't. Eventually, she grabbed her keys, got in her car, and drove across town. It was the middle of the night, but she didn't care. Her world was falling apart, and he would have to see her. He opened the door, wearing just a pair of low-riding sweatpants, rubbing at his eyes, suggesting she had awoken him, but unsurprised to see her on the front step. When he shrugged, turned, and walked back down the hallway to the kitchen, she followed, closing the door behind her. "What are we going to do?" she asked tearfully. Despite the lateness of the hour, he pulled 2 glasses from a cabinet, filled them both with whiskey, and handed her one. "We're going to fix this. That's what we're going to do." "How?" He stared at her, his eyes hard. "Leave that to me. Drink up." Jenna gulped down the whiskey and pushed her glass forward when he offered her more. "I'm sorry," she sobbed. "I'm so sorry for all of it. I have done some terrible things. Please forgive me." He held her as she cried, before plying her with more drink. Eventually she passed out, and he carried her out to her car, drove her across town, back to the house she shared with her husband. Curtis might be in jail, but he was still quiet as he unlocked the door and carried Jenna inside. Her dog was waiting, tail wagging, and he spent a couple of moments making a fuss of the mutt. He found treats in a jar on the counter, put down a handful, aware a barking fit might alert the neighbors. While the dog ate, he carried Jenna upstairs, carefully undressed her, sat her in the bathtub and filled it with water. Leaving the faucets to run, he fetched a bottle of Curtis's bourbon, filled a glass half full and set it by the tub. Then he found a razor in the medicine cabinet and used it to slice her wrists. She remained unconscious throughout, and while that made things easier, he almost regretted that she hadn't woken. He would have liked to see the last struggle for life before he took it from her. Leaving her bleeding in the tub, he rummaged through her purse, found her lipstick, and crudely wrote across the mirror, "Tell Sarah I'm sorry." With one last look in Jenna's direction, pity mixing with loathing for the pathetic creature she had become, he let himself out of the house. It was all to play for now, and only the strong would survive. 40. Alex had been right about the painkillers. When Nell awoke the following morning, she could barely move her neck, and it took a couple of minutes before she managed to roll over in bed, pulling herself up into a sitting position.
"You okay?"
he asked, stepping through into the bedroom, a towel wrapped around his waist, hair damp and curling from his shower. She grunted, rubbing gingerly at her neck. "Can you get me my painkillers? They're in my purse." She didn't miss the look he gave her as he found them for her. "And don't tell me you told me so. I felt okay last night." He sat on the bed beside her, green eyes intent on hers as he took her hand and dropped 2 pills into her palm.
"It was the adrenaline. Now it's worn off. Your muscles have stiffened up."
"Thank you, Dr. Cutler." She uncapped her bottle of water, and took a sip to wash down the pills. Alex grinned and pressed a kiss against her forehead. He smelt fresh and citrusy from his shower, and the scent jarred pleasantly with her senses. "I'd take it easy today. Try and get some rest. I can always bring you some stuff down from the guest house."
"I'd rather go myself. It'd be easier."
"Okay, I'll get someone to stop by this afternoon, give you a ride up there when we're done." He placed his hands on her shoulders and kneaded gently at the knots, and Nell closed her eyes.
That feels good. Don't go to work."
"You know I have to. Someone has to catch the bad guys."
"Yeah, I know. Purity Island, murder capital. Who'd have thought, huh?"
He left her with Teddy and Sasha, making her promise to keep the doors locked and her cell phone close by, answer the door to no one but him, and telling her he would have a patrol car drive past hourly. Nell had no issue with any of that, figuring she had experienced more than enough drama in the last 24 hours. She lounged around watching daytime TV, drank coffee, then called her brother. He already knew about the body at the guest house. Word traveled quickly, and he seemed to be taking the news better than she had expected, probably because he knew she was out of harm's way and staying with Alex. He wasn't happy about her car accident, though, and even less so about the man she had encountered in the woods, and she held her cell phone away when he started ranting at her for going over to the mainland unaccompanied. Nell put him on loudspeaker, brewed a fresh pot of coffee, and poked her head in the refrigerator, feeling hungry, only half listening to what he was saying. "So do you promise, then, Nell? Nell!"
"Huh? Yeah, okay, sure."
"Are you even listening to me?" She closed the refrigerator door and scooped up her phone.
"Yes, of course I am."
"So you won't, then?"
"Won't what?"
"I knew you weren't listening. I don't want you going back up to the guest house."
"I need to go up there, Michael. I left in a hurry last night, and I have to get more stuff. Alex is going to send someone up there with me later, though. You don't have to worry."
He grumbled a bit, made her promise to call him when she arrived so he could see for himself she was okay. Nell agreed, anything to keep the peace, and ended the call, returning to the refrigerator. She pulled out eggs, cheese, and ham and made an omelet as Teddy sidled up to her, licking his lips hopefully. Sasha was by the French doors, head on paws, and she raised her head as Nell emptied the pan onto a plate. She sat down and picked at her food, aware both dogs were watching her every move. Feeling guilty, she shared the last quarter with them. Her cell phone rang as she was clearing away the plate, and she grabbed it, assuming it would be Alex or Michael, frowning at the unknown number and leaving it to go to voicemail. When the phone beeped, alerting her she had a message, she dialed her server to listen. "Hello, Miss O'Connor. This is Christopher Daly. I'm Judy Davenport's assistant." Nell's heartbeat quickened as he continued. "Ms. Davenport would like to meet with you if possible, to discuss purchasing some of your paintings. Could you please call me? She's going to be over on the East Coast for the next few days on a buying trip, but then back in Chicago next week, and we can set up a meeting." Judy Davenport owned some of the biggest galleries in Illinois. Tempting as it was, Nell couldn't strike a deal with her, aware that if she did, it would leave a trail of breadcrumbs for Caleb to find her. Her career in the art world was over. She had accepted that the day she'd left him. She couldn't be rude, though, so she called Christopher Daly back, apologized, and said she wasn't interested. "Ms. Davenport's in a place called East Haven this week, but she'll be back in the city from next week." East Haven? For a moment she wondered what harm there'd be in arranging a meeting with the woman. She could say it was a coincidence that she was up in New England, too. But then she realized there was every chance it would get back to Caleb, and although it wouldn't matter too much that he knew she'd been in East Haven, it wouldn't be smart. She could do without giving him any clues as to her whereabouts on Purity.
Yes, East Haven, that's right.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not selling any of my work at this time. Thank you for the call, though.
You do realize who Miss Davenport is, don't you?
Of course, Nell hissed, annoyed at his attitude. But I'm no longer actively painting. I'm sorry. Please thank Miss Davenport, but the answer is no. He started to give her a lecture, and Nell hung up midway through, figuring she was better off without the business anyway. Screw Christopher Daly. Alex called to check on her early in the afternoon.
Everything okay there?
I'm fine. I'm going stir-crazy, but fine.
I've asked Tommy to take you up to the guest house. He's just finishing up on another job, and I've given him your number, told him to give you a call when he's on his way.
Nell screwed up her nose, remembering how uncomfortable things had seemed on their previous encounters. She didn't protest, though. She knew Alex was short-staffed and having to free up someone to babysit her. It was a 10-minute ride up to the house to get her stuff. She could be back at Alex's inside 45 minutes. Sure, that's great, thanks.
How's your neck?
Stiff, though I think the painkillers have helped a little.
Have you been doing the exercises the nurse gave you?
Yes, Nell lied. She had forgotten all about them. What time do you think you'll be home?
I don't know yet. As soon as I can, I promise.
She made an attempt with the exercises after she got off the phone, twisting her head from side to side, then rolling her shoulders, feeling slightly stupid in front of her canine audience, before heading upstairs to take a shower. Tommy called late afternoon, the conversation lasting all of 10 seconds, and when he showed up half an hour later, he seemed distracted, skipping over any pleasantries.
Are you ready?
He asked, already glancing at his watch, as if he had to be somewhere else before she had even stepped out of the house. Yeah, let's go. The ride was as uncomfortable as Nell had expected, and after one lame attempt to make conversation, she had given up, and they had spent the rest of the journey in silence. He pulled up the steep driveway to the guest house, and Nell got out, unlocking the front door and disabling the alarm. She glanced back to the car where Tommy sat looking at his phone, completely preoccupied. Are you coming in? He shot her a brief look. I'll wait here. I'm going to be about 20 minutes or so. I said I'll wait. Suit yourself, Nell muttered under her breath, pushing the door shut. She didn't bother to lock it or reset the alarm in case he changed his mind. Avoiding the conservatory, she headed upstairs to pack. Tommy tried Jenna's number, frustration growing when she didn't pick up. He had sent her 3 texts over the course of the day, and all of them had gone unanswered. Was she being difficult because he had hung up on her last night? He hadn't changed his mind, and still planned to turn himself in. He didn't want to do that, though, until he had spoken with Jenna. He glanced up at the guest house, saw the light on in the bedroom he knew belonged to Nell. Alex had wanted him to chaperone her, not leave her alone, but then Alex was being overprotective because he was sleeping with her. It would take Tommy 8 minutes to get to Jenna's. He could get there and back, and Nell wouldn't even notice he was gone. He was in limbo until he talked to Jenna, and it was driving him nuts. Making a decision, he started the engine and reversed back down the driveway. Caleb was in a foul mood by the time the ferry arrived on the island. He had been so convinced Nell would respond to the call from Judy Davenport's office and hop on the ferry across to East Haven. It would make things infinitely easier, as he wouldn't have to worry about getting her off the island. Of course, there would have been no meeting with Judy Davenport, just as the phone call hadn't come from her assistant, Christopher Daly. Caleb had called in another favor with Jimmy, had someone make the call to Nell, hoping to lure her away. For whatever reason, though, she had turned the offer down, and Caleb found himself heading back across the water to Purity Island.
He figured he would chance the guest house first and duck down in his seat when the police patrol car pulled out of the driveway and headed on down the road that led into town. For a moment he thought the place was empty as there were no other cars in the drive. But then he spotted Nell at a second-floor window, and his heartbeat quickened. She was home. Of course, he couldn't be certain she was there alone, so he continued down the road, parking the Volvo in a secluded spot hidden behind the trees, about half a mile away. He would go back to the guest house, spend a little time making sure she was by herself. Then, once he had her subdued, he could jog back to fetch the car, get her loaded into the trunk, and be on his way. Adrenaline pumping through his veins, he hoisted the sports bag over his shoulder and started the short hike back to the guest house. It was by chance that Nell found the journal. She had gone up to the attic to collect her art equipment and had been gathering her paints and brushes, packing them neatly away in a box when she had dropped one of the smaller brushes, swearing under her breath as it rolled across the rickety wooden floor, disappearing between two of the panels. Knowing how expensive it was, she was reluctant to leave it. "You are such a klutz," she muttered to herself, dropping to her knees, wincing when pain shot up through her neck as she bent to try and retrieve it. The gap between the panels was wide enough for her to slip one finger into. Wiggling around, she could touch the tip of the brush and was able to move it slightly, but couldn't pick it up. Frustrated, she sat back on her haunches. She couldn't really afford to replace the brush, and she couldn't paint without it. Twisting her hand at an angle, she forced 2 fingers into the gap, managed to catch hold of the tip of the brush, but dropped it almost immediately. She tried again, this time her fingertips catching the edge of something else. It felt like a book. Both curious and annoyed, she tried to wiggle her fingers further into the gap, realizing too late that her hand was stuck. "Way to go, O'Connor, you damn idiot." She gave her hand a test yank, feeling a slight edge of panic when it didn't move. Tried again, this time pulling much harder, and the whole panel of wood came away. Gingerly, Nell rubbed at her hand, her momentary feeling of relief quickly replaced by curiosity when she spotted the leather-bound journal lying in the hole beneath the floorboards. She retrieved her brush and dropped it into the box, then turned her attention to the book, picking it up and brushing a film of dust off the cover. Carefully, she opened the journal, recognizing the handwriting of her cousin. The entries were marked by dates, the first one in January 2005. So Clark had kept a diary. Why, she wondered, had he hidden it away? She glanced through the first few entries. They were sporadic. He had written every day, and some entries were brief, while others took up a whole page. It seemed mostly monotonous stuff, documenting what he had eaten, his school grades, and the scores he was achieving on his favorite video games. She flicked randomly through the book, spotted Tommy's name a handful of times. Then she came across an entry that was a little deeper, where Clark seemed to be opening up through the diary and talking about his feelings. It made her uncomfortable, knowing that she was snooping. This was his private stuff. She was about to close the book, replace it under the floorboards, when she spotted another familiar name. Sarah. Sarah, whose name Clark had written on the wall, and whose bones had been discovered under the conservatory floor. Intrigued, Nell studied the entry more carefully. It was tame stuff. It had been Clark's birthday, and Sarah had made him a chocolate cake. In the evening, she and Bella had played video games with him. Sarah had died in 2005. Did Clark know what had happened to her? Was that why the journal was hidden? Nell flicked through a few more pages, saw Sarah's name appearing more frequently. Alex needed to see this. It could be important. She packed the journal in the box with her paints and brushes and took it downstairs, setting it beside the bag of clothes and toiletries she had packed, then went back up to the attic for her easel and paper.
Satisfied she had everything, she opened the front door. Surprised to see Tommy's car was gone. She stepped outside, glanced around, part of her wondering if it was a stupid prank. But he was nowhere in sight. Had he seriously driven off and left her? Nell pulled her cell phone out of her pocket, was about to call Alex, but faltered. If he knew Tommy had ditched her, he would go nuts. Tommy already had a problem with her, and she didn't want to make things worse between them. She had his cell number from when he had called her earlier. Finding it up, she pressed dial, waiting as it rang. "Where the hell are you, Tommy? Pick up, damn it." The phone rang a dozen times before he answered. "Yes." "It's Nell. Where are you?" "I had something I had to do." "Okay, well, are you done? I'm ready and waiting." She heard him sigh loudly, sounding exasperated. "Tommy? I'll be there in a bit. Look, I don't want to put you out. If it's that big a deal, I can call Alex. I found something he needs to see anyway." "What have you found?" "Clark kept a journal. He talks about Sarah. He might have known what happened to her." There was a period of silence. "Look, give me 10 minutes. I'll be there as quickly as I can. We'll go to Alex together, okay? There's something I need to tell him myself." "Okay, 10 minutes." Tommy slipped his cell phone back into his pocket. "This has to end. Right now, it has to end. I'm not doing it anymore." "You think it's going to end by turning yourself in? You're crazy." "The truth is going to come out anyway. It's only a matter of time before they link it back and figure out what happened." "Not necessarily, Tommy. It's been a secret all this time. We can keep it that way." "And what about Jenna?" Tommy said her name bitterly, still reeling after finding her in the tub full of blood. He wasn't sure if he felt sad, guilty, or angry. She had taken the easy way out, left him to face this alone. That was why he had driven here. He had nowhere else to go. "What about Jenna?" "She's dead, damn it. Does that mean nothing to you?" Tommy looked at the familiar face, the penny dropping as he suddenly realized the train of thought. "You want to let it take the fall, don't you? Well, she's confessed, and she's already gone. It would be a waste for her to drag us down with her." Tommy shook his head in disbelief. "You're an asshole." "No, I'm a survivalist." "You think Jenna's confession is going to stop them coming after us? Clark kept a journal. He's written all about Sarah. Nell has it and plans to give it to Alex. He is going to find out we were involved." That brought a satisfying flicker of uncertainty. "Nell has the journal?" "She said just now on the phone that she has found Clark's journal and that Alex needs to see it." "You're lying." "You know I'm not. It's over. I'm going to turn myself in, confess about what happened." "You should, too." Tommy turned to walk away. Hadn't reached the front door when the blow struck him hard on the back of the head. He staggered forward, attempted to reach for his sidearm, but a second blow knocked him clean off his feet, and he tumbled to the floor in a pool of blood. Michael was getting frustrated being stuck in a hospital bed. He was feeling much better and didn't understand why he couldn't recuperate at home. Instead, the doctors insisted on keeping him hooked up to stupid machines he was quite certain he no longer needed. Too much was happening. The serial killer case, the discovery of the body at the guest house, the incident with Nell on the mainland. He felt like he was losing control. If he was at home, he could keep on top of things more easily. He glanced at his watch, annoyed Nell hadn't called him. She had said she was going up to the guest house in the afternoon, and it was already after 5. He picked up his phone, ready to fire off an angry text, then reconsidered, deciding he would FaceTime her instead, his anger ebbing when she answered, her face appearing on the screen. He hadn't seen her since the accident and was relieved to see she looked okay.
Her lip was still a little puffy from where Curtis had hit her, and he could see the darkening bruise on her forehead from the car accident. But other than that, she seemed bright-eyed and in good spirits.
"I thought you were going to call me."
"I planned to. I was just getting my stuff together." He could see she was in the kitchen, could hear the coffee pot hissing in the background.
"Is Alex there with you?"
"No, Tommy is." Something registered as off. It was the way Nell diverted her eyes away from the camera when she answered him.
"Is that so?"
"So, where is he? Put him on so I can say hi." "He's waiting outside."
"Nell, where's Tommy?"
"I told you he's
not there, is he?"
He had to go into town for a bit."
"Does Alex know you're up at the guest house alone?"
"Look, Tommy, he had a thing. He's on his way back, though. Should be here any second now, I promise." Michael guessed he must have looked pissed because she continued to babble, something his sister didn't do unless she knew she'd been caught out. "Don't tell Alex, okay? Things have been a little off with Tommy, and I don't want him getting into trouble over this. It will make it more awkward. I spoke to him a minute ago, and he's on his way back." "I am fine. I've been packing my stuff, and you can stay on the line and keep me company until he gets here if you like."
Nell gave a bright smile. It looked a little forced, and it was obvious she was trying to get things back on a more light-hearted level. She set her phone down on the counter, propped up, so he could see her as she made her coffee. Michael was still vexed and made a mental note to lay into Tommy Dolan when he saw him, but for the sake of his sister, he dropped the subject for now.
"So you're moving in with Alex, then?"
"It's just temporary. You're in the hospital, and I don't want to be up here at the moment. I'm sure he'll want me out of his hair at some point." She shrugged, trying to give the impression she was fine with that, picking up her phone and heading back into the hallway towards the main living room.
"Things okay with you two?"
"Yeah, they are." She sipped at her coffee, smiled again, this one full of genuine warmth. "In fact, they're more than okay. I know you guys talked. You're cool about us now, right?"
"Yeah, we're good."
"I'm glad." There must have been the slightest hesitancy in his voice because she added, "Don't screw this up for me, Michael. He makes me happy."
"I won't screw it up. Happy is all I ever want you to be. So what's happening with my pool?" he asked, changing the subject. "I suppose it's a crime scene."
"To be honest, I've avoided going in there. What the hell happened to that poor girl?"
"Hopefully now she's been found, there'll be some answers."
"She just disappeared, and no one even noticed or cared."
Nell was silent for a moment.
"You know, Clark wrote about Sarah in his journal."
"He kept a journal?"
"Yeah, I found it hidden under the floorboards in the attic."
"You've given it to Alex, right?"
"I plan to. I only just found it." Nell set down her coffee cup and wandered back out into the hallway, heading down towards the reception desk. And Michael saw the camera lower as she fished in a box. "See?" She held up a thick leather-bound book in front of her phone. "It's full of diary entries from 2005. It might have some clues as to what happened to her."
"Get it to Alex ASAP. This could be important now."
"I'm going to. Tommy should be here in a few minutes, and we're going to drive straight into town to see him."
"Where the hell did you say Dolan was?"
"He didn't say, only it was important. He was on his way back, though, when I spoke to him." Michael noted he had been talking with Nell over 10 minutes.
"I should call him."
"You don't need to. I'm fine."
"I'm gonna kick his ass for leaving you up there alone."
"Michael," Nell rolled her eyes, "you're being an idiot." As she berated him, she wandered back into the kitchen, the camera up high enough for him to see the view behind her and the figure standing in the shadows behind the kitchen door. Michael's heart leapt into his mouth, his eyes widening. Caleb. Nell was still talking about Tommy, though she sounded distracted. Michael heard the faucet running. "Nell!" She didn't seem to be able to hear him over the running water. Michael sat up in the hospital bed, screamed at his phone as he saw Caleb approaching her from behind. "Nell! God damn it! Behind you!" Caleb must have spoken to her because he saw her face pale, her eyes widen in horror. As she started to turn, the phone slipped from her hand. He heard and watched as it hit the floor, the screen turning black. "Nell!" 41. "Mr. O'Connor, you need to get back into bed." The gray-haired nurse was doing her best to stop Michael, who had unhooked himself from the machines and was currently skulking around the room, wearing just the skimpy hospital robe and a bandage on his head. "Where the hell are my pants?" "Mr. O'Connor, please, you're not well enough to leave." "My sister's in danger. Don't tell me what the hell I can and can't do. Now get me my damn clothes." Yelling didn't help and brought on a head rush that left him feeling dizzy, like he was about to pass out. He grabbed the railing at the end of the bed, attempting to steady himself. Another nurse and 2 orderlies arrived. "Let me go!" Michael yelled at them, trying to jerk away as they wrestled him down onto the bed. "My sister's in danger. I have to help her." The 2 nurses exchanged a glance, the older one filling a needle. "You need to rest, Mr. O'Connor. This will help you." "No, you don't understand." He flinched away as the needle came towards him, struggling as the orderlies pinned him down and the nurse looked for a vein. "Please, help her. Her name is Nell O'Connor, and she's in Bella Golding's old guest house. She's in danger. Please call Alex, Chief Cutler, right away, and tell him." He made eye contact with the younger nurse, the only one who seemed to be listening to what he was saying. "His number is on my cell. Alex, tell him Caleb is there." She gave a hesitant smile, nodded. Michael felt the needle sink into his arm, was aware of the drug starting to take effect. "Just help my sister, please." "Hello, Nell. Did you miss me?" Nell recognized the soft, deep voice, and she froze at the kitchen sink, the hairs on her neck standing on end. Barely daring to breathe, she slowly turned around, vaguely aware of Michael calling her name. Caleb stood before her, his posture relaxed, the hint of a smile touching his lips. In his hand he held a gun that was pointing at her. She couldn't speak, and was aware of her cell phone slipping from her shaking fingers. It crashed against the floor, the sound slightly muted by the rush of water as the sink filled. He had found her. Oh, dear God, he had found her. They stood facing one another, the only sound coming from the running faucet. Nell's legs were leaden, her throat dry as fear clawed inside her. She had built herself up, was proud of her independence, her moments of bravery. But in that second it was all undone, and she hated herself for how scared and pathetic she suddenly felt, aware of what Caleb was capable of, and knowing she didn't have the guts to stand up to him. His demeanor suggested he was relaxed, but she knew better than anyone it was a mask, that he wanted to fool her into believing he was being reasonable, so she would be unprepared when he decided to strike. He took a sudden step towards her, and she flinched, stepping back into the counter. She gripped it tightly with both hands, her eyes never leaving his. Those cold, dead eyes she remembered and feared so well. He was mean and he was unpredictable, and that made him dangerous, and she could tell from the way he was looking at her that he wanted to hurt her. "Do you have nothing to say to me? After what you have done, what you have put me through these last few weeks, you have nothing? How did you—" The rest of the words wouldn't come, and those that had sounded pathetic. She'd been so strong, and in 5 seconds he had reduced her to a quivering wreck. Nell couldn't hate herself any more if she tried.
How did I find you? It took some work, but I guess you're not as smart as you think you are. What I don't understand is why you did it. I gave you everything!
He raised his voice on the last word, smiling cruelly when she visibly flinched.
In return, you made me look a fool, completely betrayed my trust.
He sneered as she started to hyperventilate.
You're not going to pull this shit again, are you?
100, 99, 90. He moved before she had time to react, pinning her against the counter, the tip of the gun pressed against her chin, forcing her head back, his face inches from hers.
199, 98, he mocked. Listen to you, for fuck's sake. Do you have any idea how weak and pitiful you are? I mean, look at you. You're a 34-year-old woman, and you can't even fucking breathe properly.
Nell gasped for air, her legs now shaking so badly she was sure she would collapse to the floor if he wasn't pinning her with his weight.
Please,
she managed. He traced the gun along her jawline before reaching behind her with his free hand and turning off the faucet.
You are going to have to do a lot better than please. This is bad, Nell. I don't know if I can forgive you this time.
He took a step back, releasing her, though kept the gun pointed at her chest. Rummaging in his pocket, he pulled out a pair of handcuffs.
Turn around.
When she didn't immediately obey, he barked the order louder.
Turn around!
Please don't. She didn't have time to react as he lashed out, smacking the gun across her cheek. Pain shot through her face, and she tasted blood as Caleb caught hold of her again, twisting her around so she had her back to him. He forced her head down onto the counter, sending a fresh wave of pain shooting up through her neck where she had hurt it in the car accident, and she cried out in agony. Feeding on her reaction, he caught a fistful of her curls, twisting viciously as he leaned forward to whisper in her ear, "How badly I hurt you depends on how well you cooperate. Do you understand?" When she didn't immediately reply, he screamed the words, "Do you understand?" She was still fighting to breathe and struggled to get the word out. "Yes." He caught hold of her right hand, slipped the cuff around her wrist, and locked it.
You don't want to be testing my patience at this point, Nell. You're lucky I didn't walk in here and shoot you dead after I found out you've been sleeping with another man. How fucking dare you let someone else touch you? You're mine.
Nell froze. How did he know about Alex? How long had he been on the island? Had he been watching them? As he reached for her left wrist, something inside her snapped. She couldn't let him destroy the life she had built. At the very least, she had to try and fight back. Pulling her hand away from him, she drove her elbow back against his belly, hearing a grunt as it made contact. He temporarily released his grip and she swung around, using her cuffed hand as a weapon, swinging the loose metal cuff hard into his face. Caleb yelped, stepping back and putting both hands to his eyes. Nell didn't wait to see what damage she had inflicted. Pushing past him, her legs rubbery and threatening to collapse as she ran out of the kitchen, heading down the hallway to the front door. She tried to focus, still counting in her head, trying to get her breathing under control. He was quick to follow, catching hold of a handful of her hair and yanking her back. She lost her balance, stumbling to the floor, and, hand still knotted in her hair, he dragged her back along the hallway into the kitchen. Nell screamed in agony, fought to get free. Where the hell was Tommy? Tommy should be here by now. Caleb threw her down on the kitchen floor and attempted to straddle her, and she kicked out like a wild animal, catching him first in the knee, then the chin, desperately trying to stop him from gaining the upper hand. Her foot connected with his hand, knocking the gun from his grip, and she heard it clatter as it landed in the hallway. With both hands free, he found it easier to field off her blows, pinning her arms down as he climbed on top of her. "Get off me!" Nell spat in his face, earning herself a hard slap. She managed to get her left hand loose and swiped out at him, but he caught it easily, twisting her fingers back and making her cry out in pain. "You fucking bitch. Just wait until I make you pay for this." He eased his weight off her, rolled her onto her belly, and grabbed for her hands again, yanking them behind her back. A gunshot rang out and Nell jumped. For a moment, there was silence, and she half wondered if she'd been hit. Couldn't understand why she felt no pain. Then Caleb's grip on her wrists loosened, and she felt him collapse on top of her. She lay there for a few seconds, adrenaline still pumping, her breath coming in erratic spurts. Then his weight shifted. "Nell?" She managed to roll over, to look up at Luke. The gun was slack in his hand, and he was looking down at Caleb, who laid face down on the floor, the back of his head missing. As she didn't trust herself to stand, she drew her knees up to her chin, focused on getting her breathing under control. 63, 62, 61. Who is this guy? Nell didn't answer until her breathing steadied. She looked up at Luke and saw he was watching her curiously. "He's my ex-boyfriend." "Jesus Christ, he was trying to kill you." "He's dead." "I know. I shot him." Luke offered her a hand, and Nell took it hesitantly, aware her legs were still shaking, nausea still swirling in her belly. For a few seconds she continued to draw in deep breaths, trying to calm her nerves. She glanced around for her cell phone, spotted it was on the floor in front of the sink where she had dropped it. She had to call Alex, needed him here with her. Numbly, she bent to retrieve it, noting the screen was smashed. She tried to turn it on, but it wasn't working. "Can I borrow your phone, please? I need to call Alex." "What's this?" Luke asked, ignoring the question. Nell glanced at Clark's journal sitting on the counter. He went to touch it. "Leave that," she told him, grabbing it from him. "It's evidence." "Why? What is it?" "Clark kept a journal. I think it might reveal what happened to Sarah. Can you please call Alex?" "Really? Let me see." When he reached for it, she held it possessively to her chest. "It's evidence," she repeated. "Tommy will be here in a minute. We're going to take the journal to Alex." Luke hesitated and nodded slowly, a tight smile on his face. He reached up with the tip of the gun and used it to casually scratch the side of his head. "Yeah. Here's the thing. Tommy's not coming." Something in his expression unsettled Nell. "What do you mean he's not coming? I spoke with him 10 minutes ago." "Give me the journal, Nell." "No." She took a cautious step back. Why did Luke want the book so bad? "Okay," he chuckled to himself and smiled broadly at her, as though there was a joke he knew that she wasn't a part of. "I tried to be nice, play along." He raised the gun and pointed it at Nell's chest. Something in his expression had shifted, his face hardening, the familiar vivid blue eyes lacking warmth. "Now give me the damn journal." It had been a slip of the tongue that had roused Alex's suspicions. He had been talking with Luke while they waited for Nell to pack a bag, and Luke had mentioned the woman driver who had stopped after the accident. Alex had never told him that the driver was a woman. Of course, it was plausible there was an explanation. Possibly Nell had mentioned it to Luke while they had been waiting for Alex in the kitchen. But it was still enough to set off alarm bells, and there was no way in hell Alex was letting Nell get in the car with him.
He was glad he had made that decision when Nell confirmed on the ride home that she hadn't talked to Luke about her accident. She already seemed spooked about Luke, which had him wondering if anything else had happened. He hadn't shared his suspicions, didn't intend to say anything to Nell until he'd had a chance to investigate further. Luke had been his friend for 5 years, and he was Newt's brother. There was no way he was going to accuse him of any wrongdoing unless he had the evidence to back it up. He had a morning meeting at the ME's office with Hunter Stone, so it was mid-afternoon before he was able to focus his attention on Luke. Luke had told them he had come from Bob Pilgrim's place, and Alex had called the cranky old farmer, who confirmed that he hadn't seen Luke in weeks. So Luke was lying about where he had been, and he knew about the woman driver. If he had been stalking Nell, what was his end game? Had he killed Sarah Treadwell? It was a stretch, but he had seemed genuinely shaken last night. Maybe it was because he knew he was close to being caught. Sarah had disappeared in 2005. Luke had moved to the island a year before. He would have been 18 at the time she disappeared. Alex felt a stab of guilt. It was bad enough accusing Luke of being a stalker, but now he was pushing it to murder. He hesitated for a moment before running the search. It felt like a betrayal, but he knew he had no choice. It was his job, and he couldn't let his friendship with Luke sway his judgment. He didn't expect the search to throw up anything suspicious and had hoped it wouldn't, and his heartbeat quickened as he read about the string of cautions sitting on Luke's record. He had been a minor at the time, and it had happened in the summer before he had moved to Purity. The cautions, mainly for harassment, all related to a woman called Marla Jefferson, who had been a neighbor of the trainers. Alex made a couple of calls and finally got to speak with Marty Womack, one of the officers who had been involved. "Yeah, I remember Marla Jefferson and Luke Trainer. The trouble started after she moved into the neighborhood. She was a pain in the ass, calling us out all the while, claiming he was following her or leaving creepy things for her to find. One time she claimed he had stolen her panties from her clothesline." "And had he?" "We never found any evidence to back up her accusations. We spoke with the kid and his brother. They seemed like nice people. Trainer said Jefferson had it in for him, claimed she had hit on him and was bitter, looking for revenge because he had rebutted her advances. It wasn't a stretch to believe it could be true." "It says on his record that a restraining order was filed." "Initially, she was calling us out over petty stuff, but then she accused the kid of breaking into her house while she was asleep. Claimed he had sexually assaulted her. We investigated it, but there was no evidence to back up her story, so no charges were ever brought, but she went to court and had the order filed. Shortly afterwards, Trainer and his brother moved away, claiming Marla Jefferson had driven them out of the neighborhood." "You think he was innocent?" "The way I see it, he was a good-looking kid. Why would he need to go after a crazy lady 15 years his senior?" Womack was silent for a moment. "Of course, that's just my viewpoint. You ask my partner, and he would tell you the kid was guilty." "Why is that?" "Kid didn't have the easiest start. Parents killed in a plane crash, raised by his grandmother. I met the woman a few times before she died, and I imagine she wasn't easy to live with. I think they had problems." "What kind of problems?" "The kid's older brother, the one who became his guardian when the grandmother died, he said she used to pick on Trainer, that she resented looking after him and would look for excuses to punish him. He asked us to go easy on him with the whole Marla Jefferson thing. Said he'd been through enough. Guess I felt sorry for him." "And your partner?" "He thought he was broken. Found him arrogant, self-absorbed. Said he had dead eyes." Alex thanked Womack for his time. Nell had been followed, had her house broken into, and her stalker had left creepy mementos. Had Marla Jefferson been telling the truth?
The call that came in from Dr. Karen Lockwood added an extra layer. Alex was about to head out when Ruby transferred her through. "I'm sorry to disturb you, Chief Cutler. I know you must be busy."
"How can I help you, Dr. Lockwood?"
"I work in East Haven, and I've been treating Stacy Monroe. I have her address as living on Purity Island." Alex's ears pricked up at the mention of Luke's ex-girlfriend.
"Go on."
"Miss Monroe has missed her last 3 appointments. I've tried calling her cell phone, but there's no answer, and I have to admit I am concerned."
"Can I ask you what you were treating her for?"
"I'm sorry, Chief Cutler. That's doctor-patient privilege."
"Okay, but can I ask why you were so worried about her?"
"Because the last time I spoke with her, she said there was something big she needed to talk to me about, something she had found out. She said she needed to see me urgently, so I brought her usual Monday session forward, came into the office specially to meet her on a Saturday. She didn't show."
A gnawing feeling ate at Alex's gut. If you've been treating Stacy, you'll know she has mood swings, can be irrational, unpredictable.
"Yes, I'm aware of that. I think she's still on the island."
"Really? How so?"
"It's just a hunch, based on how our last conversation went."
"Which you can't tell me anything about because of doctor-client privilege."
Alex spoke the last 3 words sarcastically. "I'm sorry to be so vague, Chief Cutler, but I have a bad feeling about this."
So did Alex. Stacy Monroe didn't have many friends on the island, tending to spend most of her time with Luke, but he knew she did sometimes hang out with Autumn Eastman. After ending the call with Karen Lockwood, he grabbed his jacket and headed over to the salon where Autumn worked. The place was almost empty, with just one woman having her hair styled. Autumn and her colleague, Louise, were behind the desk, chatting. They both glanced up when Alex entered, Autumn's face turning a deep shade of red. She had been giving him a wide berth since finding out he was involved with Nell. "Have you got 5 minutes?" Alex treated her to a wide smile, hoping to ease any awkwardness, but only succeeded in making her look more uncomfortable.
Yeah, I guess."
She led him into the back room of the salon, and Alex didn't miss Louise's grin as he followed her.
"How can I help you, Alex?"
Autumn was wringing her hands together, looking like she would rather be anywhere but here. "You're friendly with Stacy Monroe, right?"
"Yes, I guess. I style her hair and we sometimes hang out. Why?"
"When was the last time you saw her?" That threw Autumn. Whatever the reason was, Alex wanted to see her. He guessed she hadn't counted on it being about Stacy.
"Not in a while."
Autumn bit into her bottom lip as she pondered.
"She never came to Michael and Newt's barbecue, so I guess the last time would have been when I styled her hair. So maybe a month ago."
"She's not called or texted you?"
"Nope, though she's not big on texting. She had a fight with Luke, and I heard they had split up, that she went back to the mainland. I did send her a text saying I was around if she wanted to talk, but I never heard anything back."
Autumn frowned, making eye contact for the first time.
"What's this about? Has something happened to her?"
"I'm sure she's fine. I'm just checking up on something." Alex hesitated, the guilt creeping back in. "Has she ever talked to you about her relationship with Luke?"
"Sure. All Stacy ever talks about is Luke."
"He says she's jealous."
"I think obsessed is the correct word. Stacy is paranoid about other women and constantly worried about them stealing him away."
"They fight a lot then?"
"Oh, yeah, but that's just them. They're both headstrong characters, and I think they like the drama. Stacy always says they like to fight in and out of the bedroom, though I think sometimes he takes it a bit far."
"Luke takes things a bit far in the bedroom? How so?" Autumn's eyes widened. Her cheeks colored again as she realized what she had said.
"Well, I shouldn't really say. It's private between them.
It's important, Autumn.
Well,
The poor girl looked mortified at the idea of talking about sex with him, and Alex had to admit it wasn't a conversation he particularly wanted to be having with her either. But it was important. Sarah was dead, Stacy possibly missing, and a stalker had been targeting Nell. He needed to get to the truth.
He likes it rough.
Autumn made a point of studying her nails, her cheeks on fire.
And I don't just mean hair-pulling and a bit of spanking. He likes choking and knife play. Stacy is pretty much up for anything, but she says he gets carried away sometimes. He also likes her to wear this wig, and it's been pissing her off. Like I said, she's already jealous, and it just adds to her insecurities.
Did she say what this wig is like?
Yeah, it's blonde. She's a brunette, and he makes her wear this blonde wig during sex. It upsets her.
Sarah Treadwell had been blonde. So was Nell. And so were Penny Marr and Caroline Henderson. Alex quashed the thought, thanked Autumn, and left the salon. There was still nothing substantial to connect Luke to anything, but lots of potential red flags. He found Hunter waiting for him back in his office, his friend immediately picking up that he was distracted. You look like a man with something important on his mind. I guess you could say that. Hunter was a good detective, and Alex trusted his instincts. More importantly, he didn't know Luke or have a vested interest in Alex's close circle of friends. Alex decided to use him as a sounding board, wanting to know if he was nuts or genuinely on to something. There's nothing concrete, Hunter agreed after the evidence had been presented. That said, you add all those warning signs together, and they give a very good argument. Does he own a boat? This is purity. Everyone has a boat. And you say he works on the mainland? That gives him easy access to our victims. He doesn't match the guy in the security footage, though. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. We know he already owns a wig because he likes his girlfriend to wear it when they have sex. So is it that big a stretch to think he might have more than one? He's not a stupid guy. He picks women up in bars and knows there are going to be cameras, so he alters his appearance. Stone nodded. That would make sense. What about alibis? He lived with Stacy, but since she disappeared, he's been on his own. Alex thought back to the night Nell had been terrorized by the masked intruder. Luke had been at the guest house with Michael and Newt. It was the night after Stephanie Richardson's party, and he had known Nell was going to be on her own until Alex had finished his shift. It would have been easy for him to return to the guest house after Michael and Newt had dropped him off. I think there's enough for me to go have a chat with him. Mind if I tag along? Alex glanced at Hunter, not sure if it was a good idea. Luke was supposed to be his friend. Did he not owe it to him to have this chat privately? I know you feel a loyalty to him, Alex, but don't lose sight of what we're dealing with here, Hunter reasoned. If he is guilty, then he's not your friend. He's a sick son of a bitch who has been butchering women. Always the voice of logic. Alex smiled tightly. Let's go. They pulled up outside Luke's townhouse 10 minutes later, and Alex's gut knotted further when he spotted the patrol car parked in the driveway. That's Tommy's car. He's supposed to be with Nell up at the guest house. Hunter's jaw tightened. Let's go see if Luke's home. Alex knocked on the door, waited a beat, trying again when there was no answer. If Tommy's car was here, it made sense he would be inside. So why was no one answering? Splitting up, they walked the perimeter of the property, meeting around the back of the house. There was no sign of anyone being home. Then Alex glanced in the kitchen window.
and spotted the spattering of blood up the wall, the further trail leading across the kitchen floor. He exchanged a glance with Hunter, unholstered his weapon, and tried the kitchen door. Finding it locked, he stepped back and gave it a hard kick. The door flew back on its hinges. Weapon drawn, he entered the kitchen.
"Luke, it's Alex. Are you home?"
There was no answer. The trail of blood led from the hallway, across the kitchen, to the closed door that led to the basement. Whose blood was it? Did it belong to Luke or Tommy? And if Tommy was here, then where the hell was Nell? Hunter signaled for Alex to check out the basement, while he did a sweep of the first floor. Alex twisted the knob to the door, pulled it open, and flicked on the light. The blood trail led all of the way down the stairs. From below came the sound of groaning. He descended the stairs, gun aimed and ready to fire if necessary. Tommy was sprawled on the basement floor, blood gushing from a wound in his head. He was barely conscious, and Alex radioed for backup and an ambulance as he knelt beside him.
"Who did this to you, Tommy?"
Tommy mumbled something, but it was barely legible.
"Where's Nell? Is she here?"
"Sorry. I'm sorry."
"Tommy, where's Nell? Did Luke do this?"
This time he didn't get any answer as Tommy slipped back into unconsciousness. Alex removed his jacket and used it as a pillow, placing it under Tommy's head and trying to make him as comfortable as possible.
"Hold tight. Ambulance is on its way."
He heard footsteps on the stairs and glanced up to see Hunter joining them.
"We're all clear upstairs."
He glanced at Tommy.
"What happened?" "He's not lucid enough to say. I've radioed for an ambulance."
Alex glanced around the basement that served mostly as a laundry room. It was sparse in furnishings, and he found his attention drawn to the large chest freezer. It was old-fashioned and looked out of place with the more modern washer and dryer. Luke was a gadget freak, always liked to have the latest appliances. Why would he have an ugly old freezer in his home? Weapon still in hand, he approached the freezer with a sense of trepidation, his head telling him he was being stupid, his gut suggesting otherwise. As he yanked up the lid, the odor hit him, and although it was faint, he recognized it as death. 2 bodies were inside, both female. The top victim, her eyes still wide in terror, was familiar from her photograph, Caroline Henderson. Her body hadn't been found with their killer's other victims. Her throat had been cut, and other knife wounds on her body seemed similar to those of the victims they had pulled from the ocean grave. Beneath her was the body of Stacy Monroe, Luke's girlfriend. She was still partially dressed, her body in a more decomposed state than Caroline's, with vicious bruising around her throat, suggesting she had been strangled. Luke told everyone she had left him 3 weeks ago, carried out a charade that he was heartbroken. Yet all this time she had been lying dead in his freezer. Dr. Lockwood said Stacy had called her, saying she needed to see her urgently. Had she discovered the truth about her boyfriend? Or did she suspect he planned to kill her?
Jesus.
Hunter stood behind him and let out a low whistle.
If you had any doubts, you shouldn't have now.
Tommy mumbled something as he came to again, but it was barely coherent. Alex recognized one word. Nell. Dread coiling in his belly, he went back to the fallen officer.
Tommy, talk to me. What about Nell? Where is she?
Guest house, Tommy managed. Luke wants journal.
What?
His cell phone chose that moment to ring. Alex grabbed it from his pocket, recognizing Michael's number.
Michael, this is not a good time.
Is this Chief Cutler? It was a woman's voice.
Who is this?
My name is Georgina Walker. I'm a nurse over at the hospital. Michael O'Connor asked me to call you.
Where is he?
He's currently sedated. He was getting agitated. He asked me to call you, said to tell you his sister Nell is in danger. he mentioned the name Caleb.
When? When did this happen?
Maybe 10 minutes ago.
Alex ended the call abruptly, the growing dread inside him now spilling over into genuine fear. He recalled the night he had lost Sophie. This wasn't going to happen again. He gently slapped Tommy around the face. "Tommy, where's Nell? Is she at the guest house? Tommy?" It took a moment. Tommy was drifting in and out of consciousness. "Tommy, is Nell at the guest house?" Eventually he registered. "You've gotta stop, Luke." 42. 2005. It started the day Sarah died. That was when Luke Traynor first discovered exactly who he was. He had wanted her, was used to getting what he wanted, and her rejection had left him reeling, reminding him of his prudish cousin Jane and that bitch Marla Jefferson. They had rejected him, too. Both tried to humiliate him. Sarah was no better. That humiliation and the frustration balled into rage that slowly built inside until it consumed him. He had never had the opportunity to get even with Jane and had spent years dreaming of ways to get retribution. He hadn't made that mistake with Marla, though. He had made her pay, and he would make Sarah pay, too. They all thought they were better than him, and he needed to show them they weren't. Sarah hadn't seen him, had her back to him as she pegged up sheets. The back door was open, and he slipped inside the guest house. He had never been inside before, and he found himself in a large kitchen. Another door on the far wall appeared to lead into the heart of the house, and he crossed the room, keeping his movements quiet, aware Bella Golding's idiot son and Tommy were probably upstairs. The hallway was long and spacious, leading to the front of the property, and what he assumed was a reception area. In the space in between stood a grand staircase leading to the second floor, and archways on either side leading to both a living room and a dining area. There were two other doors, and Luke checked both, finding one was a cluttered cupboard, while the other, which stood ajar, led down to a basement. He could hear the whir of a washing machine, and guessed that was where Sarah was doing the laundry. It was the perfect place to hide and wait. She came downstairs 20 minutes later as he stood in the shadows, watching her through the eye slits of the cheap mask he had bought. The anticipation that had been building now at an unbearable level, reminding him of the night he had broken into Marla's house. She had been terrified when she woke up to find him in her bedroom, and he had soon wiped that stuck-up look off her face. As Sarah unloaded the machine, refilling her basket, he crept up behind her, pulling his knife out of his pocket and flicking the blade. She must have heard him because she started to turn, and then he had hold of her, clamping his hand over her mouth as she tried to scream. "Hush!" He pressed the knife against her throat. "We don't want to disturb the kids." She had frozen in his arms, a whimper escaping through his fingers, and he had pressed the knife tighter, aware the tip was cutting into the delicate skin of her throat, growing hard when she tried to squeal and struggled against him. Marla had struggled, but no one had believed her, just as no one would believe Sarah. He was aware of her sweet perfume, the scent of her shampoo, the racing of her heartbeat, and of her intense fear, and he fed off of it, pushing the knife deeper as he allowed his free hand to roam over her breasts. He wanted her so bad. "You and I are going to have some fun." He bit her earlobe hard enough to make her flinch. "So you do as I tell you, okay?" She nodded, and he felt her body quiver in fear. It was amazing how compliant the knife had made her. But then she startled him, stamping hard on his foot and driving her elbow back into his belly. The breath whooshed out of him, and he dropped the knife, momentarily losing control,
and losing that precious second that allowed her to break free of his grip and make a mad dash for the stairs. She was screaming, and he panicked, chasing after her. He caught her as she neared the doorway, grabbing her arm and pulling her back towards him, and she swung around, lashing out. As he tried to subdue her, she made a grab for the mask, knocking it back off his face. It clattered down the stairs as she stared at him in horror. "Luke?" He only meant to put his hand over her mouth, but it ended up against her throat. And then both of his hands were there, and he was squeezing harder, aware she was thrashing against him and fighting to breathe, her eyes widening as they stared into his. Her face had briefly morphed into Jane's. Pretty, blonde, stuck-up Jane, the favored cousin who could do no wrong and who had lauded it over him. He squeezed harder and felt Sarah go limp. A noise came from above, footsteps on the stairs from the second floor. Luke let go of Sarah, watched her body tumble down the stairs, and heard a loud crack as her head hit the concrete floor. He followed quickly, grabbed his knife and the mask, hiding in the shadows as he saw Tommy appear at the top of the stairs. "What is it? What the hell is it, Tommy? Jenna? What the fuck was she doing here?" And then they were descending the stairs, and Luke saw his whole life flashing before him, knew he couldn't go to jail. Tommy was crying. "Jesus, Jenna, you've killed her." "I didn't mean to." Why did Jenna think she was responsible? "What the hell are we going to do?" "I'm sorry." Jenna had her hands on her head, tears streaming down her face as she turned, in that moment spotting him. "Luke, what are—" The fear of being caught manifested itself into anger. "What the fuck have you done, Jenna?" He stepped out of the shadows, ignoring Tommy's look of shock, his focus solely on Jenna, aware she was the one he needed to manipulate. Her bottom lip trembled. "It was an accident, I swear." "This doesn't look like an accident. What the hell did you do to her?" "She was only supposed to get a little sick." "She's dead. That's not sick." "I know, but it was an accident, I swear." The story of the brownies came spilling out between sobs, and Luke felt his heartbeat quicken. Jenna and Tommy believed they had killed Sarah, that they had somehow poisoned her. "This is bad. I can't believe you fucking killed her." There was more wailing from Jenna. "What are we going to do, Luke? I can't go to jail. I can't. I have my whole life ahead of me." "So did Sarah. But you've taken her life from her, haven't you?" "Please, help me." She grabbed at the front of his t-shirt. "Please, it was an accident. You have to believe me." "Why should I help you? You did this. It's nothing to do with me." "Why are you here, Luke?" Tommy questioned. "What were you doing in the basement with Sarah?" Luke looked across at him. Tommy's tone was accusatory and had Jenna looking up. She had been so preoccupied with finding Sarah, convinced she was responsible for killing her, she hadn't stopped to consider why Luke might be there. Now she did, and her eyes hardened slightly. "You were seeing her, weren't you? I knew I was right." He had to think quickly if he wanted to get out of this mess. Right now, Jenna's anger that he might have been seeing Sarah behind her back was the least of his problems. "Yes." "You're a bastard." "And you're a killer. You murdered the girl I was in love with." The jab hit and brought with it a fresh bout of tears. "We need to call the police," Tommy mumbled, pulling out his cell phone. "But what are we going to tell them? It was an accident, Tommy. What if they don't believe us, though?" Tommy hesitated and looked at Jenna. "We don't have a choice." "But I can't go to jail. I can't." Jenna looked tearfully at Luke again. What am I supposed to do? You have to help me, Luke.
How am I supposed to help you, Jenna? Are you asking me to help you get rid of the body?
He floated the question out there, left it a moment, watching as the idea registered with both Jenna and Tommy.
We can't do that.
Tommy shook his head, his tone suggesting he was appalled by the idea.
We have to turn ourselves in.
As Luke suspected, Jenna was immediately on board.
She's already dead, Tommy. It was an accident, and I don't see why we should go to jail.
She looked at Luke, her eyes pleading. Would you help us?
Why should I help you? You killed her. I didn't do anything wrong.
Luke, please, I know we're no longer together, but you loved me once. Please, don't let me go to jail. You have to help me, please, I'm begging you. They had buried Sarah in the backyard, where the new conservatory was to be erected. Knowing the earth had been freshly dug over and that the concrete floor would shortly be laid. It had taken a while to convince Tommy. Luke knew he had a crush on Jenna and played on this knowledge, while Jenna did her part, pleading and begging with him until eventually Tommy had agreed. It would have been easier if it had been the three of them. But Clark Golding was upstairs. Luke knew he was unpredictable, could be a liability. He persuaded Jenna to try to keep him occupied. She seemed happy with the idea, not wanting to get her hands dirty. But then Clark appeared at the top of the stairs.
Why are you and Tommy taking so long?
He had accused.
I have the next game ready.
I'm coming. Tommy's a little busy. Luke had listened as Jenna had tried to usher him up the stairs, but Clark had pushed past her.
What are you doing, Tommy?
His face crumpled when he spotted Sarah's limp body.
Sarah? What have you done to Sarah?
It was an accident, Clark. Tommy had tried to reason with him, his face pale and his eyes looking unconvinced by his own lie.
Is she dead? Sarah can't be dead.
Clark rushed to the foot of the stairs, dropping to his feet and sobbing over Sarah's body. Luke scowled at Jenna as she joined them.
You'd better sort this out. Calm him down.
It took much persuasion, but eventually Jenna managed to get Clark out of the way. Luke didn't trust he wouldn't talk, though, and pulled him to one side after the body was in the ground and Jenna and Tommy were scrubbing up the blood. He had to be sure he had Clark's silence.
You can't ever tell anyone what happened here tonight. But what about Sarah? If anyone asks, she left the island and has gone back to the mainland.
They had cleared her room, piling her belongings into her suitcase, switching off her cell phone, burying everything in the ground beside her. She was due to finish working at the guest house as soon as Bella Golding was out of the hospital and had been looking for another job. It should be easy to convince people she had just left. But she hasn't. She's still here. People are going to find out.
They won't if we don't tell them. And I need you to promise me, Clark, that you won't ever tell anyone. Because if I ever find out you breathed the word, I am going to have to come back here and hurt you. Do you understand? You saw how we made Sarah disappear. There's plenty more room down there in the dark next to her. You ever tell a soul, and I will make you disappear too. No one will ever know what happened to you. You and Sarah in a dark hole together in the ground.
He saw Clark's bottom lip wobble.
Promise me, Clark.
When the boy wavered, Luke pulled out his knife, flicked the blade, and jabbed it against his chin.
Promise me.
Unless, of course, you want me to put you in the ground now. That will be easier. If I kill you and make you disappear now, I won't have to worry about you telling anyone what happened.
No, please. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Please don't hurt me.
No second chances. If I find out you've talked, I will come back and kill you.
I won't tell." A tear spilled down Clark's cheek. "I won't say anything. Please, don't kill me." Luke put the knife away, stepped back, noting the kid had pissed himself. "Good," he told him, patting him on the cheek. "I knew I could count on you." The next couple of weeks passed, and Luke was on tenterhooks, fearful something could go wrong, and he would somehow be found out. The concrete floor was laid at the guest house, the conservatory erected, and Bella Golding returned from the hospital. Word was she was pissed at Sarah's sudden departure, and for giving no warning she was leaving. But everyone seemed to buy the story that she had left the island of her own accord. Some folks remembered she had interviewed for a job on the mainland, and it was assumed she had decided to take it. By the time Luke left for college, everyone had pretty much forgotten about Sarah Treadwell. She remained alive in his dreams, though, and he continually replayed that evening in the basement of Bella Golding's guest house, recalling the fear that had radiated off Sarah when he had attacked her. He had lived that high before when he attacked Marla, but the feeling of omnipotence he had experienced when he had choked the life out of Sarah was on another level. He made his first premeditated kill 17 months after putting Sarah in the ground. Her name was Amber, and she was a perky blonde he had followed from a bar. He liked the blonde ones. They reminded him of Sarah, and they reminded him of Jane. He had snatched her from a secluded street as she walked home, pulling her inside the back of the van he had hired specially for the occasion. Then he had driven her to an isolated wooded spot, discovering that night how much he enjoyed knife play. When she was dead, he had wrapped her in the plastic sheeting he had used to line the van and buried her in a shallow grave. With each kill, he evolved. By the time he graduated college, he had murdered 6 women, had learned that by donning a disguise he didn't have to be so fearful of security cameras, and could go into bars, even talk with potential victims. He played with different looks, found the blonde beach bum wig and mustache worked best. The interaction appealed to him, and he liked being able to flirt with the women he chose, have them willingly accompany him, particularly enjoying that moment when he had them all alone, and they suddenly realized his true intentions. After college, he took a graduate job with a law firm in Philadelphia for a couple of years, before transferring to a renowned company in East Haven. He had initially planned to stay on the mainland, figuring it would be easier for hunting. But he missed island life and his brother, and eventually relented, buying a property back on Purity. Little had changed on the island. Jenna, Tommy, and Clark still lived locally, Jenna now married to Curtis Milbourne, while Tommy had joined the police, something Luke found a certain irony in. The 3 of them barely spoke, the secret that bound them together pushing them further apart, and life went on, Luke killing when the urge took over, always taking victims from the mainland and making sure they were from different towns, knowing this gave him anonymity. He had bought a second car, an inconspicuous Toyota he kept in a parking lot in East Haven, and used to hunt for his prey, keeping the tools he needed in the trunk. One of his first purchases when he returned to Purity was a boat. The cabin cruiser he chose allowed him the freedom to leave the island whenever he wanted, and he kept a second mooring spot in a quiet location, not far from his workplace. The boat offered an ideal place to be alone with his victims, and he spent time adapting the cabin, ensuring that it could quickly be adapted into the perfect kill room. Luke settled back into island life, enjoyed both his work life and his hobby. He met Stacy Monroe, moved her into his townhouse, and to the outside world they were the model couple. But then the cracks started to appear. Stacy began to show a jealous streak and grew suspicious when Luke disappeared on all-night fishing trips. Meanwhile, Jenna's marriage was in a bad way, and she kept trying to turn to Luke for help when he wanted nothing more to do with her. The real problem started when Bella Golding died, though.
The woman had been unwell for a long while, finally succumbing to a stroke, leaving Clark alone in the guest house. Clark Golding had always been the weak link, and his mother's death seemed to tip him over the edge. Luke's concern grew when he overheard people talking about how he wasn't coping, living up in the big house alone. It was driving him insane, they said, and he kept repeatedly proclaiming his innocence, though no one knew what for. Luke had driven up to the house purely wanting to talk to him, needing to find out how bad the situation was. "I'm going to tell," Clark had announced as soon as he had opened the door. "You made me do a bad thing. I'm going to tell." "You can't do that, Clark. You can't stop me. I have a journal. I wrote it all down." "Where is it?" "I'm going to give it to the police. You made me do a bad thing, and I'm going to tell them." Panic rose inside Luke. He had been so careful since Sarah, but there had always been a lingering fear that she would somehow be his undoing. He had tried to reason with Clark, but the man was irrational, a simpleton. He kept talking about a journal. Luke wasn't sure if he was making it up, but if there was a book, he needed to find it. He followed Clark upstairs, attempting to talk sense into him, growing frustrated when he didn't even appear to be listening. He had grabbed at his arm, only intending to get his attention, startled when Clark lost his balance and tumbled headfirst down the stairs. It was a repeat of Sarah, and brought the memories rushing back. Luke had checked for a pulse, but could see from the awkward way the man's head hung that he had broken his neck and was already dead. He had spent the best part of an hour hunting through the house, looking for any existence of a journal, eventually giving up and going home. 3 days later, Clark's body was discovered, and shortly after, word began to spread that Bella Golding's niece had inherited the place. It went on the market soon after, and Luke had tried to juggle his finances, wondering if he could afford to buy it. If the house was his, it would certainly solve all of his problems. He had managed to gather enough money together to put in an offer when it was taken off the market. 6 weeks later, Nell O'Connor arrived on Purity Island, looking to make a fresh start. Luke had never met her, but his brother, Newt, was dating her half-brother, and he found a twisted irony in the fact the security of his future now laid in her hands. The night he first met Nell was the night Stacy found his collection. Things had been turbulent with her for months. Stacy was out of work, and boredom had led to paranoia, and she was becoming obsessed with trying to find proof he had cheated on her. She had gone snooping through his things, finding far more than she bargained for when she discovered the box where he kept the Polaroid souvenirs of his victims. She had been in shock when he had arrived home from work, and luckily hadn't called the police, instead deciding to confront him. Luke didn't want to kill her, but she had left him with little choice, and the moment after he had choked the life out of her was when he had realized his own life was starting to spiral out of control. He had left her dead on the bedroom floor, pulled the mask in place, knowing if he didn't show up at Newt and Michael's barbecue, questions would be asked. He needed to put on a show of normality, while he decided what the hell he was going to do about Stacy. When he returned home that evening, he had moved her into the basement freezer, but she had returned to haunt his dreams that night, taunting and goading him, accusing him of wanting Nell, pushing him further over the edge until he felt his sanity crack, and he was no longer sure if she was dead or alive. Standing here in the kitchen at the guest house, he could see her standing next to Caleb's dead body. She tutted at him. "Oh, Luke, what have you done? You're getting in deeper." He twitched, cut her a look. "Shut up," he barked. "So this is the bitch you've been lusting for." Stacy glanced at Nell, then back at Luke. "You're going to kill her, right? Same as you killed me?" "Shut the fuck up." "If you don't kill her, she will tell. You know you have to do it." Nell gave Luke a wary look and clutched the journal tighter. He felt himself slip a little further over the edge, the line blurring between reality and insanity, knowing he needed that book, that he had to figure a way to fix this mess. He clutched at his shoulder with his free hand, at the wound where Jenna had shot him, and poked his finger against it, grimacing at the stabbing pain, using it to draw himself back from the edge, relieved when Stacy disappeared. She wasn't gone forever, though. She had threatened to stay with him, to make his life hell, and he wasn't strong enough to completely drive her away. It had been driving him crazy, trying to figure out who had taken the shot at him that night at Nell's. His money had been on Sam Kent, as he knew Lizzie's kid brother still held a grudge against Nell. But Jenna had confessed it had been her when she had shown up at his house the previous night, begging for his forgiveness and then for his help. It had been jealousy. She had admitted to that. She had seen him in the grocery store buying flowers and wine, and followed him up to the guest house, consumed by rage, scared he was cozying up to the one woman who could end up destroying their lives. In the heat of the moment, she had fetched Curtis's air rifle from the back of the truck. She hadn't meant to actually hit him, she had told him. She had been aiming for the wall behind Nell, wanting to scare her. She had been so sorry for what she had done, and she had sobbed and begged for his forgiveness. He had held her and soothed her, told her everything would be okay before plying her with drink, driving her home, and slitting her wrists, aware she had just given him a get-out-of-jail card. Luke would tell the police she was obsessed with him and had been for years. She had killed Sarah because she was jealous, and then she had taken the shot at Nell. He wished he could figure a way to tie her to Stacy, but that was still a problem to be resolved, as was the woman currently standing in front of him. He had wanted Nell, had resisted because she was Michael's sister, and because, since Sarah, he only killed strangers. It was safer that way. But he had already broken his own rule when he had killed Stacy. Of course he had been left with no choice. She knew too much, just as Nell now knew too much. Maybe it was fate. Maybe he was meant to have her. Regardless, he had no choice, and Stacy was right. Nell O'Connor had to die. 43. Luke twitched. "Shut up!" He glared at the wall behind where Caleb was sprawled. "Shut the fuck up!" Nell watched him warily, wondering who he thought he was talking to. For a moment he had a glazed look on his face and appeared to have gone completely over the edge. She hesitantly took a step back as he jabbed his finger against the wound where he had been shot, yelling out in pain. Had he killed Sarah Treadwell? It was the only explanation she could think of for why he would want Clark's journal so badly. She eyed the gun, aware his mind seemed to be wandering. Would he notice if she tried to slip away? But then he was back, his focus returning, and she was aware she once again held his full attention. "Give me the journal, Nell." When she ignored the request, he fired a shot at her feet. She jumped, scuttled back another step, her legs shaking. How would she never notice this dark side to him? "The next bullet goes in your head. Give me the journal now." He looked irrational, dangerous, crazy even, not daring to call his bluff, quite certain he would shoot her. She handed the book over and quickly took another couple of steps back. He didn't lower the gun. "Cuff your wrists together." Nell glanced at the loose handcuff dangling from her right wrist and swallowed hard. "What are you going to do, Luke?" "Cuff your wrists together," he repeated. She weighed up her options, realized she had none. He had said Tommy wasn't coming. What the hell had he done to Tommy? Michael was her only hope. He had been yelling at her when she had dropped her phone. Had he seen Caleb behind her, been trying to warn her? She could only hope he had, and that he had called Alex. The only thing she could do at this point was to keep Luke talking. You don't need to do this. You have the book, so why not just let me go? I can't do that. Now cuff your wrists together. I won't ask you again. Nell hesitated, her gaze dropping to the gun where Luke's finger was twitching over the trigger. She swallowed hard and reluctantly slipped the loose cuff onto her left wrist and locked it in place. Luke nodded and, to her relief, put the gun away. He rummaged in Caleb's sports bag, fished out the key to the cuffs, and slipped them in his pocket before grabbing hold of her arm and pushing her towards the back door. Where are we going? Just keep walking. He led her outside, his grip on her arm tightening as he guided her across the backyard towards a pathway that cut through the trees. You don't have to do this. I gave you the book. He laughed, the sound hollow. You think this is just about the book? You killed Sarah, didn't you? She took his silence as affirmation. It would have been okay if you hadn't decided to dig up the damn conservatory floor. You're the one who's been trying to scare me into leaving, aren't you? He didn't answer. Did you attack my brother? He's supposed to be your friend. He's Newt's boyfriend. That was unfortunate. I didn't expect him to come over to the storage unit while I was there. Unfortunate? You almost killed him. Luke shrugged. Like I said, I didn't expect him to show up. I should have killed him, but I felt bad for Newt. Nell sucked in a deep breath, anger battling against the fear. She stopped walking, wanted to hit out at him with her fists. How dare he so casually disregard Michael's life? You're an asshole, she spat at him. He actually smiled at her accusation. Oh, trust me, Nell. I am far worse than an asshole. Now keep walking. When she didn't move, he pressed the butt of the gun into the small of her back. Keep walking. Grudgingly, she complied, her legs rubbery as dread coiled in the pit of her belly. Where the hell was he taking her? What happened to Sarah? She asked, slowing her pace, still trying to stall for time. What did you do to her? Luke didn't answer the question, instead roughly pulled her forward. He ducked her head under a low bush, pushing her through into a clearing where his car was parked. He unlocked the passenger door, threw the journal on the back seat, then sat her inside, fastening the seatbelt over the top of her cuffed wrists. Where are you taking me? She asked, as he got in the driver's seat. Somewhere we'll have some privacy. Nell felt a shiver of fear trickle down her back, the familiar dread tightening in her chest. We had privacy at the guest house. I'm somewhere better. She gulped for air as nausea and the familiar blackness threatened to sweep over her. Luke regarded her with something close to fascination as she started to count. I watched you at the hospital. You didn't shed a single tear for Michael. I know you were scared and worried for him, but it's like you have this wall and you're scared of showing your emotions. But this, what is this, a panic attack? This is a treat. We're going to have some fun, you and I. Don't do this, Luke, please. Let's talk. I know you don't want to hurt me. It was getting harder to breathe. He paused, his hand on the ignition, and he looked at her, those vivid blue eyes that had been cold and emotionless now filled with a predatory hunger. Oh, but I do, Nell. I'm looking forward to it. Sam Kent was in the cabin of his boat, drinking a cold beer and watching the sunset, when he heard the car engine, then footsteps on the dock, and he peered out of the porthole window, curious who it was. There were only a handful of other boats moored at this spot, and most folk had finished on the water for the day. He tended to come down here for peace and solitude, needing to be alone with his own thoughts after the revelation that Curtis Milbourne had killed his sister, and it pissed him off a little that someone was intruding on that. He saw the feet first, a woman's sneakers and a man's black boots, and as they passed his boat, heading further along the dock, he saw the rest of them come into sight and realized it was Luke Traynor and Nell O'Connor. He rolled his eyes and was about to reach for his beer when the pair of them appeared to struggle, Nell trying to shake off Trainor's grip on her arm. He caught her roughly, making her squeal, yanking her against him and covering her mouth with his hand. And at that moment, Sam spotted the handcuffs on Nell's wrists. What the fuck? That had his attention, and he discreetly headed onto the deck, curious as to what the hell was going on. He watched as they reached Trainor's boat, saw Trainor pushing Nell down into the cabin. Something wasn't right here, and it looked like Nell could be in trouble. He shouldn't care. Curtis may have been the one who plunged the knife into Lizzie, but Nell had placed her in the house in the first place. After everything she had put him through, he should pick up his beer and turn a blind eye. Except he couldn't. Picking up his cell phone, he called the police. Nell wasn't in the guest house, but her ex-boyfriend was. Half of his head splattered up the door of one of the cream cabinets. It was clear from the contents of the sports bag lying on the floor beside him that he had come to the house intending her harm. Had she shot him? If so, where the hell was she now? She had been in the house. Her stuff was packed and waiting in the hallway. Alex recalled Tommy's words. He said Luke had also been on his way to the guest house. Had he been here at the same time as Caleb? Did he now have Nell? Alex was unable to call her, having found her smashed cell phone on the counter, but he'd called Luke, repeatedly going to voicemail. The fact that the man he had considered a friend for the past 5 years was responsible for murdering dozens of women seemed surreal. But there was no getting away from the truth. Luke Trainor was a cold-blooded psychopath. He had killed his own girlfriend, too, suggesting he was starting to go off the rails. That made him unpredictable and even more dangerous. And if he had Nell, she didn't have much time. We will find her, Alex. Hunter's words didn't help. Alex was furious with himself for not acting sooner. Luke had given him cause for suspicion last night, but he had been hesitant, wanting to gather evidence and be sure he wasn't making a mistake before he pointed the finger at a friend. He should have told Nell of his suspicions. If anything happened to her, this one was on him. The thought of losing her terrified him. He wouldn't let it happen. Damn it, focus, Cutler. Luke had a cabin cruiser that he kept docked down by the marina. That's where he had taken his other victims, and that was where he would take Nell, out on the water, where they would have privacy. His cell phone bleeped, and he glanced at the screen, recognizing the number. Ruby, what's up? Chief, I've just had a call from Sam Kent. I think you're going to want to hear this. What are you going to do to me? Luke was in the kitchen area of the boat and glanced back at Nell. She sat on the floor, arms cuffed overhead to the stair rail, and he heard the tremor of fear in her voice, fed on it. Her panic attack in the car had been a delight. After witnessing her bottling up her emotions for the past few weeks, watching firsthand as anxiety took over and exposed her weaknesses, had given him an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The attack had lasted several minutes, and by the time they had reached the dock, she was drained of energy. She had still managed to put up a fight, though, as he dragged her from the car to the boat. But now he had her restrained. She was watching him with quiet trepidation. He found her intriguing, her reactions fascinating him. Usually by this point his victims were crying and pleading with him to free them. That was what had drawn him to Nell. He knew she had already experienced terror at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, had seen that emotion was something she didn't give in to willingly. She thought her panic attacks made her weak, but she was actually tougher than the others he had killed, and that made her more of a challenge. He was looking forward to seeing how far he could push her, curious to know how much it would take to completely break her. You want me to tell you and ruin the surprise? She visibly gulped, but tried to keep up a brave front. You won't get away with any of this. You might kill me, but Alex is already on your trail. He will catch you.
Trust me, Nell, I'm smarter than your boyfriend. I won't get caught. Michael, Alex, we're all friends, and they trust me. Hell, your dumbass brother even showed me the code to the new alarm system. That's how much he trusted me. I've wanted you from the moment I first met you, but I kept telling myself it would never work. You were Michael's sister, and it was too dangerous. When Tommy told me you had the journal, though, that's when I knew this was meant to be. Meant to be? You're going to get caught. You won't get away with it. Sure I will. I've been getting away with it for years. What do you mean, years? Do you think Sarah was the only one? He let that sink in, satisfied when the shock hit and realization dawned. You killed Penelope Marr and the other women? He simply smiled at that. As I said, I've been getting away with it for years. What the hell is your brother going to think of you? He won't ever find out. You're wrong. He will, and he's going to have to live with knowing you're sick, that you're a fucking monster who kills women for pleasure. Shut up! Stop talking about my brother. You are going to get caught. You might be too arrogant to believe it, but it's going to happen, and your brother is going to be so disappointed when he learns what a pathetic excuse for a man you are. I told you to shut up! She's right. Luke glanced up and scowled when he spotted Stacy peering down into the cabin. She descended the stairs, slowly walked towards him. About what a pathetic excuse of a man you are. Luke stepped back, pointed his finger at her. You go away. Leave me alone. Now why would I want to do that? Just go away, Stacy. You're supposed to be dead. I killed you, so leave me the hell alone. You killed your girlfriend? Luke glanced at Nell and blinked hard. She doesn't know? Go ahead and tell her how you put your hands around my throat and choked the life out of me. Shut the fuck up, Stacy. Wow, you're a bigger loser than I realized. Luke swung around, feeling a chill at the familiar voice. Prissy Jane sat on the kitchen counter, her legs swinging off the edge, her clothes perfectly neat, and that smug, condescending smile on her face. She hadn't aged. How did you get in here, Jane? Jane picked at an imaginary fleck of dust on her sleeve. Grandma always said you were a waste of space. I guess she was right. Get out! Loser Luke, you really are pathetic. Luke lashed out at her with the knife, hitting air. Loser Luke, loser Luke, loser Luke. He turned around. Jane stood beside Stacy, and they were both taunting him. He put his finger against his wound, pressing hard, trying to focus on the pain and blot them both out. It worked momentarily, but then they were back and crowding in on him, the taunting ringing in his ears. Loser Luke, loser Luke, loser Luke. In desperation, he pulled out his pocket knife, flicked up the blade, and stabbed it into the wound, screaming out in agony as white-hot pain shot through him. He breathed deep and hard, relieved as his focus came back, and both Stacy and Jane were gone. Nell was staring at him, her face drained of color, her golden eyes wide. He could tell she was scared, but she was angry, too. He wanted to see her suffer another panic attack, needed to get back that edge of control, but she stuck her chin out defiantly, the anger stronger. You're talking to your dead girlfriend, she pointed out sarcastically. Great, you're not just sick, you're crazy, too. Shut up! I thought being a murderer was bad enough, but you're a real whack job, a proper Norman Bates. Yeah, your brother is going to be so proud of you. Shut up! And you're cutting yourself, too. What the hell is that all about? She was pushing his buttons intentionally. He got that, but it irritated him it was working. Picking up a reel of duct tape, he went to her, pressing it across her mouth and winding it around her head. She glared up at him, grunted something unintelligible, and rattled her cuffs in frustration. Luke turned his back to her,
ran his fingers through his hair, forcing himself to breathe deeply, to focus. It was all going to be okay. Jenna would take the blame for Sarah, and although the police had found the bodies of his victims, there was no way of tracing them back to him. Nell was the last loose end, and one he was going to take great pleasure in tying up. Come morning, she would no longer be a problem. Leaving her in the cabin, he went up on deck, untied the boat, and started the engine. Sam watched Luke's boat head out across the water, and he glanced at his watch, noted it had been nearly 10 minutes since he had called the police. Where the hell were they? He had told them what he had seen, explained that Nell O'Connor appeared to be in trouble. Given that she was dating the chief, he had expected the dock to be swarming with blue lights 2 minutes after his call. Sit down and finish your beer. It's not your concern. It wasn't, and shouldn't be. But what had Luke done with Nell, and where was he taking her? He watched the lights of the boat fade into the distance, telling himself he had already done the right thing by calling the cops. There was nothing else for him to do. Pulling another beer from the cooler, he popped the tab, took a healthy swig, ignoring his guilty conscience. Nell O'Connor was not his problem. Nell yanked at the handcuffs, hoping if she pulled hard enough she might be able to loosen the stair rail, but it wouldn't give. Annoyed, she took a moment, tried to calm her frazzled nerves before attempting again. Sweat rolled down her sides and beaded on her forehead, as much through frustration as through physical exertion. It didn't help the angle at which her arms were pulled was putting pressure on her neck. She twisted her head from side to side, trying to ease the pain, not wanting her muscles to seize up, aware she needed to keep as much strength as possible. She wasn't sure where Luke was taking her, but knew she had to get herself free before they reached their destination, understanding that once they were there she would have little chance to fight back. And she intended to fight. She hadn't come this far, hadn't finally plucked up the courage to stand up to Caleb, only to give in to another woman-hating sicko. No one knew she was out here with Luke. No one was coming to rescue her. She had to stay strong, knew she could only help herself at this point. She was pretty certain Luke was on the verge of losing it. He had already been having conversations with his dead girlfriend and someone called Jane, and he was clearly on the point of some kind of breakdown. She had seen the way he had reacted to her jibes, growing frustrated and annoyed with her, and she wished she could get this damn tape off her mouth, certain if she continued to taunt him, she would push him closer to the brink. It was her fear he wanted, and she would try her hardest not to show it to him. Anger would work better for her than fear. She rattled the cuffs, frustration building. There had to be a way out of this. There had to be. Think now. Focus. Luke hadn't left a light on in the cabin. It had been dusk when they had left the island, and the only light that now remained came from the moon, casting silvery shadows through the porthole windows. Her eyes had adjusted, though, and she could see the cabin was sparse. Other than a small kitchen area, there was a slim built-in couch, and what appeared to be a fold-away table set into the wall. How many women had he brought out here, she wondered, and what had he done to them before they had died? Alex would know. He had seen the body parts, but he had never shared with her the cause of death, and she had never asked. Understanding it was his job, and it was probably confidential. An image flashed in her mind of Penny Marr's severed head, and a sudden wave of nausea washed over her, followed by uncontrollable shaking. Don't think about it, she ordered herself, pissed off that her mind had wandered, and terrified she might bring on another panic attack. Focus and pull yourself together. Think about Alex and Michael. You want to see them again. You need to be strong and do this for them. The anger slowly built. She was finally happy, had met someone she was in love with, and she had reunited with her brother. How dare Luke try to take that from her? Using that anger, she attempted to change her position and managed, with some effort, to get onto her knees. Although it wasn't comfortable, it gave her arms a little more leverage, allowing her to pull harder at the railing she was cuffed to. After several attempts, she felt like it was starting to loosen against the wooden step. She tried again, blinking hard as perspiration dripped down her forehead, stinging her eyes. Drawing in a deep breath through her nose, she paused and attempted to rub her face dry on her arm. Every muscle ached, a result she knew was from her car crash, her fight with Caleb, and no doubt the tension of her current predicament. "You can do this, O'Connor. You want to see Alex again, don't you?" God, she desperately wanted to see him. Wished she had never insisted on going up to the guest house. He had offered to bring her stuff down to her, but no, she was the one who had to go. Why the hell was she always so damn stubborn? If she hadn't gone to the guest house, if Tommy hadn't ditched her, she would be back at his place with Teddy and Sasha right now, waiting for him to come home. A fresh wave of anger had her yanking hard at the railing. This time it definitely moved. Nell's heartbeat quickened, a sense of hope creeping in, and then the boat's engine spluttered to a stop, and everything was quiet for a long moment. She heard Luke moving about above deck, realized time was running out, and renewed her efforts to free herself, pulling frantically at her wrists and grimacing against the pain shooting through her limbs. The door to the cabin opened, and Luke climbed down the steps. The smile he gave her as he turned to face her, chilling her to her soul. He went into the kitchen, fumbled in a drawer, pulling out a knife, the blade wide and sharp, glinting in the shadows. Nell froze, and she felt herself start to tremble. "Pull yourself together, O'Connor. He wants to see your fear. Don't give it to him." She forced herself to take deep breaths in and out through her nose again, trying to calm herself, counting backwards in her head. To her relief, he laid the knife down on the kitchen counter, reached back in the drawer for matches. She watched as he lit half a dozen candles that sat in glass jars. They bathed the cabin in an eerie light that, were he not planning on killing her, might have almost been romantic. She continued to pull at the railing, trying to be discreet, not wanting him to realize what she was doing. It was getting looser. If she could just work it free, her hands would still be cuffed. But if she could grab the knife or the gun, catch him off guard. Nell realized she was clutching at straws, but knew she had to take any chance possible. Warily, she watched as he opened a cupboard, pulled out a metal box, sitting it on the counter with the candles and knife. Then he set about opening out the table that was folded into the wall. Her eyes widened as he unlocked the box, took leather cuffs out, attaching them to hooks on each corner of the table, and she yanked harder, not caring that she was no longer being discreet. He shot her a glance, gave a creepy smile as he pulled a plastic white sheet from the box, unfolding it over the table, and it was when she saw the stains on the sheet, realized it was blood from his previous victims, that she completely lost it, fighting to free herself at any cost, her screams muffled against the tape. She frantically kicked out at him when he approached her, knowing she would fight him to the death before she would let him strap her down to that table. He tried to grab her legs, to steady her while he reached for her wrists, and Nell managed to catch him hard on the chin with the heel of her sneaker. She heard his teeth snap, saw she had drawn blood. "The more you fight me, the worse I will make you suffer," Luke growled. He managed to get his arm around her waist, forcing her back onto the steps. Nell struggled against him, but he was far stronger and held her easily. As he reached for her wrists, someone else was suddenly in the cabin, catching hold of Luke in a headlock, pulling him off Nell. The pair of them struggled, crashing back into the table, and in that instant, she recognized the man fighting with Luke was Sam Kent. She watched, feeling helpless, as Luke overpowered Sam, pinning him down on top of the table, hands around his throat, squeezing. Then a gunshot rang out, making her jump, and Luke slumped on top of Sam. For a moment, she thought they were dead. Then both bodies moved, and Luke fell back across his death table, blood spurting from a bullet wound in his belly as Sam clambered to his feet. Nell drew in a deep breath, never so relieved to see Lizzie's younger brother. He dropped to his knees beside her, set the gun down on the floor, and pulled out a pocket knife to cut the tape off her mouth. "Are you okay?" Nell greedily sucked in air. "How did you know we were out here?" "I was on my boat, and I saw him dragging you along the dock. It looked like you were in trouble, so I thought I'd better follow." Nell swallowed hard, surprised Sam had tried to help her. She had been convinced he hated her, had believed he may have been the one stalking her. "Thank you." He looked at her, and she could see there was still a conflict, that he was torn over whether he should hate her or not. She rattled the cuffs again, anxious to be free. "Can you get these off me, please?" "Is there a key?" "I think it's in Luke's pocket." He nodded, returned to Luke's body, checking the pockets of his jeans and his jacket. He turned to Nell. "Are you sure?" Nell saw it before Sam and screamed out as Luke lunged forward, grabbing him in a chokehold. Sam dropped his pocket knife, but managed to elbow him in the gut, earning himself a loud scream when he caught the gunshot wound. But then Luke had hold of him, and they were rolling back over and off the table, crashing to the floor. Nell pulled the railing, this time hearing the wood splinter as it started to break. She pulled again, tried to lower the chain between the cuffs to fit through the gap she had created, but it held fast. Sam and Luke were both on their feet, Sam seeming to have the upper hand this time as he threw a punch at Luke, sending him stumbling backwards into the kitchen area. Luke felt out for his knife, knocking one of the candles to the floor before his fingers made contact. The jar smashed, the flame igniting the wooden floor. Nell jerked her hand again. The wood gave a little more. Her heart was racing, her mouth dry as she watched the fire start to take hold. She gave another tug, this one even harder, crying out as pain shot through her arms. The railing snapped out of the wood, and she stumbled forward, landing uncomfortably on her cuffed wrists. Hearing an agonizing scream, she looked up as Luke stabbed the knife into Sam's chest. He drove the knife in deep, held it there as Sam dropped to his knees before pulling it free, kicking him to the floor. As he turned towards Nell, the bloody knife dripping in his hand, she scrambled for the gun, her hands shaking as she tried to aim it at him and squeezed the trigger. The bullet missed him completely, and he laughed at her, skulking his way around the table. "You'll have to do better than that." The second bullet grazed his arm. Luke's eyes narrowed as he glanced down, brushing his fingers over where it had passed. Without warning, he lunged at her with the knife. Nell squeezed the trigger a third time, saw the momentary look of shock on his face as the bullet caught him clean between the eyes. He staggered towards her, the knife dropping from his grip, before he followed, collapsing to the floor. She managed to get to her feet, tapped his body with her sneaker, relieved when he didn't move. "I didn't miss that time, you fucker." Sam was still slumped on the floor of the cabin, flames licking around him. Nell was aware she needed to get off the boat before it exploded, but she couldn't leave him, not after he had saved her life. She stumbled over to him, felt for a pulse. He was still alive, but had lost a lot of blood. She tapped him on the cheek. "Sam, wake up! We have to get out of here!" At first he didn't move, but then he stirred when she slapped him harder. "We have to go! The boat's on fire!" He was groggy and mumbling, but conscious enough to help her get him to his feet. "I can't support you with my wrists cuffed. Can you put your arm around my shoulder and hold on?" He nodded, flinging his arm around her, his full weight pulling her down as she tried to half drag, half carry him towards the stairs. They faltered a couple of times, Sam's grip slipping, and Nell glanced around at the growing flames, aware time was running out. They reached the cabin stairs, and Nell's heart sunk. How the hell was she going to get Sam up them? He had lost consciousness, and she propped him up on the bottom step, choking on the smoke, sweat pouring down her face and aching from head to toe. Sam, I need you to help me. I can't get you up the stairs without your help." She tapped him lightly against the cheek, panic and desperation clawing at her throat. "Please, Sam, I can't have you on my conscience as well." Something registered, and his eyes fluttered open. Nell managed to twist him onto his belly, clambered up the first 3 steps herself, and reached down, grabbing his arms, trying to pull him up behind her. He was a dead weight, though, and she wasn't strong enough to do it without him. "Please, Sam, I need you to be strong for just a little bit longer." He stirred again, her words seeming to get through, and he managed to get a foothold on the bottom step, attempted to push his way up. Nell pulled at his arms, hanging on for dear life when he slipped, waiting for him to find his footing. With his help, she dragged him the rest of the way up the steps. The deck was already on fire, and to her dismay, the flames had already spread onto Sam's boat, which he had tied to the side of Luke's before sneaking aboard. She glanced around, realizing it was too late to get a life jacket or flare, and understood if they were going to have any chance of survival, they were going to have to get in the ocean. She had always been a strong swimmer, but right now she was physically shattered, her wrists still cuffed, and Sam was practically unconscious and in dire need of medical attention. While she didn't fancy their chances, she figured they had to be better than burning to death on the boat. She pushed Sam in first, jumped in after him, grabbing hold of him and managing to slip her arms over his head, holding his head back against her as she trod water. She lost track of how long she held him, her muscles cramping as she tried to keep the pair of them afloat. Knew it was probably only about 10 minutes at most, though it felt a lot longer. When she spotted the lights heading towards them and realized it was another boat, she could have cried with relief. A wide beam of light cut across the water in front of them, blinding her. "Nell!" She heard Alex's voice, was too exhausted to reply. Then she heard a splash and he was swimming towards her, covering the distance between them with powerful strokes. He eased Sam out of her arms as the boat pulled up alongside them, and she recognized Hunter Stone as he leaned over the edge to help Alex get Sam on board. "He looks like he's lost a lot of blood. Get an ambulance on standby." Alex turned back to Nell, pulling her close against him, and she slipped her wrists over his head, held on tight, the relief of knowing she was finally safe, almost too much to take in. "I thought I'd lost you," he admitted. "You can't get rid of me that easily." She managed a shaky smile, kissed him hard on the mouth before giving in to the tiredness and letting him take her full weight. He tightened his arms around her, brushed his lips against her temple. "You're okay now. We're gonna be okay." Epilogue. Alex made Nell go to the hospital, more for his own peace of mind than anything. Although her injuries appeared superficial, he knew she had been given one hell of a scare, and he wanted to know she was okay. Armed with a further dose of painkillers, he drove her home, taking the doctor's recommendation to run her a hot bath, then followed his own by pouring her a large glass of wine. She kept up the bold front, attempting to shrug off the nightmare she had been through by using nonchalance and humor, trying to make out it was no big deal, and he remained patient, waiting for the cracks to appear, knowing they would eventually. When the initial shock wore off, giving way to tears she fought so hard to hold back, he held her close, stroking her hair, telling her she was safe and promising her everything would be okay. And it would be. She had been so brave, so strong, and had it not been for her actions, Sam Kent would be in the morgue right now, instead of the hospital. Alex had spoken with the doctors who had told him Sam was in a critical but stable condition, but they were quietly confident he would pull through. Although Curtis Milbourne had killed Lizzie, he knew Nell felt responsible for what had happened to her. By saving Sam's life, he hoped she would stop being so hard on herself. Likewise, Sam had helped save Nell, thwarting Luke's plans and buying her extra time. Alex dreaded to think what the outcome might have been had Sam not followed the boat. The realization of how close he had come to losing her, knocking it home how much she now meant to him. Something Michael addressed with him the next morning. "You managed to figure out if you're in love with my sister yet?" he asked when Alex stopped by to see him in the hospital. Alex had left Nell at home sleeping, knew she needed the rest. Michael had been frantically calling, needing to know everything was okay. He would see her for himself soon enough, but until then, Alex wanted to give him some reassurance. "Yeah, I am." Michael clearly hadn't been expecting that response. The grin he broke out in, stretching from ear to ear. "Really?" "Yeah, really." "She's gonna be okay, right?" "She's gonna be fine. How about Newt? How's he doing?" "He's in shock," Michael admitted. "We both are, but I guess it's harder for him. Luke was his brother and he loved him, but it turns out he was also a monster. How is he supposed to get his head around that? He feels guilty, blames himself for not picking up on the signs. He thought I was going to hate him for what happened, and he is dreading seeing Nell. She will be fine with him. It's difficult for her, too, knowing she shot his brother." Alex shoved a hand back through his hair. "Give them both some space to work it out. They're both level-headed enough to get past this." "Yeah," Michael gave a pensive smile. "Hopefully you're right." It took a while for Newt to come to terms with everything that had happened. Michael had been discharged from the hospital 2 weeks after Luke's death, and the pair of them had immediately taken an extended vacation down to Mexico, partly to aid Michael's recuperation, but as much to give Newt time away from Purity, a place that held so many memories. Nell didn't get to see Newt before they left and was certain he was avoiding her. Alex had told her to give him space, promised her he didn't blame her for his brother's death, but she still felt guilty. Luke had deserved to die, and she didn't regret shooting him. She knew she would be dead if she hadn't. But she hated what that did to Newt, and was worried it would change their relationship forever. She spoke to Michael a handful of times while he was away, and they agreed the guest house held too many raw memories, so they had decided to put the place on the market. She had already moved the rest of her things into Alex's place, and he had made it clear he wanted her to stay. Nell wasn't sure if they would get a buyer for the guest house, though at this point thought it might be a good thing if the building was razed to the ground. Clark's journal had been found on the back seat of Luke's car, shedding light on what had happened at the guest house the night Sarah had died. Nell had been relieved to learn that he had played no part in her death, though hated that Luke had threatened him into silence. With both Luke and Jenna dead, only Tommy could be held accountable for what had happened to Sarah, and he had slipped into a coma shortly after arriving at the hospital, staying unconscious for several weeks. When he eventually came to, he had tearfully confessed to everything that had happened. Jenna's prank hadn't killed Sarah Treadwell, though. She had been Luke's first victim, and because of that, the DA had reduced the charges. Tommy Dolan would have to turn in his badge, and he would stand trial for trying to cover up Sarah's murder, but he wouldn't take the full heat for Luke's crime. Sam Kent was also out of the woods, making a full recovery and recuperating at his parents' home. He hadn't made contact with Nell, and she had been reluctant to get in touch with him, still unsure how things were between them. He had saved her life, and she had saved his back, but did he still bear a grudge about Lizzie? So it surprised her when he had shown up on the doorstep one Sunday afternoon while Alex was at work. Sasha and Teddy going crazy when the buzzer sounded. Nell immediately on guard, still wary whenever she was on her own. She had invited him in. Conversation between them awkward at first. But then they had both opened up. Feelings had still been running high over Lizzie, but recent events had changed everything. And they talked things out, took the first tentative steps to repairing the damage between them. When Sam left, Nell felt like a weight had been lifted, and she was finally able to start moving forward. As fall turned into winter, a cool front bringing with it icy winds and the first flurries of snow, Nell felt her life was returning to normality. She started painting again on a regular basis, had taken a part-time job in one of the craft stores in town. Caleb's death had made waves in the society columns of the Chicago press, and while she had faced the wrath of Bitsy Sweeney Brooks, who had made her intentions clear in both a letter and a voicemail, as well as numerous newspaper quotes, that she held Nell responsible, with Caleb gone, there was no longer any need to hide, and she could start selling her work again. It felt good to be paying her way, and gave her a purpose. Plus, the painting was therapeutic, and it helped to relax her. 2 weeks before Christmas, Alex's brother and sister announced they were planning to visit. Nell had answered the phone a couple of times to his sister, Cassie, and knew from snatches of conversation she overheard that she was curious to know who Alex was shacking up with.
"I think they want to check you out,"
he admitted a couple of days before they were due to arrive, as they walked the dogs along the beach one evening. "Okay," Nell replied, feeling a little apprehensive. Having grown up with such a dysfunctional family unit, she always felt uncomfortable in these situations. So, no pressure then?
"Cassie's a head case, so you two will get on great. And Joe's a lush. Ply him with alcohol and he won't notice you're certifiable. Trust me."
When she pulled a face at him, he grinned, leaning in and giving her a kiss. The pair of them, along with Joe's wife, Lacey, were planning on staying at the Purity Oaks Hotel, and Alex had invited them over for dinner on the Saturday night.
"I guess I should decide what to cook," Nell announced, picking up a pebble and throwing it into the surf.
Teddy darted after it, disappearing into the freezing water. Alex shot her a look.
"You want to poison my family?"
"Hey, my cooking is not that bad."
"Yeah, it is, Nell."
He arched a brow.
"I've tried it. And yes, I know I'm still alive to tell the tale, but that is down to a strong stomach and pure luck."
"Oh, stop being so dramatic. I don't mind cooking."
"But I do."
He grinned slyly.
"I want them to like you, remember? We'll order something in."
As they walked back to the house, the dogs running on ahead, Nell spotted a figure standing on the back deck. She gripped hold of Alex's hand. He glanced over to where she pointed, squinting.
"It's Michael."
Nell felt her heartbeat quicken, and she let go and hurried back towards the house. "Michael?" He spotted her, stepped down onto the beach, and started running across the sand. They met halfway, and then he was scooping her up in a bear hug, arms tightening around her. "I have missed you so much."
"Yeah, me too,"
he told her, swinging her around. As they walked back to the house, Nell realized Newt was also standing on the deck, looking out to sea. She glanced at Michael, then Alex, her expression a little wary.
"Go on,"
Michael urged her. "It will be fine." Hesitantly, Nell approached Newt, leaving Alex and Michael talking down on the beach.
"Hey, Nell."
Newt's tone was light, but he sounded awkward, a little uncomfortable even. Nell stepped onto the decking, went to him. "Hey, Newt. How are you doing?"
"I'm okay."
There was a long pause.
"Well, no, I'm not okay, but I'm getting there."
He paused. "I'm sorry for what Luke did." "It's not your fault."
"No, so people keep on telling me."
"I guess he was my brother, though, so I have to figure out a way to convince myself of that." He gave a sad smile. "I'm getting there, though, I promise, as long as we're okay." "We're more than okay." Nell stepped forward, slipped her arms around him. "We'll get through this, together." Newt hugged her back and nodded as he pressed his head against her shoulder, and they stood there for a few moments until Alex and Michael rejoined them on the deck.
"Have you guys eaten?"
Michael shook his head at Alex.
"Not since this morning." "I'll order in pizza."
Michael glanced at Newt, got the okay.
"Yeah, sure, that would be good."
Alex unlocked the French doors, let Michael and Newt inside. He looked back at Nell and held out his hand.
You okay?
She smiled. Yeah, I'm okay. In fact, I'm more than okay. She took his hand, brushed a kiss against his lips, and led him inside. Her brother was finally home. Things were going to be okay with Newt, and she had Alex by her side. Everything was going to be fine.